Chapter 1. England was not renowned for long runs of perfect summer days. This year so far, even brief runs had been in lamentably short supply. It seemed something of a miracle then, when the morning had dawned with the promise of being yet another lovely day, the second in a row. By the middle of the afternoon, the sky was a deep indigo blue and cloudless. The air was hot, without being oppressive. The merest hint of a breeze saw to that. It also caused the leaves to flutter on the trees and the water to ripple on the river. The grass on both sides of the river was green and lush after all the rain, and liberally strewn with daisies, buttercups, and clover. Birds trilled from among the thick foliage of the trees, though it was not always easy to see them. Unseen insects whirred and chirped in the grass. So much life, so much beauty. Lady Estelle Lamarr had been walking along the riverbank, but she stopped in order to fill all her senses with the perfection of the moment. Wild nature at its most profuse and benign. Even the old single-arched stone bridge farther along seemed to be an integral part of the scene, rather than a man-made intrusion upon it, just as a bird's nest or an ant-hill or a beaver dam would be. There surely could not possibly be anything to surpass the loveliness of the English countryside on a summer day. How very privileged she was to live here. Yesterday, she had fretted a little at being kept at home on a similar day by the impending departure of her uncle and aunt and cousin, who had all been staying at Elm Court for the past 3 weeks. Although Aunt Jane had talked of leaving early, by 8 o'clock at the latest, it was actually after 3 in the afternoon by the time their carriage rolled out of sight down the drive and the chance to enjoy the outdoors had been virtually at an end. First, Uncle Charles had lingered over breakfast as though he had all day, deep in conversation with Bertrand, Estelle's twin brother. Then Ellen, their cousin, had decided she really ought to send a quick note to her betrothed to explain that their return home would be delayed, because her mamma had decided they must call upon friends who lived not far off their intended route, and those friends were bound to invite them to stay for a few days. The conversation finally at an end, and Ellen's letter written, Aunt Jane had been hopeful of a mid-morning start, but that hope was dashed when the vicar arrived from the village and was positively delighted to find that he had come in time to send the travellers on their way with a blessing. The Reverend John Mott, a deeply pious man, was a long-time acquaintance of Aunt Jane's and a great favourite of hers. At her urging, the blessing had developed into extended prayers and scripture readings in the sitting-room, and had been succeeded by a lengthy discussion, initiated by Aunt Jane, about the deteriorating moral fibre of the nation, especially its heedless youth. And since by then noon was fast approaching, Estelle had invited the vicar to join them all for a light luncheon that she had guessed, correctly, their cook was already preparing with feverish haste for 6 people instead of the 2 she had been planning for. After the dishes had been cleared from the table and their second cup of coffee had been poured, the conversation had turned to a discussion of the uncertain future of the monarchy, since King George IV was in perennial ill health, and the only heir closely related to him was a young girl, Victoria, daughter of the Duke of Kent. The other royal dukes had been prolific in the production of children, it was true, but not, unfortunately, of the legitimate variety. It was all quite scandalous, in Aunt Jane's opinion. The carriage had been outside the door at 3 o'clock, had been fully loaded with its 3 passengers by 1:15, and had finally rolled on its way at 1/2. All the last-minute thanks and well-wishes and reminders to do this and be sure to avoid doing that having been called out the window. By Aunt Jane, of course. "So much for a perfect summer day," Estelle had said, turning to her brother, but with a twinkle in her eye. For, of course, she was exceedingly fond of her relatives, and had actually enjoyed the day as it unfolded. "All in a good cause," Bertrand had said. "We will miss them. There will be other lovely days to spend outdoors." And sure enough, along had come the unexpected gift of today. When she had left the house earlier, Estelle had intended to walk all the way to Prospect Hall to call upon Maria Wiley. The heat was giving her second thoughts by now, however. The hall was a mile or so beyond the bridge, on the other side of the river, and she had already walked more than a mile. She looked down at the wildflowers at her feet and stooped to rub a hand over the grass. It was dry, and blessedly cool to the touch. She changed her mind about going farther and sat down close to the river's edge. She arranged her skirts neatly about her legs and clasped her arms around her raised knees. Aunt Jane would have been horrified at such unladylike behaviour, especially in a public place where anyone might come along at any moment and see her. Estelle smiled fondly at the thought. Aunt Jane and Uncle Charles had raised Bertrand and her. Their mother had died in a horrible accident before they were even a year old, and their father, overcome with grief and guilt over his conviction that he had caused their mother's death, had effectively disappeared from their lives, except for brief, unsatisfactory visits twice a year or so. He had acquired an unsavoury reputation as a rake, though they had not known that, of course, until much later. He was back in their lives now, and had been for the past 8 years. Estelle loved him dearly, but that did not change the fact that their formative years, from 1 to 17, had been spent in the care of Aunt Jane, their mother's elder sister, and Uncle Charles, and in the company of Oliver and Ellen, their cousins, both older than they. It had been a strict upbringing, with much emphasis upon duty and moral rectitude, and self-discipline and piety. Estelle and Bertrand had also been loved, though, but there had always been a gaping hole in their lives, partly because their mother was dead, though mainly because their father was not. They had longed and yearned for him, watched for him from the attic room of Elm Court, where they had lived through most of those years, and lived again now. Yet whenever he had come, they had held themselves aloof from him, waiting and waiting for him to open his arms and his heart to them, or give some other sign, make the first move, stay. After he left, usually sooner than he had intended, they hated him and wept for him. Yes, Bertrand had wept too, and resolved to forget all about him, to cut him from their lives. Until that was, they found themselves in the attic again, watching for his return, yearning for him. Ah, Estelle shook her head. She had not intended to sink into those memories today of all days. Today was for simple enjoyment. Tomorrow there might be clouds and blustery winds, and chill temperatures and rain again. 3 days in a row was too much to hope for with any confidence this year. Today she was free to do whatever she wished. Much as she had loved having her aunt and uncle and Ellen to stay, she had, as always, felt constrained by their presence, as though she needed to be on her very best behaviour every single moment, and to listen meekly to almost daily harangues. Though no, that was unfair. Harangues was a negative word. Aunt Jane loved her, and wanted the best for her, and of her. She gave suggestions now, and they were often sound advice. Her aunt did not approve of Estelle's living at Elm Court virtually alone, though Bertrand lived there too, and they had always been extraordinarily close, despite the fact that they were not, of course, identical twins. Estelle, in Aunt Jane's opinion, really ought to have a female companion living with her, just as Lady Maria Wiley of Prospect Hall did, and very proper too, though one could wish that her companion was a decade or so older than she was. It was bordering upon scandalous that Estelle did not have one at all. Aunt Jane could not understand why the Marchioness did not insist upon it, The Marchioness was Estelle's stepmother of 8 years, her father's second wife. He was the Marquis of Dorchester. Estelle did not want a companion, not a female one anyway. She had Bertrand, and he was enough for her. For a few years, just before their father's marriage to Viola Kingsley, and then afterward, they had lived at Redcliffe Court in Northamptonshire, where they had been taken after their father inherited the title and property. 2 years ago, however, they had come back to Elm Court, just the two of them, having found themselves overwhelmed by the life of the ton into which they had been thrust, with great success, incidentally, and even some enjoyment, until suddenly it had been enjoyable no longer. They had already been in their 20s when it happened, an age at which Estelle at least ought to have been married, according to conventional wisdom. She had never really been tempted, however, though she liked a number of the eligible men she had met. Instead, she had wanted to find herself, for want of a clearer way to describe how she had felt. And of course it was how Bertrand had felt too. They so often thought alike about the important things. So they had come back to Elm Court to live. Oh, not to become hermits. Far from it. Just this year, for example, they had gone to London for a few weeks of the season, and had proceeded from there to Hinsford Manor in Hampshire, to celebrate the 30th birthday of Harry Westcott, their stepmother's son, and therefore their stepbrother. It was a large family party that had turned unexpectedly into a celebration of Harry's wedding to Lydia Taverner. All of it had been thoroughly enjoyable, for both Estelle and her twin, but they had come back here well before the end of the season. Sometimes Estelle wondered if they would grow old together here, to be known as those weird and eccentric twins. But life was ever-changing. It was impossible to predict the future. She did not even want to try. She sat in the sunshine. The heat felt very good. But, well, it was really quite hot. And temptation beckoned in the form of the river. Poor Aunt Jane would have had heart palpitations. But Aunt Jane was not here, was she? And there was no one else in sight to be scandalized. It was why Estelle always loved walking beside the river, north of their property, in fact. No one else ever came here. The bridge, sturdy and picturesque though it was rarely used these days, now that the main road nearby had been widened and resurfaced, and was far more convenient to travellers than the narrow, rutted track that crossed the bridge. Most people would naturally choose convenience and comfort over a scenic route. Temptation was not to be resisted, Estelle decided at last, perhaps because she did not put up any great fight against it. She pulled off her shoes and set them neatly beside her, peeled off her stockings and pressed them into the shoes so they would not go wafting away in the breeze, folded the lower half of her skirt neatly over her knees so that some remnant of modesty would be preserved, and lowered her feet gingerly into the river. She gasped at the coldness of the water, but she lowered her legs farther, wiggling her toes as she did so, and found that they quickly adapted. And, oh goodness, it felt delicious. She swished her feet and laughed when a few splashes spread into dark circles on her dress, and doubtless penetrated each fold of it. One droplet landed on the side of her nose. She brushed it away and dried her hand on her skirt. She felt herself relax as she brought the whole of her attention back to the scene around her, and in her. For of course she was part of the scene, right to the very core of her being. It was not a case of her and it. She actually was it, just as the birds were, and the insects, and the grass, and the daisies, and that butterfly fluttering over a cluster of clover. This, she thought, was contentment, even happiness. Just this. She wished Bertrand had come with her. Her bonnet was protecting her head from the full force of the sun. The brim was shading her eyes and preventing her from acquiring a red and shiny nose, which her maid would cluck over with disapproval, and Bertrand would laugh at. But just for a couple of minutes she wanted to feel it all, the brightness and the warmth. She pulled loose the ribbons beneath her chin and took off her bonnet. One of her hairpins caught in the bottom edge of it, and while she wrestled to free it, a whole hank of hair came tumbling down over her shoulder. Bother! But it served her right. She set the bonnet on the grass, pulled out the rest of her hairpins, and dropped them carefully into the hat. She shook her head and combed her fingers through her hair in the hope of achieving something like smoothness. It was impossible, of course, since she did not have a brush with her. But so what? She had already decided that she would not go visiting. A sense of delicious freedom welled up in her and spilled over in exuberance. She kicked her feet, careful not to splash herself again. She propped herself up with her hands spread on the grass behind her, tipped back her head so she could feel the sun on her face and cool air on the back of her neck, and closed her eyes. This was pure bliss. Until that was, she became aware of someone panting, someone who was not her, and then she heard low, menacing growls, and then angry barking. Her eyes flew open, and she whipped her head about to see a huge monster of a dog dashing toward her across the grass, all bared teeth and ferocity and flying spittle and giant paws. If Estelle had not been half paralyzed with terror, she might well have jumped screaming right into the river. Instead, she sat up sharply, spread her hands before her face, palms out, fingers spread, and cried out. Something idiotic like, "Good doggy," she thought afterward. By then, she hoped fervently she had not actually said doggy. "Heel, Captain!" The voice that snapped out the command came from somewhere behind Estelle. It was a harsh masculine voice, and instantly effective. The dog stopped in its tracks, a mere 6 feet from Estelle and towering over her. It growled menacingly once, tipped its head to one side, one brown ear flopping against its head, the other swinging free, black jowls quivering, black nose twitching, black eyes glaring death and destruction, and turned to trot to where the voice had come from. Estelle sucked in a deep breath of air, perhaps the first since she had heard the panting. She turned more fully, drawing her feet from the water at the same time, curling her legs under her and pulling her skirt down over them. All a bit too late for modesty. People never came this way. Well, almost never. He was astride a massive horse, an equally massive man, or so he appeared to Estelle from her vantage point close to the ground. Oh, dear God! Her hair was all about her in a half-tangled, untidy mass. Her dress was soggy and clinging to her bare legs. He, on the other hand, was immaculately clad for riding, a man with wide shoulders and a broad chest and powerful-looking thighs. He was dark and dour of countenance, though the fact that his tall hat was pulled low over his brow and cast his face in shadow might account for at least part of that impression. His black-faced brown bloodhound panted up at him, as though awaiting the order to attack and kill. He was some distance away from Estelle, holding his horse quite still, while he regarded her in silence. He made no apology. He asked for no assurance that she was unharmed. He uttered no greeting of any sort, except that even as she noted this, he touched his whip to the brim of his hat and inclined his head perhaps 1.5 inches in her direction. Then he rode down the track, across the bridge, in among the trees that lay beyond the bank on the other side, and disappeared. After that one slight acknowledgment of her existence, he had not once looked her way. Well! Estelle gaped after him. She was trembling, she realized. Her heart was still beating at what felt like double time. It pounded in her chest and sounded like a drumbeat in her ears. Her hands were tingling with pins and needles. Her teeth were chattering, though certainly not with cold, despite the fact that her skirt was definitely wet and uncomfortable about her legs. Her hair felt like a jungle, and probably looked like one. She felt foolish and humiliated, despite the fact that he was a stranger, and it was unlikely she would ever see him again. She also felt indignant and ruffled, downright angry, in fact. How dared he have a vicious dog like that on the loose, where it might attack any unwary person walking alone, or sitting with her feet dangling in the water and tear her to shreds? Her heart speeded up further, if it was possible, and made her feel quite faint for a moment. And how dared he not dismount from that monster of a horse and hurry to her assistance, or gentlemanly concern for her well-being? For all he knew, she might have swooned as soon as his back was turned and toppled into the water and drowned, and floated away like Ophelia and eventually sunk, never to be seen or heard of again. At the very least, he ought to have been abject in his apologies for frightening her. Instead, his silent stare had somehow put her at fault, as though she had upset his poor dog. Had she really called him a doggy? Captain! Whoever had heard of calling a dog captain? So much for a perfect summer day. It was ruined. She wondered if she would tell Bertrand. She could narrate the encounter amusingly. He would laugh, after ascertaining that she had taken no real harm. But she would have nightmares for a week, perhaps longer, perhaps for the rest of her life. She was still breathless. She was almost whimpering. A butterfly fluttering past her face made her jump. She pulled on her stockings, tried unsuccessfully again to comb her fingers all the way through her hair, gave up the struggle and got to her feet. She pushed them into her shoes and made her way home, her bonnet dangling from the fingers of one hand, her hairpins tinkling around inside it. Aunt Jane would have needed to be revived if she could have seen her now. Not, now that Estelle came to think of it, that she had ever seen her aunt swoon. Justin Wiley, Earl of Brandon, was not in a good mood, and that was putting it mildly. He had no wish to go where he was going, was not looking forward to getting there, and was wondering even now if he should simply turn around and go back, even though he had come a long way and was almost at his destination. He did not then appreciate a distraction on top of everything else, especially when it came in the form of a woman whom he had mistaken at first for a farm wench playing truant from her chores, before realizing that she was far too finely clad to be anything other than a lady. But a lady out alone in the middle of nowhere, with her hair in a dark, unruly cloud down her back, and skirts up over her knees while her bare legs and feet dangled in the river. The very sight of her had irritated him, because, of course, he had reacted as any vigorous male would have in the circumstances, with a surge of sheer startled lust. After he had called off Captain, that was, and watched the woman try to contain her terror, and at the same time make herself look respectable. Her efforts had done the opposite, by drawing attention to a heaving bosom and bare, shapely legs, and that wanton hair. It had been a brief distraction, over in a matter of minutes, as he rode across the stone bridge that spanned the river and in among the trees on the other side. But his already dark mood had been further darkened, and he did not appreciate it one little bit. He had frightened a helpless woman, or at least Captain had, which was really the same thing since the dog was his, and he had reacted to her in an undisciplined, quite despicable way, even if he had not acted upon his baser instincts. Prospect Hall must be close, within a mile or so anyway. That meant that the lady who was behaving with such scandalous disregard for propriety back there probably lived somewhere close. It was a fact that accused him, and he did not need more guilt heaped upon him. For longer than a year now, he had had the sole charge of his sister. He was her guardian, but had procrastinated in fulfilling his duty to her, simply because she wanted nothing to do with him. He had respected her wishes while she was in mourning for her mother, and had stayed away, and so he had perhaps exposed her to the bad influence of neighbours who did not know how to behave. Yet even now, when he had come at last to take charge, he was reluctant to complete his journey, and was even tempted not to do so. Good God! They might be acquaintances, that woman and his sister. Half-sister, to be precise. Perhaps they were even friends. It was true that Maria had Miss Vane as a companion for respectability and some protection, but he had never met Miss Vane, and knew little about her, except that she had once been Maria's governess. He really had been unpardonably derelict in his duty. Even while Maria's mother was still alive, he had been his sister's official guardian after his father's death 6 years ago. He had just this moment been deficient also in his duty as a gentleman, he realized with a sudden grimace. He had not apologized to that woman for frightening her, or explained to her that Captain was far too well trained to attack anyone, or any creature in fact, without his master's say-so, which had never yet been given, or that Cap was far too good-natured a dog to want to attack anyone. Doubtless he had been galloping up on the woman in the hope that she would allow him to slobber and pant all over her in exchange for a belly rub. It was distinctly to the dog's disadvantage that he was so large and fierce-looking, with his giant paws and black face and wobbling jowls, and that his bark was deep and loud enough to wake the dead. Justin had not even stopped long enough to assure himself that the woman had recovered from her fright. His dog had not gone within 8 feet of her, but she might well be a vapourish sort. She might, even now, be stretched senseless upon the river-bank, getting fried by the sun. It was extremely unlikely, but he resented the distraction, and the way the incident had somehow put him in the wrong. He needed to concentrate his mind upon the coming encounter with his sister. Soon. A mile or so beyond the bridge, he had been told at the village he had passed through 20 minutes or so ago. A couple of miles all told. About 3 miles if he continued along the road, as he would have done if he had been travelling with his carriage. He had sent that by the road with his valet and his baggage, and had taken the shorter route himself, something he now regretted. So, less than a mile to go. Maria was the daughter of his father and his father's second wife, now deceased. She was 14 years younger than Justin. He had not seen her for 12 years. She had been a child then, 8 years old, thin and pale, with fine blonde hair and big blue eyes, and he had adored her, and she him. But he had left home abruptly, and been gone for 6 years, before he inherited the title and properties and fortune upon the death of his father. One of his first acts as Earl of Brandon, before he went home to Everleigh Park, was to have the Countess, his stepmother, and therefore her daughter too, sent here to Prospect Hall to live. It was one of his smaller properties, though the house was said to be a comfortable, attractive manor set in pretty grounds, and run by a small but competent staff, most of whom had been here forever. Justin had never come in person. His stepmother's health had broken down a year or 2 after the move, and had deteriorated steadily over the following years. Her illness had become more and more debilitating, until, by the end, she could neither rise from her bed, nor move her limbs, nor speak. Even swallowing apparently had become well-nigh impossible, according to the brief, very factual reports Miss Vane had sent him twice a month. He had sent a physician from London, and a few nurses, who had come highly recommended. Each of the nurses had been dismissed within a week. Maria had nursed her mother herself right up to the end. The Countess had died a little more than a year ago, and Maria had been left alone with her companion. She would remain under Justin's guardianship until her 25th birthday, or until she married, with his permission, whichever came first. His sister had been here then since she was 14, with a sick mother for 3 or 4 of those years. She had been in mourning during the year since her mother's death. One could only imagine the sort of hell she had lived through. Yet she had refused his summons, couched very carefully as an invitation to return to Everleigh Park after the funeral, and again a year later. On the latter occasion, just a couple of months ago, she had dictated her answer to Miss Vane, who had written it in her small, distinct handwriting. Lady Maria Wiley must confess to a certain degree of puzzlement over the Earl of Brandon's invitation to return home. She is already at home. Unless, that is, his lordship should choose to assert his sole ownership of Prospect Hall and require her removal, in which case she will purchase a home of her own, with the inheritance left her by her mother, and thus free him of an inconvenience and herself of any future harassment. He had read and re-read the extraordinary letter with amazed incredulity. Harassment? Could she hate him so much? It was obvious she could, and did. Did she realize, though, that the money her mother had left her was in trust with him for another 5 years? Did she understand that he was her legal guardian? He had thought himself hardened against everything life could possibly hurl his way. He had had long practice, after all. But Maria had found a small chink in his armour. She was all that was left of what he had once valued, of what he had once loved. A long, long time ago. A lifetime or 2 ago. There was a cluster of cottages up ahead on one side of the track. A picturesque stone manor stood alone on the other side, set back some distance from the road within a large garden of lawns and trellises and roses and myriad other flowers. This must be Prospect Hall. Even now he considered turning back or simply riding on by. Being hated wore upon one. He was, however, long inured to such pain. He turned onto the wide gravelled pathway that led through an open gate and along beside the manor to a stable block behind and to one side of it. He wondered if, in her wildest nightmares, Maria expected him to come here in person to fetch her home. But she had given him no choice. Chapter 2. It rained heavily and relentlessly the following day, from the middle of the morning on. But, disappointing as it was, a rainy day had its own beauty. Estelle was sitting on the window seat in the study, her favourite room in the house, with her back against a cushion, her feet flat on the padded sill, her knees drawn up before her. She had an open book propped against her legs, but was no longer reading it. She was watching the rain slanting against the backdrop of the tall trees in the distance, beyond the lawn and the parterres. The wind was bowing the branches. The grass was emerald green and a bit overlong, though it was not yet unruly. It was the way she liked it best, actually, just before it was scythed, though she did love the smell of newly cut grass too. She turned her head to look at her brother. He was inelegantly slouched in the ancient leather chair before the fireplace, though the fire had not been lit. Aunt Jane would have frowned at his posture, yet there was a certain grace to it, as there was to his every movement. He was long and lean, just as she was on a smaller scale and with a few feminine curves thrown in. He was darkly handsome, charming too, with a smile that could warm a room. She had seen the effect it had upon London drawing-rooms and ballrooms. Men instinctively liked him, and women of all ages melted before him in droves. Young women almost visibly fell in love with him on sight. It really was not much of an exaggeration. The fact that he was Viscount Whately, heir to a marquess's title and fortune, was no doubt part of his appeal. But it was only a small part. It was his person that attracted. Yet he never flirted or sent out deliberate lures, not in Estelle's experience anyway. There was no vanity in him. His long legs were stretched out before him now, one of his booted feet braced against the hearth. One elbow rested on the arm of his chair, while his fingers played absently with his hair, which was slightly ruffled on that side. The other hand turned the pages of his book, in which she had been deeply engrossed for more than an hour. It was, she knew, some ancient Greek play, in Greek. It lost something in translation, he had explained, when she had pointed out that there was a highly rated English version of the same play on one of the bookshelves. He sensed her eyes upon him, and looked up to smile at her. "Still raining?" he asked. "Is the world still turning?" she replied. He laughed. "It was a foolish question," he admitted. "It feels good to be quiet again, does it not? Just the two of us." "It does," she said. "Though that sounds disloyal to our aunt and uncle," he added, setting his book face down across his lap. "It was good having them here." "It was," she said. "And Aunt Anne-Marie and Uncle William last month." Anne-Marie Cornish was their father's sister. "And seeing Papa and Mother and all the Westcotts at Hinsford, and in London during the spring. It was all lovely. But yes, Bert, it feels very good to be quiet and alone here again, with all the autumn and winter to look forward to. I think we must be hopeless cases." "Not hermits, but close." He smiled again, and hesitated before continuing. "Do you ever feel damaged, Stell?" Oh, where had that come from? The question had hovered between them for years, but had never actually been put into words by either of them. Until now, right out of the blue, or rather, right out of the grey and the rain. Damaged. By our upbringing. But it was the only thing he could mean. There was a longish pause while she gave her answer some thought, and they stared across the room at each other. No, not damaged. It is the wrong word. Influenced, yes, of course. All adults are influenced by their childhood and youth. It would be impossible not to be. For some people, those growing years are difficult. Oh, I suppose they are for all people to greater or lesser degrees. There is surely no such thing as a perfectly idyllic childhood. And if there were, it would perhaps be a poor preparation for adulthood. But even difficult childhoods are not always damaging. They can be just the opposite, in fact. They can build character and understanding and even wisdom. And fortitude. Mamma stumbled over the hem of her dressing gown and tried to steady herself with a hand against the wall behind her, he said, except that she set her hand where the window would have been if Papa had not opened it earlier, and fell to her death. It had happened upstairs in this very house, in what had then been the nursery, hers and Bertrand's, early one morning while their father was rocking them to sleep. They had been cutting teeth. It ought not to have happened, Bertrand added. But it did, she said. I wish I remembered her. She had us for almost a whole year. Held us, fed us, laughed with us, played with us. Why is it we do not start remembering things right from the moment of our birth? Have you forgiven our father? He asked. I mean, really forgiven him? Papa, she said. Quite frequently now Bertrand called him that. Sometimes, though, he still referred to him as father. Yes, Bert, I have. For opening that window, of course. He could not have predicted. It was pure accident. But yes, for the rest of it too. He cannot go back to change the 16 years following Mamma's death, though I believe he would if he could. That is always the trouble with life, is it not? We cannot go back, even by as much as a day or an hour, to change something we said or did, or something we did not say or do, or everything that resulted from those words and deeds. I have asked myself what might have happened if Aunt Jane and Uncle Charles had not come here and stayed and taken over our upbringing, and really done a pretty commendable job of it. Every time Papa came home, he must have seen that we were well cared for, with a substitute mother and father, and even older cousins as a substitute brother and sister. And we never complained to him. We never even spoke to him, unless he spoke to us. He must have felt like an intruder, like a failure. He must have convinced himself, he has told us he did, that we were far better off without him.
He was wrong, Bertrand said.
He was, she agreed. And of course he ought to have known better. But he cannot go back. Neither can we. I sometimes wonder what might have happened if, during one of his visits, we had thrown ourselves upon him and begged him to stay, or to take us with him. But we never did. We had been taught to behave with quiet decorum, to be seen and not heard, and we doubted his love. So we can never know what might have happened. We cannot go back.
No, he agreed.
But though our upbringing was... Oh, it was really rather cheerless, was it not, Bert? She said. Even so, we were enormously fortunate to have an uncle and aunt willing to give up years of their own lives and even their own home to come here for our sakes. And they did love us, even though it was never in a really warm or demonstrative way. I think Mamma must have hugged us a lot. Probably Papa too during that first year. He was the one trying to rock us to sleep after all. He had been up most of the night with us, because our nurse was exhausted and he had sent her to bed. Oh, if only we could remember. I have indeed forgiven him, Bert, and I do not feel damaged, only different perhaps from what I might have been, which is a foolish way to think. We are all different from what we might have been if this or that had been different. Life is nothing if not precarious. It is how we live from day to day that matters, though.
You are not damaged, then, he said. Yet you are still unmarried, Stell, at the age of 25, soon to be 26, even though you are titled, rich, and beautiful, even though you sparkle with vitality and charm in company, and have had so many offers I have lost count. That was a bit of an exaggeration. Actually, a lot of an exaggeration. She was usually able to deflect ardour before it organised itself into a formal offer.
You are 25, almost 26 too, she said, though you will always and ever be 20 minutes younger than I am. You are titled, rich, and handsome. You radiate warmth and charm in company. Yet you are still unmarried too. You have not even made any offers, unless you have been very secretive about it.
He closed his book and set it down on the small table beside his chair. It is different for me, he said. I am a man. There is a difference, Stell, though I can see you are about to bristle and give me a lecture on the unfairness of it all.
And you believe I remain single because I am damaged, she said. She closed her own book too, after taking note of the page number, and slid it down between herself and the window.
It has occurred to me, he said. Do you want to marry Estelle?
She folded her arms beneath her bosom and gazed outward for a few moments. The rain was still sheeting down. The flowers in the beds were getting buffeted. Are you afraid I will still be here, an aging spinster sister, after you bring a bride to Elm Court? She asked, turning her head back to smile at him.
causing endless trouble. He grinned back. "I will ship you off to Redcliffe," he said. "You can be a prop and stay to our father and stepmother in their old age."
"Poor things,"
she laughed.
"And poor me. Of course I want to marry. But before you ask, I have no idea when and even less idea whom. I have not met him yet."
"Would you know if you had?" he asked. She thought about it.
"Maybe not,"
she admitted.
"Though when I think of all the men I know, the single ones, I really cannot picture myself married to any one of them. Not that that is any indictment of them. There are some very pleasant and worthy men among them. But—"
For some reason, she thought of the dark, dour stranger who had ridden into her life and out of it yesterday, passing her by without a word, even though that vicious dog of his might have torn her limb from limb if he had been one moment later arriving upon the scene. She almost laughed, but Bertrand would want to know why, and she had not told him about the incident. He was quite capable of forbidding her to leave their property without male protection, and they would end up squabbling, and she would accuse him of sounding just like Aunt Jane, and he would accuse her of not heeding good advice when she heard it, simply because she found Aunt Jane tedious, which would be grossly unfair. She loved their aunt. "But," he said, prompting her, "what sort of man are you looking for, Stell?"
"Oh, let me see. My dream man."
She pursed her lips and gazed out at the clouds.
"Not tall, dark and handsome, or he would be you. I love having you as a brother, Bert, but I would want something different in a husband."
"Short, fair and ugly, then?" he suggested.
"The thing is," she said, "that I cannot really suggest a physical type that attracts me more than any other. But he would have to be attractive. The trouble is, though, that is a difficult word to define. Something that attracts, or someone in this case. What are attractive qualities in a man, apart from just looks? Let me see. An open, pleasing countenance, I think. Smiling eyes, preferably blue. Yes, definitely blue. Good teeth, preferably white. A kindly manner, but with firm principles and the courage to stand by them. Charm, kindness to all, fellow feeling for all. Intelligence and some learning, a sense of humour, a regard for women as persons."
"Passion?" he suggested, when she paused to think some more. She considered it, and her mind yet again touched upon that man, who had seemed to be coldness to the core. She shivered and hugged her arms more tightly.
"And passion," she said, "and commitment and fidelity. No cher ami for my dream man."
"Position? Wealth? Property?" he suggested.
"Well, I am tempted to say that they are of no importance whatsoever," she said, "but that would be impractical. The idea of living on love alone goes too far into the realm of fantasy to be feasible. My husband would not have to be titled, but he would have to be of good birth and education, I believe. Otherwise we would have so little in common that there would not be enough to sustain a relationship when the first blush of romance had worn off. He would not have to be enormously wealthy or live in a mansion, but he would have to be comfortably situated. I do not believe I would be happy living in a hovel, waiting for him to snare a rabbit for me to skin and drop into a pot of stew with some thin gruel, and vegetables I had pulled up from my scrubby little patch of garden."
"And you would forever live in fear that he would be taken up for poaching and transported for 7 years or so." He laughed and sat up a little straighter in his chair.
"I would not," she said. "I would not have married him in the first place."
"But there would have to be a blush of romance," he said.
"I did use those words, did I not?" she admitted. "Oh, I believe so.
There must be something more than just a dispassionate decision that this man, rather than any other, will suit me as a husband. I just do not really know what that something is, though, Bert. Perhaps I will know it when I find it. If I find it. But he must be a man of impeccable character and reputation. I could not contemplate marrying a rake, even a reformed rake.
Like our father, he said quietly.
Well,
she said, shrugging her shoulders and turning her face to the window again.
There you have me, Bert. For he was undoubtedly a rake, was he not? Yet I love him dearly, and I do believe he is the best of husbands now. He and Mother are terribly happy.
Yes, he agreed.
But I am not our stepmother,
she said.
I could not do what she did. I would not take the risk. I could not marry a man with an unsavoury past and be happy with him, no matter how much he had reformed. I want someone—
Perfect, he suggested when she paused.
Well—
She laughed softly and turned to swing her legs to the floor.
It is not too much to ask, surely, when I have waited so long. Someone perfect.
Maybe not, he said. But it may explain why you are 25 and unwed.
And what about you? She asked. What are you looking for in a wife?
I am not, he said.
But when you do, she asked, you are not intending to remain single all your life, are you?
I could not do it even if I wanted to, he said. I have the succession to take care of. I am Papa's only son, and he has only the one brother. I cannot imagine that Uncle Andre will ever marry. Can you?
No, she said.
She was dearly fond of her uncle, but he reminded her of an overgrown boy, ever cheerful, but sadly addicted to all forms of gaming, and convinced that the very next bet he made would bring him the fortune that would set him up for life. Meantime, his pockets were almost always to let, and Estelle suspected he was never free of debt. I do not know what type of woman I will look for when I start searching, Bertrand said, but definitely not someone perfect, Stell. Such a one sounds to me like more than a bit of a snore.
Someone imperfect, then,
she said. She sounds infinitely more interesting, he said. Quite irresistible, in fact. Introduce me if you should meet her before I do. Are you going to ring for some tea, or shall I?
I am on my feet,
she said, standing up to prove it.
I will ring.
It did sound a bit dull when put into words. Someone perfect. But then perfection would preclude dullness, would it not? A dull man could not possibly be perfect, for he would lack that certain something that would make him perfect. And if she thought any more upon these lines, her head would surely make a complete turn on her neck and make her dizzy at the very least. She pulled the bell rope. She had not asked Bertrand, she realized, if he felt damaged. She suspected he did, that he always had. Something she had worked her way past had stuck with her twin. She now loved their father without reservation. Bertrand loved him, but— well, there did seem to be a but. Justin was outside walking. He had come around to the back of the house because when he had been at the front, he had felt as though he were being watched from the sitting room, with resentment and hostility, as though he had been preventing Maria from being out there herself, tending the roses. He had invited her to stroll with him, but she had refused. She was like a block of marble, even worse than he had expected. She had been easily recognizable, though he had not seen her for 12 years. Of medium height, she was slender to the point of thinness, with blonde hair that was thicker and shinier than it had been when she was a child. She had a pale, delicate complexion in a narrow, oval face, with a pointed chin and large blue eyes. She was beautiful, but in the way of a marble statue more than of a living woman, and a woman of 20 at that. She ought to be vibrant with youthful energy
and chafing at the bit, eager to start living again, to go out into the world to mingle with her peers and fall in love. She was free of what must have been a heavy burden of nursing her mother through a long, increasingly debilitating illness until her eventual death. She was at the end of her year of mourning. He had not seen one spark of vitality in her since his arrival. He did not know if it was just because he was here. If she had been surprised to see him 2 days ago, she had not shown it beyond a certain stillness when the housekeeper had announced him and he had stridden into the sitting-room, perhaps with more of a masterly stride than he ought. But he had been nervous, damn it. Within moments, however, she had got to her feet, made him a deep curtsy, and greeted him with a single word. "Brandon," she had said. Her companion had curtsied to him too. "Maria," he had said. "And Miss Vane, I assume?" His sister had said no more. Her companion had inclined her head to indicate that, yes, he had correctly identified her. He could not even remember what he had gone on to say. Nothing much. Nothing that had warmed the atmosphere even 1 degree. Silence did not seem to disconcert Maria. She seemed to feel no social obligation to initiate conversation during a lull, or to pick up and enlarge upon any topic he introduced. She was the mistress of the monosyllabic answer. She displayed no curiosity about the brother she had once adored and had not seen in 12 years. She asked no questions about his journey or his reason for coming here. She had said nothing during that first meeting about instructing the servants to prepare a room for him or set a place for him at the dinner table. She had not asked how long he intended to stay. He wondered exactly what her mother had told her about him, and what their father had told her. He had left Captain out in the stables, in the care of the lone groom who worked there. His dog had not been happy about it, but he knew how to take orders and how to express his displeasure over ones of which he disapproved. Drooping ears and jowls, and eyes he could make look as though they too drooped at the outer corners. An ambling gait as he walked slowly on his large paws, head down, looking like an octogenarian. None of it had caused Justin to relent. For what had remained of the day of his arrival, he had contented himself with behaving more or less like a guest, though he had asked to be directed to a bedchamber. It was Miss Vane who had taken charge, after a glance at a silent Maria. She had shown him to the room the housekeeper informed her had been prepared for him. It was Miss Vane who told him when dinner would be served. Yesterday, since courtesy was getting him nowhere with Maria, he had asserted himself as the owner of Prospect Hall. He had spent time with the housekeeper and inspected the kitchen and pantries with her. He had sat down at the desk in her office and examined the account books. He kept no steward here, just as his father had not, since the size of the house and grounds and the farmland beyond them did not justify the extra expense. He had a man of business who managed all the smaller properties of the earldom from his office in London, and sent regular and detailed reports. The man had proved both honest and efficient, as Justin had expected. He had worked for the late Earl for 20 years before his death. Since it had been raining too heavily for him to go out, he had asked the housekeeper if he might have the use of her room for a short while longer, and had summoned Miss Vane. He had asked her if she was satisfied with her position as companion to his sister when she had been originally hired as a governess. Yes, she had told him. It was Maria herself who had begged her to stay when the Countess had decided that her formal education was over after she turned 17. "Only 17, Justin had said. "The Countess, her mother, needed her, my lord," Miss Vane had told him. "She was ill and required almost constant company and assistance." "None of the nurses I sent were as good as they were reputed to be?" he had asked her. "They did not suit the Countess," Miss Vane had said. She preferred her daughter.
Not you? Justin had asked her. Did you help nurse her, Miss Vane?
She preferred her daughter, my lord, she had said.
She was a serious, dignified young woman. She had looked him in the eye as she spoke to him, but she would not open up to him, he suspected, and give anything more than a brief, factual answer to any question he asked, which was fair enough. She was an employee. She had her livelihood to protect. He suspected she might be fond of his sister. It was Maria, rather than the Countess, who persuaded you to remain in the capacity of companion after your duties as governess were terminated, then? He had asked.
Yes, my lord, she had said. She persuaded the Countess that she needed me, and she wrote to your man of business in London for permission, since it is you, I believe, who pays my salary.
Nursing her mother single-handed must have been hard on my sister, he had said.
Yes, my lord, she had said, but it is what daughters do.
And hard on Miss Vane, too, he did not doubt. She was clearly a gentlewoman. She was almost certainly impoverished, or at least her father was. This could not be much of a life for her. But one could not always choose one's own way of life, or even one's occupation, as he knew well from personal experience. At least she was employed, and he knew she was well paid. You are prepared to continue as my sister's companion? He had asked her, though it will entail a removal to Everleigh Park. She had hesitated.
I would be uncomfortable going so far from my own home, my lord, she had said. From my father's home, that is. My mother gave birth again a year ago. She is not a young woman. 4 of my brothers and sisters are under the age of 10. I believe she is finding it hard to cope. I would rather not go so far away.
He would guess her age to be somewhere between 25 and 30, Justin thought. How many children were there, for God's sake? And how old was her mother? Fortunately, it was not his concern. I understand, he had said. I will see to it that you are paid the equivalent of 6 months' salary when you leave here, Miss Vane, and I thank you for your service to my sister.
That is very generous of you, my lord, she had said.
He had got to his feet and indicated the door behind her. It was a disappointment. Compelling Maria to leave here to return to Everleigh Park with him was going to be even more difficult than he had thought. This morning the rain had stopped, and Justin had found the foreman of the farm and inspected the barns and granaries and fields and the cattle sheds and sheep pens. He had spoken with some of the labourers, and even looked in upon the cottages of a couple of them, and spoken with their wives. As he had expected, though, all seemed to be running smoothly. No one expressed any outstanding grievances. This afternoon he was having a good look around the park, or garden, rather. It did not quite qualify in size as a park. It was very pretty, nevertheless, and well cared for. The showpiece was the front garden, and its profusion of flowers, most notably roses. All the beds and trellises and surrounding banks of shrubs made of it the quintessential English country garden against the backdrop of the grey stone manor. But Justin preferred the back, with the stables and carriage house and paddock off to one side, and herb and vegetable gardens half hidden behind borders of flowers destined for the urns and vases inside the house. It was filled with them. Behind the gardens were tall trees, with rhododendron and azalea bushes blooming beneath them. Captain was back there, sniffing and marking out his new territory. He was more reconciled to the stables as a temporary home than he had been at the start. The groom, who had very little else to do, was lavishing a great deal of time and attention upon him, it seemed. Justin stood on the cobbled pathway between the two halves of the garden, gazing back toward the trees. Yesterday, after talking with Miss Vane, he had repeated his invitation to Maria to come to Everleigh with him when he returned there next week, keeping alive the myth that he was asking her rather than telling her.
It was her home, after all, he had reminded her. It was where she had lived until after her father, their father, died when she was 14. It was unfortunate that circumstances had prevented her from taking her proper place in society when she turned 18. But it was not by any means too late. She was only 20 now, and she was both the daughter and the sister of an earl. He would take her to London next spring for the season, and see to it that she had a suitable female to sponsor and chaperone her. In the meanwhile, he would provide some company and entertainment for her during what remained of the summer and through the winter. There would be old acquaintances to renew, new ones to be made. He had fumbled his way onward without any help from his sister. "No, thank you, Brandon," she had said when he had finished making his case. "I will stay here with Melanie. She and our neighbours are all the company I need or want." It had been a lengthy speech for her. He suspected she was refusing the life he offered just because she had a grudge against him. She was 20, for the love of God. It did not seem to him that there could be any robust social life to be found here. He would have to force the issue, of course, and he suspected she knew it. He was going to have to insist, though he did wonder why. If she was content to stay here, shut away from society, gradually seeing her youth dwindle, nursing whatever grievance she had against him specifically, and perhaps the world in general, then why not allow her to do so? She was a rational being, and no longer a child after all. And Miss Vane, who would probably remain in her employment if Maria stayed here, did offer her some respectability. He could not do it. He could not allow Maria to remain here. He felt responsible for her. He was responsible for her. He wondered again what her mother had told her about him, and their father before he died, though he very much doubted their father had told her anything. Certainly not the truth, or the truth as he had perceived it. And his father had never told lies. He might have closed up like a clam, but he would rather have done that than utter an untruth. It had been one thing upon which he had always been firm and inflexible. Had the Countess told her daughter the truth? Justin very much doubted that too. So what had she said to make Maria hate him so much? There was no doubt that she did hate him, without passion, the worst kind of hatred. Could his stepmother not simply have told her that he had gone away, as young men will, to explore the world and sow some wild oats before it became necessary to settle down? Maria might still have ended up hating him, but surely with passion. She would be raging against him for neglecting and abandoning her, for not even saying goodbye. Of course, that explanation, if her mother had given it, would no longer have sufficed when, 6 years ago, he had not returned home after their father's death. He had not returned, in fact, until well after he had given the command that the Countess remove here to Prospect Hall. Captain was dashing down the path toward him, woofing, and Justin became aware of the sound of horses' hooves and carriage wheels. "Sit, Cap," he said, and his dog obeyed, but not without looking reproachfully at him, all panting intelligence and eagerness to be gone to investigate this new excitement. The carriage did not come along the side of the house to the stables. It must have stopped at the front of the house then. The groom was striding out of the stables and going in that direction. Maria had a visitor, her first since his arrival. He stayed where he was for a few minutes. The last thing he felt like doing was being sociable to a stranger. However, he was the owner of Prospect Hall. He was Maria's brother and guardian. It would not do for her visitor to discover that he had remained skulking back here throughout the visit. He turned and strode off toward the stables, where he left Captain in his stall. It was spread with fresh straw, and the water bowl had been filled, he saw, and nodded to the groom, who was leading a horse and gig toward the stables. Justin let himself into the house by the front door. There were 2 hats on the side table, a tall-crowned man's hat and a fashionable bonnet with matching kid gloves. A couple, then. There was no sign of any servant. He proceeded to the sitting-room and let himself in without knocking. Conversation, which had sounded cheerful and lively, stopped abruptly as the 4 occupants of the room, all still on their feet, turned to look at him. The visitors were a man and a woman, both young, probably in their middle 20s, both smartly dressed in what he recognized as the first stare of fashion. The man was tall, dark, slim, and elegant. The woman was his feminine counterpart, and extremely, vividly lovely. There was a moment, a fraction of a moment, when he did not recognize her. Then he did. Perhaps it was the startled look upon her face, quickly suppressed.
"The Earl of Brandon,"
Maria said by way of introduction, without adding any explanation of his relationship to her. But perhaps they knew. Surely they did, in fact.
"Viscount Whately Brandon, and Lady Estelle Lamarr."
Not husband and wife, then, but he would have known it anyway. They were clearly brother and sister. No, more than that. There was something about them. They were somehow like 2 halves of a whole, masculine and feminine in perfect balance with each other. He would bet his fortune on it that they were twins. "Brandon?" Whately inclined his head with easy courtesy and smiled. "Lady Maria's brother, I believe."
"Half-brother,"
Maria said. Lady Estelle Lamarr acknowledged him with a nod of the head. No curtsy. Face like a mask. And Justin, who might have said or done any number of things to set them all at their ease, like stepping forward with a smile of his own and an outstretched hand, for example, and some remark that would require a response, said and did nothing beyond making the pair a slight, stiff bow. Chapter 3. "Well, that was awkward," Bertrand said cheerfully, as he guided the horse and gig through the gates and onto the road home, leaving Prospect Hall behind them. "Are you sure we stayed for only half an hour, Estelle? It felt more like 3.5.
"Poor Maria," Estelle said. "She does not seem at all happy to see her brother, does she? Half-brother, to be more accurate. I cannot say I blame her. I have rarely, if ever, met a more morose man."
The only thing she might say in his favour was that he had made no mention of that ghastly encounter by the river the day before yesterday. Not by the merest twitching of an eyebrow had he betrayed any sign of recognition. Perhaps he really had not recognized her. What with Lady Maria sulking and Miss Vane playing the part of demure, near-mute companion, and Brandon seemingly never having grasped the concept of making polite conversation, it was dashed hard going, Bertrand said. It is a good thing Miss Vane did at least open her mouth long enough to ask about Aunt Jane, Uncle Charles and Ellen, and we were able to give an exhaustive account of their long-drawn-out departure. Lady Maria actually smiled when you described the prayer meeting.
"It may be a little unfair to say she was sulking, Bert," Estelle said. "I would say she was displaying a dignified sort of displeasure with her half-brother without being openly ill-mannered about it. They must have quarrelled. Not just now, I mean. Years ago. We have always suspected it. How could we not, when everyone hereabouts was eager enough to inform us 2 years ago, when we came back to live at Elm Court, that Lady Brandon and Maria had not chosen to move here after the late Earl's passing, but had been commanded to come by the new Earl. Neither of us puts a great deal of trust in unsubstantiated rumour, but it did seem troubling that the Earl did not once come here in person while the Countess lay dying. Yet she was his stepmother, nor did he come afterward to comfort his sister or attend her mother's funeral. Maria herself has never spoken a word about her life before she came here, or about why she and the Countess came.
She has never made mention of her brother. Not in my hearing, anyway. None of it has been normal.
It is a bit strange that we had not set eyes upon him before today, either here or anywhere else, Bertrand said. He has had the title for a number of years now, and someone mentioned, it might have been Papa or Avery, that he has taken his place in the House of Lords. That means he must have been in London.
But never at any of the social events we attended, she said. I would not have forgotten that face if I had seen it before. It is really quite unpleasant, almost menacing. I wonder how he broke his nose.
Bertrand laughed. That detail has escaped the notice of the gossips hereabouts, he said, as he slowed the horse and steered the gig skilfully over the stone bridge, having chosen the scenic route home, bumpy though the track was in parts. It is amazing the breaking of the aristocratic nose does not have a story of its own. There are enough other stories to lift the hairs along the back of one's neck and remind one to keep the doors locked at night. The stories about the wicked Earl were still resurrected by the gossips whenever there was little other news to enliven conversation. He was said to have left home at the command of his father, the late Earl, several years before he succeeded to the title. He was said to have indulged in every vice and debauchery known to mankind, both before and after his banishment. It was even said that he had spent a few years at hard labour in some particularly notorious jail in the north of England. It was all wild conjecture, of course. No one had any hard facts or credible witnesses to substantiate the rumours. For the past 6 years he had been the Earl of Brandon, and had apparently settled down to a life of sober respectability, though no one was sure even of that, since he had never come here, and no one had ever run into him in London or elsewhere. I suppose, Bertrand added, no one knew about the nose in order to invent a story to account for it. That will soon be rectified, I am sure. I am betting on a jail-yard brawl.
Surely not all the stories we have been told can be untrue, Estelle said. Or can they? Having seen the man today, and spent half an hour in his company, I must confess I am half inclined to believe everything, including the prison story. He looks like a thoroughly bad lot, yet poor Maria cannot even ask him to leave. He owns Prospect Hall. I wonder if he is her guardian. I suppose he must be, though she has never said. She is only 20 after all.
There was indeed a hardness to the look of him, and it was not just his broken nose. It was his dark hair and dark, unfathomable eyes, several shades darker than her own and Bertrand's, chocolate without the cream, and his weather-bronzed, harsh-featured face. It was his massive size, which seemed to owe nothing at all to fat, but everything to muscle. Not the sort of muscle acquired by participation in gentlemanly sports, however, but the sort that came from manual labour. He looked like an impostor in his elegant gentleman's attire. He did not behave entirely like a gentleman either. He had no easy, sociable smiles, no conversation. Estelle was sure he had not strung more than 5 words together during their entire visit. He had not uttered a word of apology to her during their first encounter, though it must have been clear to him that his dog had scared her out of her wits. "How disappointing for you, Stell," Bertrand said, turning his head to grin at her. "You were presented today with the unexpected opportunity of meeting someone new, a single gentleman, an earl no less, a man both eligible and below the age of 60. But he does not fit your image of the perfect husband. He is missing a few attributes."
"Make that all attributes," she said.
"You cannot adjust your expectations?" he asked, still grinning.
"Alas, I cannot," she said with a sigh. "I might forgive him for being tall and dark, but no, Bert. It seems that I have become stuck in my ways in my old age. I must have blue eyes and a straight nose and a kindly manner.
Mere trivialities, he said. You are headed for eternal spinsterhood, Stell, though I must confess I would not enjoy having a brother-in-law with such non-existent conversation.
Oh, Bert, she said, did you see his hands? They are huge and calloused.
It is what results from unravelling all those hemp ropes in jail, he said. But picture this, Stell. You could sit beside him on a love-seat in your boudoir, rubbing a soothing salve into his hands while he entertains you with stories from his shady past. No, it does not sound like marital bliss to you? You do not think you could get more than 2 words at a time out of him? She punched him on the arm, and the gig swayed a bit drunkenly before he regained control of the ribbons. Estelle shrieked, and her brother laughed. But really, poor Maria! Exactly why had he come now, when he had never come before? Estelle and Bertrand had called upon Maria 2 years ago, as they had upon all their neighbours, to make her acquaintance. She had been an 18-year-old then, thinner and paler even than she was now, but self-possessed and mature beyond her years, and devoted to her severely ailing mother, whose declining health had already confined her to her own suite of rooms, though she had not yet been totally bedridden. They had never met the Countess, as she had stopped receiving visitors. The neighbours described her as a beautiful woman, who always hated to be seen before she had spent hours with her maid making herself look perfect. Maria had insisted upon caring for her mother herself, though it must have been an increasingly difficult task. She had dismissed a number of nurses who had come from an agency because they were not tender enough with their patient, and caused her more distress than comfort, or so Maria had claimed. Estelle had often wondered if it was, in fact, the Countess herself who had sent them away. If it was, it had been extremely selfish of her. Though it was perhaps wrong to judge someone who had been very ill, when she, Estelle, had always enjoyed good health. Estelle had returned to Prospect Hall at least once a week after that initial visit, at first out of pity for a young neighbour who must have been getting very little pleasure out of life, but then out of genuine friendship. If Maria was upstairs, tending the invalid, as she often was, Estelle would spend half an hour talking with Melanie Vane, the governess-turned-companion, a sensible woman who obviously felt a deep attachment to her charge. Though no, Miss Vane had said, in answer to a question Bertrand had asked one day when he had been with Estelle, she did not help at all in the sick room. Maria preferred to do all that needed doing herself, by which Estelle had suspected that the Countess preferred it, or demanded it. Maria had never given the slightest hint of anything but total affection for and devotion to her mother, however. Now, at the age of 20, released from her duties in the sick-room, and the year of her mourning at an end, Maria still looked fragile, and probably appeared shy to anyone who did not know her. Actually, she was neither, and Estelle was very fond of her. But she was still a minor, and there was something not quite proper about her living without the chaperonage of someone older than Melanie, who was close to Estelle in age. If the Earl of Brandon really was her guardian, then possibly he had plans for her. Marriage, perhaps. Did he have someone specific picked out for her? She would hate it if he did. But there was nothing Estelle could do about it. The Reverend Mott and some of the more socially prominent local families called at Prospect Hall over the next week to pay their respects to the Earl of Brandon, having heard he was in residence and never having met him before. More than one of them slipped that last fact quite deliberately into conversation, it seemed to Justin, as though to reproach him for neglecting his duty. To the Countess, perhaps. To his sister, probably. To them, maybe. His father had made a point of coming here once a year and staying a couple of weeks in order to inspect the property and call upon his neighbours, and even entertained some of them. He had been an affable sort, Justin's father, well-liked and well-respected wherever he went. Justin accepted a couple of invitations to dine and took Maria with him. It was somewhat reassuring to discover that she had not been obliged to live here as a near hermit. There were a few genteel families with whom she could and did socialize, it seemed, though he did learn that during the final years of her mother's illness and the year since her death, she had not left the hall for anything except Sunday service at church, and not always even then. There were very few young people of an age approximate to hers in the neighbourhood. Most of the young ladies were either married or still in the schoolroom. Most of the young men were absent, at school or university, or kicking their heels elsewhere, though their parents spoke fondly of them and their promising prospects. Justin had the feeling one or two of them might have been summoned home if the parents had been given advance notice of his coming. Maria was very eligible after all. But it was really quite improper for her to be here all alone, except for Miss Vane, who was not herself much older than her charge. He could not in all conscience allow his sister to remain here. He had known that before he came, of course, but now it was glaringly obvious. She did not even look 20. She could pass for a girl of 16. She was going to have to return to Everleigh with him, whether she liked it or not. She did not like it, of course. She did not argue, however. She merely said no, though Justin suspected she knew her answer counted for nothing. She had turned from marble to... what was harder and colder than marble? Granite? Whatever it was, she had turned to it since he had told her what was about to happen, like the tyrant his sister no doubt saw him as. No doubt, too, she knew that when she left, Miss Vane would not go with her. He did consider asking the woman if she would extend her employment for 1 month in order to accompany Maria to Everleigh and offer her companionship through her first few weeks there. But it would be unfair to ask, he decided. The neighbourhood family most eligible to offer his sister companionship was the brother and sister duo, the twins. Whatley's title, Justin had learned, was a courtesy one. He had suspected as much, actually, from the fact that the man's sister was Lady Estelle Lamarr, rather than simply Miss Lamarr. Their father was the Marquis of Dorchester, of Redcliffe Court in Northamptonshire. Justin had a nodding acquaintance with him from the House of Lords. Their stepmother was related in some way to the Westcott family, which boasted among its members more titles than almost any other noble family in England. Those twins were socially connected, even if one of them did choose to behave, on occasion, with a quite shocking lack of ladylike decorum, and they were of a suitable age to be his sister's friends. He would guess they were 25 or so. Both were single. Whatley was elegant and good-looking, and had the polished manners of a gentleman of superior rank. It had been impossible to discern in that one awkward meeting Justin had had with the man if he fancied Maria or if she fancied him. But it would not have been surprising. It would certainly be worth encouraging if there was some spark there. Lady Estelle was equally elegant and refined, despite the riverbank incident, with a certain liveliness of manner that must offer some of the light in darkness that Maria seemed desperately to need. Justin would be happy to encourage acquaintances with brother and sister, but not under present circumstances. Maria should not be here alone, and really ought not to have been during the past year while she mourned her mother. He ought to have insisted upon sending someone old enough to lend her countenance, though he could not for the life of him think whom. Lady Maple, perhaps? She was Maria's great-aunt on her mother's side, though he did not know if the two had ever met. The Countess had quarrelled with everyone in her family soon after she married Justin's father. Anyway, it was too late now. It seemed that Whatley and his sister lived alone at Elm Court, 2 or 3 miles away as the crow flies, farther by road. There was no question of his leaving Maria here. even though he hated the thought of taking her to Everleigh against her will, and without her long-time companion. He had had an idea, however, something that might ease her return to Everleigh and help her settle there during the crucial first couple of weeks or so. He did not particularly fancy meeting either one of the Lamarrs again, as he was fully aware that he had not acquitted himself well when they called at Prospect Hall. He had been a bit thrown at recognizing the woman from the river-bank, if the truth were known, and by the time he had recovered from that, it had been too late to greet the two of them as he ought, with a warm smile and a handshake. That failure had set the tone for the whole of the excruciatingly painful half-hour or so that had followed. If someone had tied his tongue in a knot, he could hardly have done worse. He would meet them again, though, by choice, provided they were at home, that was. He learned the direction of Elm Court from the groom in the stables, and saddled up his horse one afternoon and led it outside. He decided, perhaps against his better judgment, to take Captain too, since his dog had been levelling a more than usually hangdog expression at him lately, having not had a good run since their arrival here. He set out to call upon Viscount Whatley and Lady Estelle Lamarr. The grass had been newly scythed, and looked neat and smelled heavenly. Then, however, the 4 large flower-beds, which long before Estelle was born had been cut into the lawn with geometric precision to form 4 diamond shapes in a larger diamond formation, had ended up looking sadly ragged in contrast. She could have waited for the gardeners to get to them, as of course they would, but she liked doing a bit of gardening, and was out here now pulling weeds and cutting deadheads from among the flowers, and dropping them all into the basket she carried over her arm. And what a difference the pulling and cutting had made! The flowers in the 3 beds she had already done were looking considerably brighter and more fully alive again, and now this one did too. She stood back on the grass to admire her handiwork, but something caught the edge of her vision as she did so, and she looked across 2 large diamonds to the drive beyond. A horse and rider were just coming into view, and for a moment she brightened with the expectation that Bertrand was returning from his visit to the vicarage in time for tea. The Reverend Mott had once been his beloved and much revered teacher and mentor. That was in the days before their great-uncle died, and their father succeeded to the Marquess's title, and they all moved to Redcliffe Court. She and Bertrand, Aunt Jane and Uncle Charles, and cousins Oliver and Ellen, but not, alas, their father. It had taken another couple of years to bring him home to stay. Bertrand had gone today to discuss the Greek plays he had been reading. It all sounded as dry as dust to Estelle, but her twin had been full of eagerness in anticipation of an afternoon of interesting entertainment. No, they were not identical twins. The rider was not Bertrand, of course. He had walked into the village. It was the Earl of Brandon, and now Estelle could not even pretend to be away from home. He had seen her. So had his dog, which took a few menacing steps toward her across the lawn before stopping abruptly at something the man had said. She heard the low rumble of his voice, but could not discern the actual words. How very mortifying and unpleasant! Estelle was terribly aware of her ancient cotton dress, faded from innumerable washes and much despised by her maid, who always told her it was too old even for the rag-bag. But it was cool and comfortable, and was kept strictly for chores such as this one. Her straw hat must be almost as antique. Its brim was limp and shapeless, and wonderfully effective in shading her face and neck from the sun. Her gloves were large and elbow-length, and bright green and ugly, but they kept her fingers and forearms from being pricked, and they kept the dirt from getting beneath her fingernails, and the sap from staining her hands. Her shoes, well, the less said about her shoes, the better. She set down her basket, pulled off her gloves, and dropped them on top of the dead blooms and weeds. She could not do anything about the rest of her appearance. Let him think what he would. She did not much care about his good opinion anyway. She made her way toward him, skirting about the flower beds and eyeing the dog warily. It was panting, its tongue lolling out of its mouth. It was looking at her as though it would be happy to make her its afternoon tea, if only its master would be obliging enough to ride out of sight for a few moments. The man looked as morose as ever. Oh, it was wicked, perhaps, to have taken him in such thorough dislike. No, it was not. He had done nothing to make himself likeable. Quite the opposite. "Captain will not hurt you," he told her. "Not when you are here to call him off," she agreed. "Cap," he said. "Shake." And the dog, still panting, still gazing intently and hungrily at her, sat on its haunches, lifted one of its giant paws, and dangled it toward her. Oh, dear God! But he had done it deliberately to disconcert her, the man that was, to make a cringing female out of her, as he had done by the river. How she wished now that she had left her legs dangling in the water and merely tossed her head and her hair in his direction, and raised one haughty eyebrow. She took a few resolute steps forward, grasped the dog's paw in a firm clasp, and shook it. It was gigantic. It could flatten her with one swat, and it had lethal-looking claws. Was that what one called them on a dog, or were they nails? "How do you do, Captain?" she said, before looking up at the Earl. Man and dog suited each other. He was gigantic too, and he had those huge hands, neatly gloved at the moment and holding the reins. "How do you do, Lord Brandon?" He removed his hat. "I wondered, Lady Estelle," he said, "if I might have a few words with you and Viscount Whately." A few words? He had already had them, more than he had ever spoken in a row before now, and she wished he would go away, all the way away, back home where he had come from. Maria did not like him, even though he was her brother, and that fact merely confirmed Estelle in her own negative reaction to him. Perhaps those rumours about him were all true. Perhaps he was as dangerous and evil as he looked. Perhaps he really was an ex-convict. And perhaps she was overreacting, merely because she had embarrassed herself out by the river and called his dog a doggy and was embarrassing herself today. This dress, she remembered now, had been new when she was still living here with her aunt and uncle, before the move to Redcliffe. They had moved when she was 15. She was 25 now, going on 26. How excruciatingly embarrassing. Never mind the rag bag. The dress was too old for a museum. "Bertrand is not here," she said. "He ought to be back soon for tea. But when he gets to discussing classical literature with a vicar, time loses all meaning for both of them. It is altogether possible that eventually they will notice darkness has fallen beyond the windows of the study, though I dare say the vicar's housekeeper might insist upon feeding him his dinner before then." And what on earth was she prattling about now? "But you may have a word with me if you wish," she said. He glanced toward the house. "Perhaps it would not be quite the thing," he said. It was what Bertrand would think too. And, of course, Aunt Jane, if she were here. Though if she were here, then there would be no problem, would there? And how mortifying that this man had had to point out to her what was proper behaviour. "I will summon my maid," she said. "Perhaps you would like to take your horse to the stables, Lord Brandon, while I wash my hands, and change my dress, and my shoes, and comb my hair. The butler will show you up to the drawing-room. Please come home, Bert." She ought simply to have agreed with him that it was not the thing to entertain a gentleman alone. He would have gone away and returned some other time, if the word he wished to have with them was important enough. But she could not bear the thought of waiting every day in anticipation of his coming back. Better to hear him out now and be rid of him. He returned his hat to his head and proceeded on his way to the stables, his dog loping along at his side. Chapter 4. 15 minutes later, Estelle entered the drawing-room, wearing a sprigged muslin dress she had acquired in London during the spring. Her hair was freshly brushed and twisted into a knot at the back of her head, her maid's specialty when time was of the essence. He was standing with his back to the fireplace, his legs slightly apart, his hands behind him, his expression stern. Lord of his domain, in her drawing-room. Well, strictly speaking, Bertrand's drawing-room, but certainly not the Earl of Brandon's. Of Bertrand, of course, there was no sign. Olga, Estelle's maid, who had come into the room behind her, went to sit in the corner farthest from the window and busied herself with some darning. "Please have a seat," Estelle said. She thought he was going to ignore her invitation, but he was merely waiting, it seemed, for her to seat herself first. The man had some manners, then. He filled the chair he sat on, but there was no reason in the world why she should feel intimidated. She clasped her hands in her lap. "You did not bring Maria with you?" she asked. "No," he said. Well, that was obvious. Her question had been meant as a conversation starter. Why had he not brought Maria? He either had not recognized it as a cue, or did not like roundaboutation. Very well, she would be direct. "What is it you wished to say to my brother and me?" she asked him. Were his eyes really black? Or would she see varying shades of brown if she were closer to him? She had no wish whatsoever to be closer to him, however. She could live very happily without knowing the true colour of his eyes. "My sister is 20 years old," he said. "It was unexceptionable for her to live at Prospect Hall with her mother, even while her mother was gravely ill. I acquiesced to her wish to remain there to do her mourning after her mother died. They were extremely close, I believe, and Maria had given up several years of her own life to her care. She also had a companion with her, Miss Vane, a lady with whom she was long familiar, originally as her governess. I believed my sister would be so devastated by her loss that she would be content to live a retired existence with few social distractions, or none. I judged that her situation would be respectable enough, at least temporarily. Her mother. Her mother. Never Lady Brandon or my stepmother. "You judged correctly," Estelle said. "Maria was physically exhausted and emotionally drained through much of the past year. She received callers, but never returned the calls, as far as I am aware. She certainly never came here, though we invited her. But why had he not come sooner to check on her for himself? Why had he not come when Lady Brandon was desperately ill and dying? Why had he not gone to her funeral? She was buried in the churchyard here, not back at Everleigh Park beside her late husband. "She does get some outdoor exercise," he said. "She spends time in the garden. I understand the roses owe a great deal to her hard work." "Yes," she said. Tending the lavish beauty of the roses had given some consolation to a girl whose own life had been unendingly bleak, at least in the 2 years Estelle had known her. "Lady Estelle," he said, "she cannot remain here, especially when her companion is herself unmarried and under the age of 30, a woman who was hired as my sister's governess. There is no female relative of suitable age and circumstances on my father's side of the family, and only one, probably too elderly, on Maria's, upon whom I could call to live with her here. But even if there were someone, this is no place for the young daughter of an earl. She ought to have an opportunity to mingle with the ton and enjoy the company of her peers. She must return to Everleigh, which is her rightful home. She must take her place in society as soon as it can be arranged." Why was he telling her this? Why had he wanted Bertrand to hear what he had to say? Did he merely wish to justify his high-handed desire to take Maria away? It was his decision to make, not theirs. Did he perhaps hope she and her brother would join their voices with his in persuading Maria that it was in her best interest to return home with him? Perhaps it was,
But there was the fact that Maria appeared to dislike him, and that was probably understating her feelings. How would she feel if Bertrand had forced her to live with him here, but she hated him? No, that was no good. She could not imagine ever hating her twin, and heaven help him if he ever tried to force her to do anything she did not want to do. "Perhaps it is to Maria herself you ought to be making these arguments, Lord Brandon," she said.
"Do you believe I have not done so?" he asked harshly. "She will not even discuss the matter. Beyond the one word, no, she remains mute. And though she knows she cannot fight me if I insist, and I do insist, she treats me with a silent sort of contempt that is intolerable. To me, and to her, I dare say."
Contempt? "You wish me to persuade her, then, that it will be best for her to go with you?" she asked him, anger gathering like a ball in her stomach. "How can I know that, Lord Brandon? Perhaps happiness found in solitude is preferable to misery found in company, especially when one does not like the company." Now he had goaded her into being downright rude. He gazed at her in silence. He was very good at that. Silence did not seem to cause him discomfort. She ought to wait him out, but she could not. "And you wish Bertrand to add his persuasions to mine?" she asked. "He will not do it. He would consider it the height of impertinence to interfere between a brother and sister." The drawing-room door opened even as she spoke, and Bertrand came in, all haste and smiles, and a glance toward the corner to assure himself that some female servant was there, and his twin had not committed the unpardonable indiscretion of entertaining a gentleman alone.
"Brandon, good to see you,"
he said, striding across the room to shake the Earl by the hand, while Estelle nodded a dismissal to Olga.
"I am sorry I was from home when you came, and I apologize to you too, Stell. I promised to be back in time for tea, but the vicar and I got carried away with our discussion and lost track of time. A poor excuse, I know, but the truth, I am afraid."
The Earl had stood to shake hands with him. They were of almost the same height, Estelle noticed in some surprise. It had seemed to her, on their first encounter with him, that the Earl towered over her brother. They were very different in build, however. Her twin lithe and graceful, the Earl broader of girth and solid with muscle. He was not the sort of man one would wish to come across at night in a dark lane. "Lord Brandon wishes us to persuade Maria to return to Everleigh Park with him, Bert," Estelle said, as her brother took a seat directly across from their visitor.
"It would seem the best thing for her to do," Bertrand said, as the Earl opened his mouth to speak. "I have felt some concern over the fact that she no longer has an older relative living with her. Not that Lady Brandon was able to offer any real chaperonage for a few years before her demise, poor lady. She was very ill. Nevertheless, her very presence in the house made everything perfectly respectable. I take it Lady Maria does not wish to leave? I dare say she has grown comfortable here, and Prospect Hall is a pretty place. In what way do you believe we can convince her to change her mind, Brandon?"
Estelle clamped her teeth together. Trust her brother to take his part. Men and their protective instincts.
"That is not quite what I came to ask of you," the Earl said. "Lady Estelle has perhaps misunderstood what I have said."
"Indeed?" She raised her eyebrows.
"My sister must and will return to Everleigh Park with me," Lord Brandon said. "There is no question of her remaining here. She has been told, in fact, that we will be leaving within a week. Unfortunately, however, Miss Vane will be unable to accompany us. Family concerns make it difficult for her to move farther away from her own home than she already is. So I am going to have not only an unwilling sister at Everleigh with me, but also a very lonely one. I have taken some steps to make my house a more welcoming place for her, while she settles there after 6 years away, and accepts it as her home again. But I do not know how those plans will work out.
Being there will not be easy for her. She has never lived there without her mother, or for very long without her father. She has not lived there with me since she was 8 years old. I would be a great deal happier if I could arrange matters so that she could have someone familiar there in whom to confide and upon whom to lean, even if only for a short while. It is my hope that you, both of you, will be guests at Everleigh for a couple of weeks or so." "Oh, heaven forbid!" Estelle drew breath to speak. "And how does Lady Maria feel about this?" Bertrand asked before she could. "I have not asked her," the Earl admitted. "I decided to speak with you first. It is a great deal to ask." Indeed it was. Maria had been 8. He had been gone from home for 6 years then, before his father died and he inherited the title. Bertrand looked at Estelle, his eyebrows raised. "We will need to talk this over," she said, "between ourselves." It would be intolerable, and Maria would surely not appreciate such interference in her affairs. "Oh, by the way, Maria, when you go to Everleigh Park, against your will, with the brother you hate, Bert and I will be going too to spend a few weeks there as his guests. Will not that be fun? I can scarcely wait." But Melanie Vane would not be going with her. She would be all alone, with her brother. That would be a blow indeed to poor Maria. "We would also need to speak with Lady Maria," Bertrand said. "She is Estelle's friend, and a close acquaintance of mine. Even if we should decide, between ourselves, that we are willing to accept your invitation for her sake, we would not be comfortable having her presented with a fait accompli. She may be your sister and ward, Brandon, and therefore subject to your commands, but she owes nothing to us." "Maria is indeed my friend," Estelle said. "I would not do anything that concerns her behind her back, Lord Brandon. She may be a minor and a woman, but she matters, as a person." The Earl of Brandon got to his feet. "I will say nothing of my visit here, then," he said. "Until you have given me your answer, that is. May I expect it fairly soon?" "You say you plan to leave here with your sister within the week," Bertrand said. "We will give you our answer before then. In the meanwhile, it is altogether possible that we will call upon Lady Maria. If we do, we would appreciate a word alone with her." "You will have it." The Earl inclined his head and made his way toward the door. "Good day, Lady Estelle." Bertrand had got to his feet to follow him. She murmured something as they left the room. She resented this, she thought, as she stood up and stared at the door after it closed behind them. She deeply resented it. There was something between the Earl of Brandon and Maria, something old and ugly. Her father had died just before she and her mother came here, sent from Everleigh Park, it seemed, by the command of the present Earl, just as he had been banished by his father 6 years before that. If the story she had heard was true, that was. Was there a connection? But even if there was, it could not have involved Maria. She had been 8 years old. Estelle tried to imagine what would happen if her own father were to die. Horrid thought. She tried to imagine Bertrand sending their stepmother far away from Redcliffe, banishing her. She could not picture it. Their stepmother was not their mother. No one could take her place, even though she had died before their first birthday, and they had no conscious memories of her. But both she and Bertrand adored their stepmother. They called her mother, and she loved them. She was a very real part of their family unit. She would always have a home at Redcliffe, even if Bertrand moved there with a wife and family, even if she chose to go and live with one of her 3 children instead of remaining at Redcliffe. Maria had never offered any explanation of what had brought her and her mother here. Estelle felt for her now in her obvious distress over the arrival of her brother, and could only imagine how she must be feeling about having to return with him, alone, to the home she had not seen in 6 years. Nevertheless, that was Maria's business. She would adjust and cope somehow, She was a much stronger person than her physical appearance and her quiet demeanour suggested. Estelle very much resented being drawn into whatever secret passions lurked within that family story. It was not her story, or Bertrand's. They had dealt with their own demons when they had reared their nasty heads, and they had emerged from the struggle stronger and happier. They had their father back in their lives, with the wonderful bonus of a stepmother. And now they really were contented together here at Elm Court, alone again after a busy spring and a round of family visits. Alone for the autumn and winter they had been hoping, with the possible exception of Christmas. Bertrand came back into the room. "You do not want to go to Everleigh?" he asked. "I really, really do not," she told him. "But—" He tipped his head to one side and regarded her closely. "You will have sleepless nights if we leave it at that without giving it another thought. Is that what your frown is telling me?" "I despise the fact that you know me so well, Bert," she said. "How dare he present us with this dilemma?" "You really have taken him in dislike," he said, grinning at her. "Your heart is not in danger, is it, Stell?" He waggled his eyebrows. "Oh, that is not even funny!" She grabbed a cushion from the love seat and hurled it at him. He caught it in one hand. "We will talk about it," he said. "We do need to consider Lady Maria, and what, if anything, we can do to help her. I know you have grown very fond of her, Stell, and I care what happens to her. But may we have a tea tray brought up first? I am starved and parched." "And whose fault is that?" she asked. Lady Estelle Lamarr had been hostile. Whatley had been wary and careful in his response. He probably ought not to have called upon them, Justin thought, as he rode back to Prospect Hall, Captain loping along beside his horse, except when he paused to sniff at something that caught his interest and needed further attention, or went dashing off to explore the unknown. He never went far. He had been trained not to do so. A raised voice or a whistle would bring him back in a moment. The dog never needed a leash. Inviting them to Everleigh had probably not been a brilliant idea from the start, but he was feeling a bit desperate. Maria had been a burden upon his conscience for the past 6 years, the innocent victim of a situation that did not involve her. He had driven her from her home not long after she lost her father, and when she was at an age at which girls were starting to look forward to being young ladies and stepping out into the world of fashion and parties and courtship. But at least she had been with her mother. That had no longer been so for more than a year now. She had lost both her parents by the time she was 19. Clearly, she could not remain where she was. The only real solution was for her to live at Everleigh, where she had been born and spent her childhood, where her brother and guardian lived, where she belonged. Yet he had known from her clipped responses to all his letters, including the one in which he had asked if he might come for her mother's funeral, that she would resist coming home. If she were younger, he could simply have had her fetched home after her mother's death, whether she liked it or not. If she were older, past the age of 25, he would have had no further responsibility for her, and would have been happy to allow her to remain at Prospect Hall as long as she wished and take full charge of her own life. But she was 20, betwixt and between, and she was a burden to him. Not a burden in the most obvious sense. Good God, he had loved her when she was a child, and love never did quite die, especially when there was no good reason for it to do so. The fact that she obviously hated him now was not a reason. She had been a child, and she had probably been fed misleading, even purely false information about him throughout her girlhood. She would surely not resent him so bitterly just for leaving home, leaving her without an explanation or a goodbye. He had tried to say goodbye. He had run up to the nursery, leaving his hastily gathered bundle in the hallway, but he had been waylaid outside the door and escorted ignominiously to the stables, and then all the way to the gates of the park by two burly, wooden-faced footmen, who were no longer in his employ, he had been relieved to discover when he returned home 5.5 years ago. When he had learned that Miss Vane would not go with them to Everleigh, he had wondered how soon he could hire a replacement for her. He must still do so, of course, but it would take time, and then her newly employed companion would be a stranger to Maria for some time. In the meanwhile, how could he find someone who was familiar to her, someone to be with her for the crucial first weeks following her return home? His mind had alit upon the Lamarr twins. They were a handsome, well-bred pair, and sufficiently older than his sister to provide some steadying influence. He had chosen to ignore that scene on the riverbank, but close enough to her in age to offer genuine companionship. If they would agree to be guests in his home for a couple of weeks, that was. Damnation! But he was so inexperienced at this sort of thing, Justin thought in some frustration, slowing his horse as he approached the stone bridge over the river and glancing along the bank to his left, as though he expected to see Lady Estelle Lamarr sitting there again, her loose hair touching the grass behind her as she tipped back her head. She had looked very fetching again this morning in her old faded dress, which would have been shapeless had it not been for the curves of the woman beneath it, and her floppy straw hat, which had seen better days, but was now at perhaps its most attractive. He had been almost disappointed when she stepped into the drawing-room later, bareheaded, her hair twisted into an immaculate knot high on the back of her head, and wearing a dress that was in the latest mode. Inexperienced and alone. His aloneness would not weigh so heavily upon him, perhaps, if he had only himself to consider. His neighbours at Everleigh had not exactly welcomed him home with open arms when he had returned 6 months or so after his father's death. He did not know what his father had told them, but it would hardly have been what he had perceived as the truth. He had always been an amiable but private man, keeping his business, especially as it related to his family, strictly to himself. His father's second wife, on the other hand, would probably have had no such qualms, and goodness alone knew what stories she had told in the neighbourhood and beyond. The neighbours had not openly shunned Justin, however, and he had had civil, if not warm, dealings with them in the years since. It had been beyond his father's power to cut him out of the inheritance, of course, as he had explained to his son in bitter tones during that final, terrible interview, the last time Justin saw him. But his father could, and would, and did, forbid him to set foot upon Everleigh land, or that of any of his other properties, during the rest of his own natural life. He had cut Justin's allowance as of that moment. If his son did not have a penny in his purse with which to remove himself elsewhere, then he would have to walk and beg for crusts of bread as he went. Justin had had his horse, his own personal possession, and enough money in his purse to get him to his aunt and uncle's house 60 miles away, with as many of his other possessions as he could carry with him. Aunt Betty Sharp, always one of his favourite people in this world, was his mother's younger sister. Uncle Rowan, her husband, was a favourite too. Justin had poured out his woes to them, and the full truth, the only people to whom he had ever told it. His uncle had wanted to intervene, but it had been out of the question. His aunt had wanted to open their home and their bounty to him, and shelter him for the rest of his life. That was equally out of the question. He had stayed for a week, borrowed £20 from his uncle, who had tried to insist that it be far more, and that it be considered a gift, and left early one morning. He had paid back the loan within a year, but had not gone back there, or to London, where he might have found a few friends and some genteel employment, or to his aunts, his father's sisters, who both lived in Cornwall. Instead, he had ridden off into the unknown, a stranger in what he had soon come to see as a strange land. He had not returned home for 6.5 years. He had felt essentially alone ever since coming home, though perhaps that was his fault. He had felt, oddly, like a stranger in a strange land again. He had friends, very close ones, but they were of a different world, and he chose to keep his two worlds separate and distinct. None of those friends ever came to Everleigh. He went to them, quite frequently, and often for lengthy spells, but he had resisted the urge to stay, simply to disappear from his responsibilities as Earl. During the past 3 years, he had taken his place in the House of Lords as a peer of the realm, and had been conscientious about attending when the House was in session. It had meant spending time in residence at his London home, though he had studiously avoided mingling with the ton or attending any of the various parties with which its members entertained themselves during the months of the season. He had refused any invitations that had ever come his way. His friends from long ago had fallen away, or perhaps, over the intervening years, they had merely got on with their lives, as he had with his, and their paths had diverged so drastically that there was no longer any point of connection. He had some friendly acquaintances with whom he occasionally dined at one of the gentlemen's clubs, and there were a few actual friends, though he saw them only when he was in London. One of them, come to think of it, had a connection with the Westcott family, and therefore, no doubt through several twists and turns of family ties and half-ties, with Whatley and his sister. He had learned of that connection during the past week, from a few visitors to Prospect Hall. Avery Archer, Duke of Netherby, had married a Westcott, had he not? And was not Netherby's stepmother a Westcott too? He was a bit of an intimidating man, Netherby. He was not the sort one slapped on the back and greeted with a dubious jest and a hearty guffaw. He was a man who exuded power and commanded universal respect, despite the fact that he appeared to do nothing that would explain people's awe of him. He was slight of build, languid of manner, and soft of voice, with eyelids that drooped almost habitually over his eyes, though the eyes beneath them were keen and observant. He had made the strange comment during his first private conversation with Justin that if he ever had a vital secret that he absolutely must confide to someone, "Though I cannot imagine I would ever find myself in such a drastic or ridiculous situation," he would surely feel confident in entrusting it to the Earl of Brandon, which was indeed a strange thing to say. What he had seen in Justin to provoke it, Justin did not know, but they had been friends ever since, and occasionally dined together at White's Club, and even a couple of times at Archer House, the ducal town residence, in company with the Duchess and the Dowager Duchess. He would not feel comfortable inviting Netherby to Everleigh to meet Maria, however. For one thing, he might scare her to death. The Duke's mere presence scared a lot of people. For another thing, his Duchess was increasing with their 5th child. Before leaving home to come here, Justin had considered organising some sort of house party, but he had modified the idea in favour of a family gathering. That sounded cosy and safe, though in reality, of course, it was anything but. There were 3 families to consider, and no guarantee that any of them would come, or that they would mingle comfortably together if they did, or that Maria would mingle with any of them. He had sent off letters inviting them all. Aunt Betty had replied immediately. She and Uncle Rowan would come. His cousins, their children, would come too. Doris with her husband, Martin Haig, and their 2 young children. Sidney and Ernest, aged 32 and 28 respectively, and Rosie, aged 19, and known fondly to the family as the afterthought. They were all strangers to Maria, and in no way related to her. They had not come to Everleigh at all after the wedding of Maria's mother to Justin's father, but they were good people, all of them, and would surely be kind to Maria. She ought to know them. He had not heard from the others before leaving Everleigh to come here. There were his father's 2 sisters, his aunts, and Maria's. Aunt Augusta had married Peter Ormsbury, now Baron Crowther, and Aunt Felicity had married Harold, Peter's brother. And there were Maria's relatives, the brothers and sisters of the late Countess, her mother. Leonard Dixon had married Margaret. Justin did not know her maiden name. Patricia was married to Erwin Chandler. Sarah was married to Thomas Wickford. Justin knew no more about any of them, except that all 3 men were apparently successful businessmen from Yorkshire. And there was Lady Maple, Maria's great-aunt. Justin had invited them all to Everleigh, even though Maria had never met any of them. Her mother had quarrelled with them all soon after her marriage to his father. He had no idea how likely any of them were to accept his invitation, or how Maria would react if they did come. Now he was feeling queasy about the whole thing. What if they did all come, with children and possibly grandchildren? He had no idea whatsoever how it would turn out if they did. For the past few days, however, he had focused his mind and his efforts upon making sure that Maria would have someone familiar with her for a while. He had not made sure of any such thing, of course. Lady Estelle had insisted that she would need to discuss the matter with her brother before deciding, and she had looked as though she was ready to dismiss the invitation without much discussion at all. Whatley had insisted that if they were willing to come to Everleigh, Maria must be consulted first. Nothing was sure, except that next week he would be returning to Everleigh with his sister. If the Lamarrs did come, of course, and even perhaps if they did not, their friendship could be very good for Maria in the future. Their connections with the Ton could be a considerable asset to her next spring, when he would move heaven and earth to see to it that she was in London and taking her place in society at last. If they were there too, that was. She was vividly beautiful, Justin thought, still gazing at the river-bank where Lady Estelle Lamarr had been sitting the first time he saw her. That mane of dark hair, those slim, shapely legs. But he shook his head firmly to clear it, whistled for Captain, who came dashing obligingly toward him through the long grass and clover and buttercups, and rode onward across the bridge. Yes, she was a strikingly lovely woman, but he must remember that it was not for himself that he was inviting her to Everleigh. It was for his sister. It would be as well to remember that, not least because he had seen the thinly veiled revulsion with which she had looked at him on all 3 occasions when they had met. And if revulsion was too strong a word, though he was not sure it was, then she certainly regarded him with disfavour. Maria had probably told her a few things, though not necessarily, for there was also the fact that he looked like a barbarian, an image he had cultivated deliberately once upon a time out of the sheer instinct for self-defence. With some success, it would seem. Chapter 5. Estelle went alone to call upon Maria. It would be easier that way, she had suggested, and Bertrand had agreed. Quite eagerly, it had seemed to his twin that Maria was more likely to relax and talk from the heart if he was not there too. He went off instead to do some fishing with a friend from the village, after urging Estelle to please take the gig and one of the grooms with her. It was a good suggestion, she had agreed, without actually promising to do it. She walked to Prospect Hall, it being a perfect day for some exercise. Warm, but not hot, breezy, but not windy, and with no sign of imminent rain, a miracle in itself. And she went unaccompanied. It was less than 3 miles from Elm Court after all, and it would be tedious to have Olga or a groom trailing after her and making her feel self-conscious and guilty about making them walk too. The summer was already well advanced, but the roses were still blooming, as though it were the middle of June.
Estelle could see them as she approached the house, covering trellises and trailing over bushes and filling beds, including the circular plot around the ornamental pond and in an arc behind the wrought iron seat overlooking it. Even if she had not been able to see the roses, however, their heady perfume would have given notice of their presence long before she turned through the gates and the gravel of the drive crunched beneath her feet. Maria, bent over one bush, clippers in hand, heard her and straightened up to smile a greeting.
"This is perfect timing," she called. "I was about to stop for a rest. Come and sit with me. Melanie is inside writing to her family. She has always been very faithful to them. Her weekly letter is always at least 3 pages long, though I do not know what she finds to fill it. She is going to bring some lemonade when she is finished."
She did not say where her brother was. There was no sign of him. Maria had some colour in her cheeks from her exertions, but there were dark smudges under her eyes, as Estelle remembered there had been during the final weeks of her mother's illness, and for the first month or so after her death. They suggested she was not sleeping well. Estelle sat, while her friend brushed off the clippers and put them away in a cloth bag with her gloves.
"The rose garden is like a piece of heaven, as always," Estelle said. "You have a gift with plants that goes through to the marrow of your bones, Maria."
Her friend pulled a face.
"But when one is in heaven, one is supposed to remain there forever," she said. "One is not supposed to be forced to leave it."
It had been the wrong thing to say.
"You are going home to Everleigh soon,"
Estelle said.
"This is home,"
Maria said, pulling the drawstrings to close the bag.
"But yes, I will be leaving here within the next few days. I am glad to have the chance to say goodbye to you in person, Estelle. I will miss you, dreadfully, and Lord Whatley too, and Melanie."
She looked for a moment as if she might cry, but she blinked her eyes determinedly and smiled.
"Bertrand and I have been invited to go to Everleigh too," Estelle said, "to spend a few weeks with you."
Maria gazed at her in open-mouthed surprise.
"We have not said yes," Estelle told her, "nor have we said no. We have discussed the invitation with each other, but are agreed that the decision is not ours alone to make. We would be happy to give you our company at Everleigh Park for a while, but only if our going there would make you happy too."
Maria was frowning now.
"He called upon you with such an invitation, without saying a word to me?" she asked. "The Earl of Brandon is your guardian, Maria, and obviously takes his responsibilities seriously,"
Estelle said gently, though she still resented having been drawn into the apparent quarrel between brother and sister, about which she knew nothing, and which was none of her business anyway. And where had he been for the past 6 years, if indeed he took his duties seriously?
"He must believe it is essential that you return to live at Everleigh Park, rather than remain alone here when you are still a minor. However, he is fully aware that you do not want to go, and he knows you do not like him. He fears you will be lonely and unhappy there without even Melanie for company. So he invited Bertrand and me to make the transition easier for you."
Oh, why should she feel obliged to explain the Earl's motives? That was for him to do.
"Easier,"
Maria said with soft incredulity.
"And what else did he say?"
Estelle sighed as her friend came to sit beside her on the wrought iron seat.
"About whatever is between you and him, do you mean?" she asked. "Nothing at all. We did not ask, and we do not wish to know or need to know. We have no desire to be caught in the middle of some old quarrel that does not concern us. But you concern us, Maria. I have grown very fond of you. You must go back to Everleigh Park, it seems. The Earl of Brandon has told Bertrand and me that, and you have told me. I will be sorry to lose you. You and Melanie. I will worry about you too, because I know you are unhappy about having to go. But if Bertrand and I go, it will be solely for the purpose of giving you our company for a week or two, until you feel settled and comfortable there again. Perhaps by then you will have employed a new companion. We will go only if it is what you wish, however." "His relatives are going to be there too," Maria said. "Oh," Estelle said. "Well, then you will have company even without us. That will surely be pleasant for you. His aunt and uncle and cousins," Maria explained. "His mother's relatives. Do you know them?" Estelle asked. "No," Maria said. "They never came to Everleigh after Papa married Mamma. I believe he might have gone a time or two to visit them. I do not remember. But if he did, he never took Mamma or me. Brandon, the present Brandon, used to go there for a month each summer. He never took me." For a brief, unguarded moment, there was something in her eyes that looked like wistfulness. "They will surely love meeting you," Estelle said. "They hated Mamma." Maria's fingers were pleating the muslin of her skirt and then smoothing out the slight creases they had made. "How do you know that?" Estelle asked. "Because she told me so," Maria said. "They resented her and were jealous of her. I suppose they thought Papa should spend the rest of his life mourning his first wife." It could have happened that way, Estelle supposed, but it was all long ago. And Maria was not her mother. Surely they would not resent her too, especially if they had already agreed to go to Everleigh Park to meet her. "Have you thought to suggest that Lord Brandon also invite some of your relatives?" Estelle asked. But, oh dear, were there any? If there were, they had never come here. At least they had not done so during the 2 years she and Bertrand had been back at Elm Court. Maria made a few more pleats in her skirt. "They all hated Mamma," she said. "They would have nothing to do with her after she married Papa." Ah, all sorts of questions crowded into Estelle's mind, most of them about the late Countess of Brandon. But it was not her business to ask any of them. She was almost sorry now that she and Bertrand had not simply decided to decline the Earl's invitation without even consulting Maria. The atmosphere at Everleigh was not likely to be a happy one. They had had enough of family awkwardness and resentments in their own lives, she and Bertrand, before they had battled their way to the harmonious family relationships and tranquility they enjoyed now. She wanted the time and leisure to appreciate those things without taking on another family's problems. However, they were committed now, depending upon Maria's decision anyway. "Estelle." Maria turned on the seat and took one of her hands in both her own. "I do beg your pardon. I try not to allow myself to be dragged down into gloom and depression. Sometimes it is difficult, but I had years of practice during the decline of Mamma's health. I learned that there is always something to smile about and make life worth living. Just having her alive and still with me, and sometimes without pain, was enough to buoy my spirits whenever I felt them drooping. And to come out here and tend the roses, and cut some to set in a vase in her room, where she could see them, and sometimes smile at them. To have friends, to find joy in little things. I am so glad you have come to see me and are my friend." Estelle smiled and squeezed her hand. "But I am lonely here," Maria told her. "I love it. It is home. I have Melanie and some friends. But I am lonely. I had no chance really to feel it while Mamma was still alive, and I was too sad during much of the past year to find it irksome. But, Estelle, I want to live. I want to dance and flirt. I am not sure that is the right word, for it sounds rather wicked. But I want to be young. I want to be courted. I want and want and want. Is that horridly selfish and trivial-minded of me? Melanie talks often of fortitude, and she shows it herself all the time, poor thing, because she has never had a chance herself to live. Her father is not very wealthy, but he has a large family, mostly boys who need to be educated so they can find gainful employment. And now her mother is tired, but still has a number of very young children. Oh dear, I am talking too much. But Estelle, I would not mind so terribly much having to go back to Everleigh, if I did not have to go with him and live there with him.
She bit her lower lip and looked at Estelle in some dismay. She had indeed spoken more freely than she had ever done before. Estelle had thought she was happy here, as she and Bertrand were at Elm Court, but they had already lived the sort of life Maria craved, and still did whenever they chose to venture from home to participate in a family celebration or enjoy a few weeks of a London season. They had chosen their present way of life because, at least for now, it was what suited them best.
"It will all happen for you," she assured her friend, "and perhaps you can take comfort from the fact that your brother is determined that it will. You may not like him, Maria, but he does seem to have your best interests at heart." "I can never do anything less than hate him," Maria said. "He broke Papa's heart, and therefore he broke Mamma's too, and mine. I can never forgive him." "Then you must find your own happiness," Estelle said, "but not just to be free of him, Maria. Choose with care."
She laughed suddenly.
"Listen to Aunt Estelle."
Maria laughed too.
"Come to Everleigh," she said,
patting Estelle's hand before releasing it.
"Viscount Whately too. I shall show you the house and park and the countryside around. They are all lovely, though really there ought to be a far stronger word. Magnificent, perhaps. I will introduce you to people I remember there, though I was very young when I last saw them, just 14. I dare say Brandon's relatives will be polite to me, even if not wildly affectionate. They could hardly not be polite, could they, when presumably he has invited them to come specifically to make my acquaintance. And I will not bear them a grudge. Old quarrels are foolish things when they are not one's own. Besides, they will be extra company for you, and you for them. You and Lord Whately have such polished manners that you bring warmth to any company of which you are a part. I have watched you do it, and try to emulate you. Please, please come. It is a wonderful idea, even if it was Brandon who suggested it. I suppose it would be foolish to believe that he must be evil to the very core, would it not?
And now there could be no going back, Estelle thought. She would have to make the best of spending 2 weeks at Everleigh Park, when she and her twin had looked forward so much to a quiet spell at home together. But at least she would have him with her for moral support, and at least they had committed themselves for only 2 weeks. It was not a great chunk out of their lives, was it, in the grand scheme of things? Not when a friend's happiness was at stake.
"I shall have Bertrand write a formal acceptance to the Earl of Brandon's invitation, then," she said,
and Maria leaned toward her and hugged her.
"Thank you,"
she said.
"You will not be sorry, I promise. I shall see to it that you have a wonderful time."
Melanie Vane was coming from the direction of the house, a tray bearing 3 glasses of lemonade in her hands and a cushion tucked under her arm.
"I saw you through the sitting-room window,"
she called to Estelle when she was within earshot,
"and hoped you would still be here after I had finished my letters. You must be thirsty. You walked."
"I did," Estelle said, taking the tray from her hands and setting it on the grass between her and Maria, while Melanie dropped the cushion onto the lawn and sat on it, curling her legs beside her and tucking her skirt about them.
"Did you say letters, plural?" "I address my weekly letter to the whole family,"
Melanie explained.
"but I always include a brief note to one of the little ones, a different one each time. It makes them feel special."
Melanie was the eldest of 8 children. At the age of 18, she had made the decision to seek employment as a governess, rather than marry the farmer who had offered for her. Maria had been her second pupil.
Estelle and Viscount Whatley are going to come to Everleigh Park to spend a few weeks with me, Maria said as she handed around the glasses. That is very good to hear, Melanie said. Now I will feel far more at ease about going home instead of accompanying you. Did you know I was leaving, Lady Estelle? I have just been telling my family so. They will be very happy. So you see, Maria said, I will have the company of friends, and you will not have to worry about me.
Although Justin was not in the habit of standing at windows to spy upon what was going on outside, he did happen to be at the library window when Lady Estelle Lamarr walked across the front lawn toward Maria and then sat on the seat by the pond. She was looking very fetching, in rose pink with a straw bonnet, far crisper and more fashionable than the pretty, floppy thing she had been wearing when he called at Elm Court. He had been hoping she and her brother would call, but it seemed she had come alone. He would wait for half an hour, the average time for a social visit. He sat down and opened the book in his hand. Something by Miss Austen. He had been intending for some time to read one of her books. The library did not offer much else to attract his interest. He looked out again 20 minutes later. Miss Vane had joined the other two, and Maria was handing around glasses of lemonade. He waited a few more minutes and then went out to the stables to fetch Captain, who had had a good run this morning, but was always ready for more exercise. There was no sign of a strange horse or of a gig. She had walked here, then. Alone? He had not seen a maid when she arrived earlier, but she had been alone by the river more than a week ago. Perhaps she considered that she was beyond the age of needing a chaperone whenever she left the privacy of her own home and its grounds. But he was surprised Whatley allowed it. It was not his business, however. She was not his business. "Come, Cap," he said, and he set off on foot, taking a circuitous route around the paddock, beside a copse of trees, across a lane that hardly qualified for the name, through a meadow, and over a stile to come out on the road out of the village, a mere few hundred yards from Prospect Hall. He had a 15-minute wait, not an unpleasant one. He had learned during the years of his exile to enjoy the sights and sounds and smells of the English countryside, and to be content with his own company when there was no other to be had. He had even learned that stilling his natural restlessness was beneficial to his overall well-being. There was much chatter both without and within to drown out the only sound that had anything important to say. Silence, that was. The ultimate irony. He saw her coming before she saw him, but then, of course, she was not looking for him. "Sit, Cap," he said quietly, and leaned his back against the broad trunk of a tree. He crossed his arms over his chest and his boots at the ankles. She saw his dog first, and stopped abruptly. "Oh," she said, now spotting him. "Lord Brandon, you startled me." Captain, without any prompting, lifted one paw toward her. She came closer and shook it. Her gloves and the ribbons on her bonnet were a paler pink than her dress and spencer. "Good day, Captain," she said before looking up at him. "Did you command him not to attack me? Or is he not as fierce as he looks? Is he not a bloodhound, though? A hunter?" "Even hunters do not dash about the countryside tearing to shreds children and maidens and grandmothers and other assorted persons who appear in their path," he said. "It is possible to be amiable and gentle by nature, and also deadly by training and upon command."
"And Captain is amiable," she said, "and gentle. His looks contradict that notion. I would guess you are not here communing with nature by accident, Lord Brandon."
"I saw you in the rose garden," he said, "though I do not know why you came or what you spoke of with Maria. I did not eavesdrop on your conversation. She has been feeling depressed."
"I dare say you would be too if you were about to be torn against your will from your home," she said, and he felt his abdominal muscles tighten as he remembered just exactly how it did feel.
Everleigh Park is Mariah's home, Lady Estelle, he said. Being here was always a temporary arrangement for her, though it has lasted for 6 years. May I walk with you?
He could see her hesitate.
I cannot stop you, can I?
She said.
Ah, but indeed you can, he assured her. A simple no would do it.
He was not going to have her tell herself, and maybe her brother, that he had forced his company upon her.
I suppose it would.
She half smiled.
Yes, Lord Brandon. You may walk with me.
He adjusted his stride to hers, though she was taller than he had realized and had long legs. He did not want his mind to dwell upon those legs at present, however. She was very slender, though not without enticingly feminine curves. Another detail he must ignore. He was good at self-discipline where women were concerned.
Mariah is displeased with you,
she said,
because you came to Elm Court to invite Bertrand and me to Everleigh Park without first consulting her.
It was a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea, he said. If I had asked her first, and then called upon you, she would have been displeased because she would surely have told me not to do it. If I called upon you, as I did, before asking her, then she would be annoyed that I had gone behind her back, as she is. I chose the option of the deep blue sea and invited the devil to do his worst. Mariah is displeased with me, full stop, Lady Estelle.
She did not say anything else for a while as they came up to the bridge. She stopped in the middle of it and set her hand on the stone wall before looking at him briefly and then gazing downstream.
You love her,
she surprised him by saying. She looked a bit surprised too, as though she had believed he must hate Mariah just because Mariah hated him. He studied her face in profile. Perfect eyebrow and eyelashes, perfect nose and mouth and chin and neck. She was a true beauty, a fact that came close to irritating him. This was about Mariah, not about him.
I was 14 when she was born,
he told her, turning his head to watch Captain, who was sniffing about in the grass on the other side, and then loping in half-hearted pursuit of a butterfly he had disturbed.
An age at which one might expect a boy to be least interested in a baby in the house. She was born early, and was unusually small and frail. Nobody said anything to me about her chances of survival, but I understood that she was not expected to live. She cried a great deal. I used to go up to the nursery when no one else was there with her except the nurse, and I would persuade the nurse to let me hold her and walk about with her, and find a position in my arms for her that would stop the crying and lull her to sleep. I used to spread her fingers over one of mine, and marvel at the perfection of them, even her nails. I willed her to live, but very shortly I came to understand that she did not need my strength or my will. She had enough of her own. She lived, despite expectations to the contrary. She grew to be a thin and pale child and, in my estimation, tough. I spent a great deal of time with her until she was 8. And yes, Lady Estelle, I loved her. Make that present tense. Love does not die simply because of a long absence and changed circumstances.
Lady Estelle stood very still, watching the water flow under the bridge.
She says she will be happy to have us come to Everleigh Park as your guests,
she told him at last, turning to face him.
We will come then.
Thank you, he said, and found himself gazing into her eyes. They were brown, like his own, but not nearly as dark.
If you wish to accompany us when we go, there will be room in the carriage for you, and Whatley too, unless he prefers to ride as I will be doing. The carriage would be at your service whenever you wished to return home.
I believe it would be better, she said, For us to give both you and Maria a chance to settle for a few days before we arrive. It will also be more convenient if we travel in our own carriage."
"As you wish." He inclined his head. This was perhaps the natural time and place to take his leave of her. There was nothing more to say, and he knew she did not like him. "I will escort you within sight of your house," he told her. She gave him that half-smile, which curved her lips, but did not quite light her face. She led the way from the bridge, and Captain came dashing toward them to nudge her hand, not his. She smoothed a gloved hand over his large head, and he closed his eyes in momentary bliss before dashing off again. "You have made a conquest," he said. Again that half-smile. "You will not be the only guests at Everleigh," he told her. "My aunt, my mother's sister, will be there too, with my uncle and cousins."
"Yes," she said. "Maria told me. She has not met them before."
She doubtless knew the answer, though she phrased it as a question. "No," he said. "After my father's remarriage, they felt it more tactful, I suppose, to stay away from Everleigh, though my father remained fond of them and they of him. I always adored them, and visited them every year. I believe you will like them. My uncle is all amiability, and my aunt is comfortable. It is the best word I can think of to describe her. 3 of my cousins are closer to me in age than to Maria, though Rosie is younger than she by a year. I hope they can be friends." They did not proceed along the track to the road as he expected. Instead, she turned to walk along the river bank. There was no well-defined path, but he supposed she knew where she was going, and that it was safe. He walked between her and the river. "I have also written to invite Maria's aunts and uncle and their families from Yorkshire, and a great-aunt," he said. "Her mother's siblings and aunt, that is, and our father's sisters and their families, all of whom live in Cornwall. I had not yet heard from any of them before I left home, so there may be just a small gathering, or there could be quite a large one."
"Lady Brandon was estranged from her family?" she asked. "And from her husband's?"
Again, her words suggested that she knew the answer. Even if Maria had not spoken of them, though, she must have noticed that none of them had ever come to see her mother while she was sick, or attended her funeral. At least, he assumed none of them had. He had never heard of any such visits. "Family quarrels," he said. "Unfortunately, they afflict all too many families." He did not even know the exact cause of his stepmother's estrangement from her own family, though he did know it had been from all her siblings, not just one of them. They had been at their sister's wedding to his father, the only time Justin had met any of them. Soon after, however, they were all unwelcome at Everleigh, though Justin had never heard his father speak of having any disagreement with them. The same held true of his stepmother's aunt, who had married a baronet when she was very young. She had introduced her niece to society and to his father.
"And such quarrels often endure for too long a time," Lady Estelle said. "I hope they will all come, Lord Brandon. It has occurred to me a number of times during the past 2 years, since Bertrand and I came back to live at Elm Court, that Maria is terribly alone."
Was there accusation in those words? "She is not quite alone any longer," he said. "She has me." She slanted a glance his way, as though to say that that might be no great asset to her friend, but she did not say it aloud, or anything else. They walked side by side, and in silence, until Elm Court came into view as they rounded a bend in the river. He stopped to take his leave of her. "We will be setting out 4 days from now," he told her. "May I expect you and Viscount Whatley to follow a couple of days after that?"
"We will leave a week from today," she said.
"I will look forward to welcoming you to Everleigh Park, then," he said, and held out a hand for hers. He did not think she was going to take it, but after a moment's hesitation, she set her own in it and he clasped the warm, gloved slimness of her hand. She did not shiver, but it seemed to him that she came close. She raised her eyes to his.
"Thank you for the escort home," she said. "One never knows what dangers and terrors might be lying in wait for an unwary woman walking alone."
And this time that half-smile lurked in her eyes as well as at the corners of her lips, and suggested mockery, or just amusement. He watched her as she walked away, and Captain sat on his haunches beside him, everything drooping, ears, jowls, eyes in their folds of flesh, as though his best friend were deserting him, the ungrateful cur. "It is sometimes hard to be disliked," Justin said, realizing only after he had done so that he had spoken aloud. He was not much given to self-pity, not since leaving his aunt and uncle's house early one morning more than 12 years ago anyway. "Come on, Cap. Time to go home." Chapter 6. Justin rode all the way from East Sussex to Hertfordshire and Everleigh Park, leaving his carriage to his sister and her maid. It was no hardship. For years he had not set foot inside a carriage, and for a while even a ride in a cart or gig had been a luxury. The hardest aspect of this journey was the necessity of staying close to the carriage, of stopping more frequently than he would otherwise have done, for rest stops and refreshment at approximately regular intervals. He took his own meals separately whenever he could, in tap rooms rather than dining rooms or private parlours. There had been no hysterics when they left Prospect Hall, no arguments or dragging of heels, no tears, unless Maria had shed them privately, or when she took her leave of Miss Vane, who would be leaving an hour or so after them by private chaise, or when she walked for the last time in the rose garden, or when she went with Miss Vane the day before their departure to the churchyard where her mother was buried. She was behaving, in fact, with a mature dignity, cool in her manner to him, but not openly rebellious. She initiated no conversation, but she spoke in more than just monosyllables whenever he directed a question or a remark specifically to her. "I have had the Chinese bedchamber in the East Wing prepared for you at Everleigh," he told her when he joined her for breakfast on the final morning before their arrival. "I am sure you would not wish to return to your old room on the nursery floor. I recall that you always loved being taken to the Chinese room to see the screens and the paper on the wall." Specifically, she had liked him to take her there, because he had had the patience to wait, often by lying on the bed, his hands clasped behind his head, while she gazed at all the intricately stylized figures on the walls and screen, and sometimes outlined them with a finger, though it was a rule that they were never to touch walls. She had also loved the Chinese fan, which she would wave with both hands before her face, and then, leaning over him, before his face, giggling gleefully whenever she could raise the hair from his forehead and make him shut his eyes and wrinkle his nose.
"Thank you."
He did not expect her to say anything else, but she did.
"And I liked the coloured lamps there. I loved to go in the dusk and dark if someone was willing to light them for me."
Almost always he had been that someone. "Lady Estelle Lamarr will have the gold room next to yours," he said.
"Thank you,"
she said again. They arrived home in the middle of the afternoon. It was a rather grey day, though they had at least avoided rain. And so, Justin thought, he was back to the cold magnificence of a stately house he had once loved as though it were an integral part of his very being. Now he hated it. But no, that was not quite true. Hated was too passionate a word. He felt nothing for Everleigh, not even pride, only a dull ache about the heart he had no wish to analyse. He dismounted at the foot of the marble steps that led up beneath a broad portico to the great double doors of the house. He strode over to open the door of the carriage, while Captain dashed off with happy woofs to greet a familiar groom who was approaching. Justin set down the steps before offering his hand to help Maria alight. "Welcome home," he said. Both Phelps, the butler, and his wife, who was the housekeeper, had come out onto the portico. Phelps stiffly formal, his wife smiling and curtsying. "Oh!" Maria cried, her face breaking into smiles. "Mrs. Phelps!" And she grasped the sides of her travelling dress and dashed up the marble steps to be enfolded in the embrace of a servant who had been with them forever. "You are still here, and Mr. Phelps too." Within minutes, she and her maid had been borne off to the East Wing and the Chinese bedchamber. It was the first time since she was a child, Justin thought as he went to the library, even before going up to his own room, that he had seen Maria animated and smiling. She had scarcely spared a glance for him. He checked his mail. There was a formidable pile of it on a large oak desk. Or rather, there were two piles. The larger pile consisted of letters concerning business his secretary had already been able to deal with. But even the smaller pile seemed alarmingly high. Maria knew, of course, that the Lamarrs were coming. She had had to approve the invitation before they would accept. She knew, too, that his aunt and Uncle Sharp and his cousins, all four of them, were coming. She had made no open protest beyond a certain tightening of the lips when he told her. Her mother had wept when Justin's father had wanted to invite them to Everleigh for Maria's christening. They would hate Maria, she had protested between sobs, just as they resented her for marrying him and making him happy and helping him forget his first wife. At the time, Justin had been only 14. It had not struck him how inappropriate it was that she would make her complaint to his father in his hearing. He had felt only shock at the very notion that his father might forget his mother, who had been so very far superior to his stepmother in every imaginable way. Fortunately, perhaps, he had held his tongue, and his father had said something soothing to his second wife. But he had not invited Aunt Betty and Uncle Rowan and the cousins to the christening, to Justin's great disappointment, or to any event ever again, in fact. He had not told Maria of the other guests he had invited, for he had had no idea if any of them would come, or, in the case of her mother's relatives, even acknowledge his invitation. But they had responded to the letters he had written before leaving for Prospect Hall, and all except one had agreed to come. It felt more than a little overwhelming. It was also gratifying. Sarah and Thomas Wickford, the late Countess's younger sister, and her husband, expressed regret. They were about to set off for a tour of Scotland, including the Highlands, with a group of friends. But Leonard Dixon and Patricia Chandler, the late Countess's older brother and sister, would be delighted to come with their spouses and children to meet their niece at last. Aunt Augusta and Aunt Felicity, sisters of Justin and Maria's father, would come from Cornwall with the uncles and cousins. Lady Maple, Maria's great-aunt, would be pleased to spend a couple of weeks at Everleigh Park to acquaint herself with her great-niece. Justin shared the news with his sister when she joined him in the dining-room for dinner. She did not react with the hysteria he had feared. She swallowed a mouthful of soup and set her spoon down beside the bowl. "If I ever met my aunts and uncles and cousins on Papa's side," she said, "I do not remember. I do remember Papa telling me about them, though, and recounting stories of his childhood with his sisters. He used to make me laugh. But they lived far away in Cornwall, and could not come here easily, he always used to say. Mamma did not want to go there when Papa suggested it once. The sea air did not agree with her, and they lived close to the sea. I thought I would have liked to go, but it did not happen." Justin remembered that. Maria would have been 5 or 6, and was excited at the possibility of a holiday at the seaside. He would have liked to go too. He had been there a couple of times when his mother was still alive, and had had great fun with his cousins, running barefoot on the beach, building sand forts, climbing rocks, bathing in the sea and being bowled over by incoming waves, swallowing salt water and pulling gargoyle faces. He remembered his aunts and uncles and cousins coming to Everleigh too, but only once after his father's remarriage, before Maria was born. His stepmother had complained afterward that her sisters-in-law had treated her condescendingly, as though she were a child of no account, and had not liked her.
"I have not met any of Mamma's family,"
Maria continued, running a finger along the handle of her spoon, but not picking it up again.
"They were estranged from Mamma. They were unkind to her."
"That was unfortunate," Justin said, "for them and for her. Most of all for you, perhaps. As a child, you missed the pleasure of being part of a larger family."
"Family is not of primary importance," she said, frowning. "That is what Mamma always said. I have friends, and they are preferable to family. One can choose one's friends."
"I think Miss Vane might express a different opinion if she were here," he said. "She was really very happy to be returning home to her family, was she not?"
"Perhaps,"
she said, picking up her spoon and finishing her soup, though it must have been almost cold. Justin wondered how many happy family memories she had of her childhood. Some of them might include him, though no doubt they had been clouded by her later hatred of him. He had been 10 when his mother died. Perhaps childhood recollections were not always strong on detail or accuracy, but they were on atmosphere and emotion. He remembered their little family, his father and mother and him, as an idyllically happy unit. He remembered some times when he was very young, running down from the nursery floor in his bare feet, while his nurse snored in her own room next to his, and letting himself into his mother's bedchamber, and climbing onto the big, soft bed to burrow safely between her and his father. His father was always there, even though he had a room that was nominally his own. If the door was locked, as it occasionally was, Justin would call out and rattle the knob until he heard the murmur of their voices within, and sometimes laughter, before his father, all flushed and dishevelled, would open the door and call him a mighty pest, and sweep him up in his arms and cover his face with kisses, before tossing him onto the bed and following him there to cuddle both him and Justin's mother in his arms. Ah, the innocence of childhood and his puzzlement over that locked door. It was a memory that could bring him to the brink of tears. Why the devil had his father married Maria's mother? "Lady Maple, your great-aunt, will be coming to spend a couple of weeks here too," he told Maria. "She will be arriving 3 days from now if there are no unexpected delays." Lady Maple had married above her station years ago, having caught the eye of the notoriously lecherous Sir Cuthbert Maple. She had insisted upon marriage rather than the carte blanche she had offered, or so the story went. It might be wildly inaccurate. She had been a wealthy widow ever since the demise of her husband a mere year or so later. She had sponsored her niece's fabulously successful debut into society when that niece was a mere 17 years old and extraordinarily lovely. She had married the widowed Earl of Brandon, Justin's father. Maria looked consideringly at him before nodding to a footman to remove her soup bowl.
"She hated my mother and quarrelled with her," she said. "I do not want to meet her, Brandon. I loved my mother."
"I know," he said. "She will be coming, nevertheless, to meet you. It is why they are all coming. I thought it might be good for you to meet them. I thought it might give you the sense that your family consists of more people than just me. Any quarrels that have kept you apart from them were your mother's. You have never had a chance to decide for yourself if you want any of them to be a part of your life." Maria did not argue with him. She waited for the next course to be served before she spoke again.
"You have given me no choice but to be polite to your guests, Brandon," she said then. "Unlike Estelle and Viscount Whatley, these persons did not insist that I approve of their invitations before they accepted them. I dare say they cannot be blamed for that, however. It is possible they have assumed that I am as eager to make their acquaintance as they would appear to be to make mine. I will be civil. You need not worry that I will behave like a child, having the sulks or throwing a tantrum. I will not, however, stand for any disrespect to the memory of Mamma."
"Then we are in agreement upon something," he said. "Neither will I, Maria." "Well," Bertrand said, breaking a lengthy silence, during which both he and Estelle had dozed on and off in their opposite corners of the carriage seat. "It looks spectacular, at least." It did indeed. They had just turned off the main road and driven through high wrought-iron gates between massive stone gate-posts. Two young children, presumably the gatekeepers, had been standing side by side outside a solidly square stone lodge, watching them pass. Bertrand had raised a hand and waved to them. Now the carriage was beginning the gradual descent of a long slope, and would soon be swallowed up by a band of trees. But before that happened, they had a panoramic view of the magnificence of Everleigh Park, of which this hill, and the trees, and the valley below were a part. A river flowed through the wide valley floor, spanned by a grand Palladian bridge, a three-arched stone bridge with a roofed structure held aloft by stone pillars, like a Greek temple built over it. On the near side, a footpath followed the course of the river, bordered by rock gardens and low shrubs and flowers, all of them clearly intended to give the impression of profuse wildness. Beyond the bridge, elms and oak trees shaded cultivated lawns to either side of formal gardens, the parterres filled with flowers and herbs and edged with low box hedges. Gravelled walking paths separated them and radiated outward from a central fountain. Over to the west there was a lake, and what looked like a long waterfall cascading down the steep hill on the far side of the valley. To the east there was a large square maze, near long rows of greenhouses. A 2-story structure that appeared to be a summer house was half hidden among the trees on the slope above them, and straight across, in line with the road they were on, and just where the valley was giving way to the rise of wooded hills, stood a square, grey stone mansion of massive proportions. There were 4 wings of equal size, but where one might expect a hollow centre and a courtyard, there was instead a great dome rising above the crenellated balustrade that edged the flat roof. Before the main entrance at the front, marble steps led up to a pillared stone portico, which somehow echoed the bridge. On either side of it, long windows of diminishing size caught the sunlight on all 3 stories of the house. To the right of the house, the road they were now on continued up into the hills until it disappeared from sight.
"Oh, goodness," Estelle said. "Magnificent does not seem quite superlative enough, does it? It almost robs one of breath. If we must feel duty-bound to spend 2 weeks away from home, Bert, I dare say we could do worse than spend them here."
She was wishing, even so, that they were at home, though that was undoubtedly selfish of her. Maria needed them at least for a while, until she had settled back into the home she had not seen since she was little more than a child, and until someone could be employed to replace Melanie Vane as her companion. It would not be easy for her with a brother she disliked, and an imminent visit from relatives who were Lord Brandon's rather than hers, and who she feared would judge her harshly because they had hated her mother. Though he had invited other relatives too. Would they come? She and Bertrand could help, Estelle thought. They were adept at socializing with all sorts of people. The key was to be civil, to listen, to be interested, to smile, to look happy. She did wish, however, that she did not have to direct those skills at the Earl of Brandon himself. She found him disturbing, not least because he had shown a human side of himself when he had walked home with her from Prospect Hall and told her how he had loved Maria after she was born and during her early childhood. Estelle had not wanted to know that about him. It had contradicted everything she had felt about him until then, and everything she had heard of him from local gossip, which she claimed to despise. It had contradicted Maria's intense dislike of him. But he still loved his sister. It was hard to deny that. He had gone in person to bring her home from Prospect Hall. Not, Estelle had been forced to admit to herself, because he coveted the role of stern guardian, but because he cared about her well-being and her prospects for the future. Sometimes one's prejudices and preconceptions were more enjoyable to cling to than inconvenient facts that pointed in a different direction. What a horrible admission to have to make to herself. It made her dislike him even more, and feel even more reluctant to be a guest at Everleigh Park. Oh, she wished they had not felt compelled to come. "We will stay only 2 weeks," Bertrand said. "We will be quite firm about that, Stell, won't we? Oh, I say, this is quite a contrast. How clever." The branches of huge ancient trees had closed in a canopy overhead, and the rays of sunlight that found their way through made a magical collage of light and shade over the drive and tree trunks on either side. But clever, as though the trees had been grown for this specific purpose. "It is like driving into a cathedral," she said. "How splendid it is, Bert. Imagine living in a place like this." "Well, Redcliffe is no hovel," he said. "It is not," she laughed. "Neither is Elm Court. But imagine living here." "If you can entice Brandon into making you an offer," he said, "you will not have to just imagine." She let out a mock shriek and punched him on the arm. "I think I prefer my imagination," she said. The carriage drew clear of the trees, passed by the colourful rock garden, rumbled through the bridge, and crossed the valley floor between trees and lawns before turning onto the cobbled terrace of the house and rocking to a halt. To one side of them, wide flagged steps led down to the parterre gardens, which were spread before them in all their geometric precision. On the other side was the long flight of marble steps leading up beneath the great portico. The main doors had opened, and Maria hurried out before stopping at the top of the steps to gaze down upon them, smiling warmly and then hurrying down. The Earl of Brandon came out after her, but stayed at the top of the steps while their coachman descended from his perch and opened the carriage door and set down the steps. The Earl was not smiling, Estelle saw. His hands were clasped behind him, his feet set apart. Lord of his domain. But this time it really was his domain. She returned her attention to Maria. Bertrand descended first and handed Estelle down. Maria came hurrying into her arms. "I was so afraid you would change your minds," she said, turning to offer her hand to Bertrand. "Did you have a pleasant journey?" "Long journeys are to be endured," he said, as he shook her hand. "They are pleasant after one has arrived safely at one's destination." "Then it must have been pleasant," she said, beaming at him, "for here you are, safely arrived." The Earl of Brandon watched from the top of the marble steps. Estelle looked up at him, and he inclined his head. She wondered if he stood there for effect, if he knew how intimidating he looked from down here. But it was, admittedly, a spiteful thought. He might just as easily be standing back to give his sister more freedom to welcome her friends. She caught up the skirt of her carriage dress in one hand and climbed toward him. "Good day, Lord Brandon," she said. "Welcome to Everleigh, Lady Estelle," he said, offering her his hand. She remembered from the last time, after he had walked her home to Elm Court, how large his hand was, how completely it enclosed her own. She remembered how she had thought then that he could squash every bone in her hand, if he chose. Now, as then, He clasped her hand firmly, but with some gentleness too, as though he was fully aware of his own strength and chose deliberately not to demonstrate it. Now, as he had not done then, he bowed over her hand and raised it briefly to his lips. She stopped herself from snatching it away, but only perhaps from long practice. Her hand must have been kissed 100 times or more before now, by 100 different men. It had not always been a pleasurable experience, but never before had she felt such a strong urge to pull her hand away.
"Thank you," she said. "Whoever decided to build the house in this particular spot certainly had an eye for effect."
"My great-grandfather," he said. "He also chose to have the drive constructed just where it is for the southern approach. He wished to awe the masses, I believe."
"I would guess he succeeded," she said. "I cannot speak for the masses, but Bertrand and I were certainly awed."
Her brother and Maria had come up to them by then, and the two men shook hands, the Earl with formal correctness, Bertrand with easy grace. Oh, there was such a contrast between the two men. "Come inside," the Earl said. "I will have Mrs. Phelps show you to your rooms. Your baggage coach arrived a short while ago, so all should be in readiness for you. She will bring you to the drawing-room for tea after you have had time to refresh yourselves." "Thank you," Bertrand said.
"I will take them up myself,"
Maria said, linking an arm through Estelle's.
"And I will remain with Estelle until she is ready to come down."
Her brother nodded without comment. "In half an hour," he said. The hall was vast, and was clearly intended to awe the visitor, just as surely as the approach to the house was. The floor was laid with black and white marble tiles. Huge landscape paintings in gilded frames hung upon the walls. Marble urns, set in curved alcoves about the perimeter, overflowed with ferns and flowers. The high coved ceiling was painted with scenes from mythology and edged with gold leaf. Wide staircases rose on either side of the hall. The grand double doors directly opposite the entryway must lead to the domed room, whatever it was. Maria had promised to give them a tour of the house, Estelle remembered. She looked forward to it. They ascended the staircase to their right.
"You will both be in the east wing,"
Maria told them.
"You will have the morning sunlight in your rooms. Some people might find that annoying, but I always love it, as well as the sound of birdsong through an open window. I never mind being woken early to such bliss in the summer-time, but if you do mind being disturbed, you will find that there are heavy curtains in each room to block the light."
"Provided a cockerel is not paraded beneath my window to herald the dawn each morning," Bertrand said, "I doubt my sleep will be disturbed." Maria laughed as she indicated the door of his room, and then led Estelle to the room next to it. Ah, it was like a spring garden Estelle saw, all fresh greens and pale yellows and gold.
"It is known as the Gold Room,"
Maria told her.
"It is next to my room, though there is a sitting room between them. You must feel free to share it with me."
"The room is quite lovely," Estelle said, turning to her friend as she closed the door.
"But how are you, Maria?" "It all seems surprisingly familiar,"
Maria told her.
"Except that Mamma is not here, or Papa. I miss them both more now that I am here, far more than I did when I was at Prospect Hall. I am determined to make this home again, though. There is no point in moping. I have not yet discussed with Brandon what my role here is to be. Am I just the younger sister, whom he is hoping to marry off as soon as possible, at the great marriage mart of a London season next spring, perhaps? Or am I the lady of the house until I marry, or until he does, the one who is to make certain decisions, like who will escort arriving guests to their rooms, and what is to be served for meals, and 101 other things?" "It is indeed something you need to discuss with your brother," Estelle said, smiling at her. "I understand. I, too, live with my brother. I dare say you can come to an agreement that will suit you both, once he knows your wishes and you know his thoughts." I am sure you are right, Maria said with a sigh. There has been no chance for any such discussion so far, and there will not be for a while now. Instead of giving me time to settle here, he has decided to fill the house with guests and make my life far more difficult.
Estelle raised her eyebrows.
Oh, Maria said, looking stricken, I do not mean you, or Lord Whatley. You are my friends. His own relatives came yesterday, Mr. and Mrs. Sharp, his aunt and uncle, and their 2 sons and 2 daughters, one of whom is married with 2 young children. They are all strangers to me, and have no reason to be fond of me, though they have been polite so far. But today Mamma's family has arrived, and Papa's. Oh, and Mamma's aunt, Lady Maple. They are all strangers too, and there are so many of them, Estelle, that I feel I will never remember who is who, except that Mamma's family all speak with broad Yorkshire accents, while Papa's family have refined accents. Brandon did not consult me before he invited them. He thought I ought to meet all the branches of my family, though his relatives are not mine at all. I am feeling quite overwhelmed, though there is no such thing when one is a lady, is there? Nothing is impossible. Even the worst ordeals can be endured. I will endure, then.
She sighed, and then, surprisingly, laughed.
At least I will have you and Lord Whatley with me now as moral support. What a huge relief it was when I saw that this time the approaching carriage brought familiar people, friends.
You have your brother to thank for our presence here, Estelle said.
I dare say he asked us here, and everyone else, because he cares about you, Maria. I wish he would not,
Maria said, crossing the room to open the window.
Care, that is.
But when she turned from the window, she was smiling again.
Oh, I am determined not to grumble, and I have already admitted to myself that he must have meant well when he sent off all his invitations, just as he did when he went to call upon you and Viscount Whatley at Elm Court. I will be civil to everyone. I will emulate you. I will even inject some warmth into my smiles. And I will make an effort to sort out who is who, and who belongs to whom before the day is over. Now, you must be tired and hungry and thirsty, and you are probably longing to wash your hands and face and brush your hair and change your dress. There will be warm water in the dressing-room by now, and that is surely your maid I can hear moving about in there. Come.
She led the way to a door at one side of the room and opened it to allow Estelle through.
I will wait here for you,
she said, as she closed the door. Estelle changed into an afternoon dress her maid had pulled from the top of her trunk and had a quick wash. She sat while Olga took down her hair, brushed it smooth, and coiled it neatly high on her head. A short while later, she left her room with Maria and knocked on her brother's door. He offered an arm to each of them as they went down to the floor below and along a wide corridor to the drawing-room, a magnificent apartment directly above the great hall. Chapter 7. Justin stood by the fireplace in the drawing-room later that evening, feeling cautiously optimistic. He had not really planned for everyone to arrive within a day of one another, but that was the way it had turned out. It had all been a bit hectic and dizzying, but here they were, and so far there had been no open disasters. All his guests had arrived by the middle of the afternoon today, with the result that everyone had been able to meet one another at tea. Hearty Yorkshire accents had mingled with refined aristocratic voices, but it had all been perfectly amiable. He had half feared that the late Countess's relatives might huddle at one end of the room, while his father's took possession of the other end, and Maria sulked between the two groups, the Lamarrs hovering on either side of her, and his Aunt Betty and family tried to make themselves invisible wherever they could. It had not happened. At dinner, a short while ago, he had deliberately not assigned places at the long table. He was not sure if anyone had been surprised by that, or offended by it, He ought perhaps to have directed Aunt Augusta, Lady Crowther, to the place to the right of his at the head of the table, and Lady Maple to his left. But no one had made any comment, and none of the individual families had huddled together and shied away from everyone else. When he had come here to the drawing-room with the men, half an hour after Maria led the ladies from the dining-room, everyone had mingled yet again. Leonard Dixon, Maria's uncle, was standing with him now, as was Sidney Sharp, the cousin on his mother's side who was closest to Justin in age, and Bevan Ormsbury, Aunt Augusta's eldest son, also close to Justin in age. Doris Haig, Sidney's sister, had just wandered up to join them. "The children are settled for the night?" Justin asked her. Eliza and Edward were 7 and 5 years old respectively.
"They were excited by the presence of your children, Bevan, and inclined to be mutinous, despite Martin's dire threat of consequences if they made one more excuse from rising from their beds," Doris said, grinning. "But then Megan Chandler poked her head around the door of the room they are sharing and offered to read them a few stories if it was fine with us. It was perfectly fine with us. What a very sweet niece you have, Mr. Dixon."
Megan, the youngest child of Maria's Aunt Patricia, and Owen Chandler, her husband, was 15. It was a frustrating age, Justin remembered. Not a child, not an adult. She had been allowed to join the family for dinner, but afterward, despite a half-hearted plea to her father, she had been sent back to the nursery floor by her mother.
"I do indeed, Mrs. Haig," Dixon said. "She is a lass any uncle would be proud of, always willing to help out wherever she can. Did you put a limit on the number of stories? Any self-respecting child would insist upon at least 10 before admitting to being sleepy."
"Oh, dear," Doris said. "I did not. Poor Megan."
She joined in Dixon's hearty, booming laughter. He was the owner of a textile mill, and undoubtedly a wealthy man. Owen Chandler, his brother-in-law, was a prosperous banker, portly and a bit self-important, but not unlikable. Their aunt, Lady Maple, did not share their broad Yorkshire accents. She spoke, rather, with an almost exaggeratedly upper-class voice, and, it seemed to Justin, looked with some condescension, often through her long-handled lorgnette, upon her provincial relatives. The late Countess, Maria's mother, had spoken similarly to her aunt. Her voice had never betrayed her origins. His Aunt Betty was sitting some distance from the fireplace, surrounded by Margaret Dixon and Patricia Chandler from the late Countess's side of the family, and Justin's aunts Augusta and Felicity on the late Earl's side. They were engrossed in what looked like a comfortable conversation. The Lamarrs must be finding this gathering of people a bit confusing, Justin thought. Most, if not all, must be strangers to them. These people also belonged to 3 distinct family groups. The brother and sister were not showing any sign of confusion, however. They were clearly adept at mingling at their ease with all sorts of people, even strangers, even those of the middle class.
"How different Everleigh seems now, Justin, than it did when we used to come here as children," Doris said. "I remember it as all twists and turns, a positive maze of corridors and staircases. I was constantly getting lost and panicking."
"I remember loving it for just that reason, Dor," Sidney said. "We could hide all day and then pretend we had got lost. Mamma used to hug us and cluck over us instead of scolding, while Papa looked sceptical but would not accuse us of lying."
"You might have loved it, Sid," his sister retorted. "But part of your glee, yours and Ernie's, came from deliberately losing me. Remind me never to forgive you."
"I do recall being put in the West Wing, as we have been now, when we came for Lillian's wedding to your father, Brandon," Dixon said, "and ending up lost somewhere in the East Wing when I ran up to my room for something. I had to beg for directions from a passing servant." "I was very young when I came here last, Justin," Bevan said. "I scarcely remember it at all, even though Mamma and Aunt Felicity like to talk about growing up here.
I look forward to the grand tour you have promised. I look forward to giving it, Justin told him. Maria was over by the pianoforte with some of the young people, a promising sight. Lady Estelle was with them. Rosie Sharp, his young cousin, was sitting on the pianoforte bench, her back to the instrument. The others were standing in a semicircle around her. There was a burst of laughter from their direction, even as Justin looked.
"Maria is really quite lovely, Justin,"
Doris said, following the direction of his gaze.
"She is on the pale side and a bit thinner than she ought to be, but losing her mother must have been a terrible ordeal for her. Apparently she nursed the Countess almost single-handedly throughout her lengthy illness until she died."
"It need not have been that way," Leonard Dixon said, clearly annoyed. "And so I have told my niece. If Lillian had written to us, or got someone else to write to us, we would have been there, Margaret and I dare say Patricia and Sarah too, as fast as horses could gallop. If Lillian was alive at this moment, I would be hard put to it not to give her a good shake. Poor Maria. She could certainly do with some meat on her bones. I absolutely agree with you, Mrs. Haig. Though girls these days seem to have the daft notion that the thinner they are, the more the boys will like them."
Erwin Chandler, Justin's Uncle Rowan Sharp, and his Uncle Harold Ormsbury were in conversation together. Lady Maple was seated on the side of the room farthest from the pianoforte, alone, until Viscount Whatley took a seat close to her and engaged her in conversation. Everyone else was either part of a group or moving from one to another. Yes, it was all working out as Justin had hoped it would, and feared it might not, though it was early days yet, of course. Uncle Rowan, tall and thin, with a narrow, kindly face and bushy eyebrows turning grey to match his unruly hair, came to join Justin's group, bringing young Nigel Dixon with him. "You have an impressive library. I saw this afternoon while you were busy greeting new arrivals, Justin," his uncle said. "I remember that about Everleigh, though you have added to it since I saw it last." During the past 6 years, yes. He had travelled light before that, but books had been his one indulgence since inheriting the title and having a fixed home again, and money to spare. "I have," Justin said, "though I am always open to recommendations." His uncle, a gentleman with a modest private fortune, was something of a scholar, and spent much of his time immersed in his studies, mostly of astronomy and mathematics. He had always been a family man too, however, interested in and involved with his children, and now his grandchildren, and proud of them all. Justin, as his only nephew on his wife's side, had always been included in that group. "If you have a sheet of paper long enough, Justin," he said, his eyes twinkling, "I will make a list for you." "With the heading, Books to Make You Snore," Sidney said, grinning and slapping a hand down on his father's shoulder. "Oh, please, sir," Nigel said in all earnestness, "would you make a list for me too?" The boy was at Cambridge, and was apparently a serious student. Lady Estelle had linked an arm through Maria's and was leading her toward Lady Maple. Ernest Sharp joined them there, and soon a small cluster of young people was gathered about the old lady, who was holding court, her lorgnette waving about in one hand, looking rather pleased with herself. Viscount Whatley, meanwhile, had given up his seat to Maria, and then moved away to talk with the older ladies gathered about Aunt Betty. "Ernie is such a dreamer," Sidney said, indicating his younger brother with a jutting of his chin. "Lady Estelle Lamarr is far beyond his orbit, and that is not just because she is the daughter of a marquis."
"You think you would have a better chance with her then, Sid?"
his sister asked. "That was not my point, Dor," he said, but he did look a bit abashed. "Lady Estelle Lamarr is a true lady," Leonard Dixon said, beaming with hearty approval, "as is my niece, Lady Maria Wiley. I am only sorry we never saw her while she was growing up."
or during the years when she had it so hard nursing Lillian. No young person should have to do that alone. Young people should be able to enjoy their youth, with plenty of support from their families, aunts and uncles and cousins, as well as just parents, like my boys, even if Nigel here did turn out to be bookish and not at all interested in kicking up his heels for a year or 3. Sebastian at least is interested in the mill, although, come to think of it, he has never kicked up his heels either. Margaret and I have been blessed with good boys, but no daughters. Thank goodness for nieces.
Studying is how I enjoy my youth, Pa, his younger son said, and you and Ma have always encouraged me, even if you do not quite approve of the path I have chosen.
Well, his father said, beaming, I do, I must confess, like making mention to my colleagues and competitors of my son the Cambridge scholar.
Lady Estelle Lamarr was almost certainly in her mid-20s, Justin thought. Why the devil was she not already married? Everything about her, everything, made her into surely one of the most eligible ladies in England, just as her brother must be one of the most eligible bachelors, of which number he was probably one too now, he supposed. He had not really thought of himself that way. Of course, he was almost an unknown to the ton, though that very fact might actually enhance his eligibility, the elusive Earl and all that nonsense. For a moment he longed to have his old life back, the one he had lived for the 6 years before his father died, and still did whenever he could get away for a few weeks or longer. He missed his friends. He had had women during that time too, 3 of them in total, 2 for just a few months apiece, 1 for longer. In fact, he still saw Gertie occasionally, though it was strictly a friendship now. She had insisted from the start that she did not want anything permanent, and that had suited him. She had had one husband, she had told him. He had died, and she was happy to run with her good luck for the rest of her days. When word had reached him of his father's death, and she had learned that he was now an earl, she had laughed with what had seemed like genuine amusement, and told him he had better go away before her customers started calling her Countess and getting themselves clipped about the ear for their cheek. Gertie was the widow of a publican, and since his death had run the tavern he had owned, the tavern where Justin had acquired his broken nose. His father's death had forced him to return to the life of a gentleman, or rather to that of an aristocrat, and let no one try to tell him that birth and position and money gave a man freedom. They gave him a lot, admittedly, but freedom was not part of it. 6 years later, he was still adjusting to life as the Earl of Brandon. Sometimes it seemed almost as though Just Wiley, his alter ego, had ceased to exist. He did miss the old life, dash it all, and he resented this life and the responsibilities it had brought him, including Maria. But there were other duties too, and some of them he had still not faced. He gazed at Lady Estelle Lamarr while conversation flowed around him, and he found himself resenting her. For whenever she looked at him, she saw a dour barbarian, and that was at least partly his fault. He was dour. He had not always been so. He had learned dourness and silence and self-containment as a defence against a world that was often hostile and sometimes downright dangerous to vagrants, especially vagrants with soft hands and fine linen and fastidious ways and accents that inspired ridicule at best, violence at worst. He had taken on some of the burdens of his position in the past 6 years. There were others he had been avoiding. He stepped away from his group and approached the one around Lady Maple. She was in the middle of telling the young people how she had been considered a rare beauty when she was a girl, and how she had caught the eye of Sir Cuthbert Maple at an assembly in Harrogate, and nothing would do for him but he must have her. He had proposed to her that very night,
and married her by special licence 1 week later.
"What a very romantic story, Great-Aunt Bertha,"
Gillian Chandler said with a sigh. If Justin had the rights of it, Lady Maple had been barely 18 when she married, while her groom had been 60. She had been a wealthy widow at 19 and had remained single ever since.
"You introduced my mother to my father,"
Maria said.
"and they married 1 month later."
5 weeks, Lady Maple said, pointing her lorgnette at her great-niece. "Your papa insisted upon having banns read." Rosie Sharp, Justin's youngest cousin, had seen him standing slightly behind her chair and turned to look up at him.
"I could have died, Justin,"
she told him.
"when you walked into the drawing-room with the other men after dinner. Of all my accomplishments, none of which will ever win me widespread acclaim, pianoforte playing is the most dismal."
"Then the others cannot be bad at all," he said. "What is your best accomplishment?"
"Baking, actually," she said. "Cakes and scones and eclairs and biscuits. But Mamma complains that I am making her fat."
She laughed and looked very pretty. She still had the freckles across her nose that he remembered from when she was a young child.
"And Papa complains that I am not making him fat enough."
He could remember hugging her that morning more than 12 years ago before he left to ride off into the unknown. He had pretended she was Maria, whom he had not been allowed to hug at all, or even see. "And what are some of your main interests?" he asked Gillian Chandler.
"Carpentry,"
she said without hesitation.
"Papa is trying to get Wallace interested in it, for he says it is a worthy career if one has the skills. My brother is just not interested, however. I am, and I have even made a few things, which are not terribly good, but would be very much better if only I had a proper instructor. Papa says a girl cannot be a carpenter. It is very provoking."
Chandler did not follow his brother-in-law's practice of allowing his children to follow their dreams then. But Dixon did not have daughters. "It is," Justin agreed. "Why should you knit or paint with watercolours when you would far prefer to be sawing and pounding nails?"
"Exactly. Oh, Cousin Justin, may I call you that, though you are not strictly speaking my cousin?" she said. "Cousin Justin, I like you. How fortunate Maria is to have you for a brother. Perhaps I can exchange you for Wallace."
She and Rosie and Paulette Ormsbury, Aunt Augusta's youngest child, went off into peals of laughter, while Maria bit her lower lip, and Lady Estelle smiled and looked amused. "A young lady's foremost duty to herself is to secure a husband who can support her well during his life and leave her independently established when he dies," Lady Maple said, drawing everyone's attention back to herself. "Then she may think of doing something as cork-brained as learning carpentry. If she is wise, however, she will always leave the cooking to the servants. Otherwise they may come to look down upon her, and that is never a desirable thing." Lady Estelle was looking even more amused when Justin caught her eye, but her smile quickly faded. Only a barbarian, he supposed, would encourage a girl to make a cabinet rather than knit a scarf or paint a landscape. The following morning was cloudy but warm, with no noticeable wind. Although everyone was eager for the promised tour of the state apartments, it was a pity to waste a fine morning indoors. It was agreed at breakfast. It might be raining by this afternoon. Maria spoke up with a suggestion. She offered to take anyone who was interested to the lake to see it and the Chinese bridge and the waterfall, though she warned it was a longish walk. Now, half an hour later, Maria was outside under the portico with an eager group of the young cousins. Estelle and Bertrand were out there too. It was getting a bit crowded. A few of the older couples were strolling among the parterres, having decided to stay closer to the house in case it rained, as it very well might. Estelle, looking across the formal gardens to the river and the rock gardens and wooded slope beyond,
down which they had travelled yesterday, thought that surely a lovelier, stately home could not exist anywhere. What a pity it was not also a happier place, though perhaps it would be in time. Certainly all the guests here seemed to be a congenial lot, and it must be remembered that it was the Earl of Brandon, stiff and humourless as he seemed to be, who had invited them all here, for the sake of his sister. And he had sympathised last evening with young Gillian's dream of being a carpenter. The group of young people began to make its noisy, chattering way down the marble steps to the terrace, led by Maria. Bertrand went with them. He had offered his arm to Angela Ormsbury, one of Maria's cousins on her father's side, perhaps because she seemed shyer than any of the others. He was smiling at her and drawing her into conversation. Estelle held back until last. She was here to give her support to Maria, it was true, but she did not want to stifle her friend's ability to manage on her own. Mr. Ernest Sharp, her brother's cousin, had given her his arm, and Maria was smiling at him, apparently pleased to have his escort. Mr. Sidney Sharp was hovering in Estelle's vicinity, and would offer his arm in a moment, she supposed. His young sister had just plucked his sleeve, however, to point out something across the valley before turning away to run lightly down the steps in pursuit of the others. At the same moment, one of the main doors opened, and someone else stepped outside. The dour Earl himself, Estelle saw, with a glance over her shoulder. He was coming too, was he? He drew to an abrupt halt. "Ah, Lady Estelle," he said, just as Sidney Sharp was turning back to her. "May I show you the summer house? I am on my way there." "Oh, I say, Justin," his cousin protested. "Pulling rank, are you? Cutting the ground from under my feet?" "Pulling the age advantage, Sid," the Earl said. "I always was 2 years older than you, if you will recall. I still am. But had you already asked the lady to walk to the lake with you?" "I had not," his cousin admitted, "but I was about to, as must have been glaringly obvious. Perhaps we ought—" "Excuse me," Estelle said, bringing the eyes of both gentlemen to her person. "The lady is standing right here. She has ears. She also has a tongue." "She is also a lady of some spirit," Sidney Sharp said, his eyes laughing into hers, before he grinned more fully at his cousin. "Lady Estelle, the choice is yours. You may walk to the lake with my humble self, or you may admire the summer house with Justin, or you may do something quite independent of both of us, I suppose, and go stalking off alone to walk the maze or explore the greenhouses. But before you decide, may I point out that if you reject my offer as an escort, I may be doomed to walk with my own sister." He pulled a forlorn look. Estelle laughed. The others, she could see, had crossed the terrace and were descending the wide stone steps to the formal garden, where Maria and Mr. Ernest Sharp were awaiting them. "That does sound like a sad fate, Mr. Sharp," she said. "However, when a lady has a choice of escort, good manners dictate that she accept the one who asked first." She heard the words that came out of her mouth, rather as though someone else had spoken them. There was a measure of truth to them, but she had agreed to walk to the lake before she had been asked to go in the opposite direction. So why— "Run along, Sid," the Earl said, and his cousin ran along, laughing and calling to the others to wait for him. "You are on the way to the summer house, Lord Brandon?" Estelle asked, wheeling on him. "Alone?" "When you have guests to entertain?" She did not say it aloud, but her tone implied it. "I often spend time there," he told her. "I thought to steal a private hour or two there this morning, while everyone else is happily occupied. Lady Maple informed me last night that she never leaves her room before noon. My aunt and uncle are in the nursery with Doris and Martin and their children." "You do not like children?" she asked him. "Doris's two are of that alarming breed of youngster that awakes at the crack of dawn every day, bursting with energy and demanding to be entertained," he said. "I took them out to the stables this morning, where they made Captain's acquaintance. I am not sure who was the more ecstatic, he or they, and then came riding with one of my grooms and me. After that, they helped brush the horses down and chased Captain around the stable-yard before feeding him. I brought them home in plenty of time for their nurse to make them look and smell respectable before the other children, who all slept until a decent hour, were ready for breakfast. I believe I have done my duty by them for one morning." Well, she had had her answer. "Perhaps," he said, "you will not mind if we collect Captain on our way to the summer-house. He does not take kindly to being in residence at the stables, and thus relegated to an inferior status, on a level with the horses. He usually occupies the house with me, but it occurred to me that some of my guests may not enjoy his company. You, for example." They descended the marble steps together and turned to walk along the terrace. He did not offer his arm.
"Oh, you will not make me responsible for your dog's misery in being put out of his own home, Lord Brandon," she said. "I believe I have already conceded that he is not the vicious hound I took him for at first." Why, she wondered, did he often spend time at the summer-house, when he had this vast and splendid mansion in which to live? Chapter 8. Captain was sitting out in the stable-yard, watching one of the grooms exercise a horse in the paddock, but he scrambled to his feet and turned when he saw them approach. He did not come dashing toward them, however, until he was summoned by a single word from his master. "Come," the Earl of Brandon said. The dog came at a run then, panted up at the Earl when he arrived, and sat to offer a paw to Estelle. As she shook it and bade him a good morning, she found herself smiling and wanting for some inexplicable reason to hug the dog. His brown ears were soft and silky, his black jowls, nose, and eyes mournful-looking. Fleshy folds curved above his eyes like eyebrows and extended down the sides of his face, making it seem as though his eyes slanted downward. He was not so terribly fierce after all. Perhaps he was not sad either. Looks could deceive. "I can remember," she said, smoothing one hand over the dog's huge head and down along one ear, "that Bertrand desperately wanted a dog when we were 7 or 8. There was a litter of collie pups at a neighbour's house. He begged and pleaded and moped, but our aunt was immovable. Dogs were dirty in her opinion, and they shed and jumped on furniture and beds, and frightened visitors and servants. Worst of all, they were useless, except perhaps to warm a little boy's heart."
"You did not want one of those puppies too?" the Earl asked, and Estelle looked at him in some surprise at herself that she had confided such a distant and personal memory to him of all people. Good heavens, she had probably not even thought of that incident for years. "I was not desperate for one," she said, "but we are twins. We feel each other's pain. I can remember wrapping my arms about him and weeping on his shoulder when I found him huddled in a corner of the attic, after he had finally understood that he was not going to have his dog." "Your aunt had great power in your home, did she?" he asked.
"She and my uncle raised us," she explained. "Our mother died in an accident before we were even a year old, and her elder sister and her husband and their 2 children came to Elm Court to care for us. They stayed for the funeral, and then somehow they stayed for the rest of our childhood and youth."
"Your father?" he asked.
"He went away," she told him. "He came home a couple of times each year, but it was our aunt and uncle who raised us."
"They did an excellent job," he said. She looked at him in surprise again.
"They are good people," she told him. "I did not mean to imply by the dog story that my aunt was some sort of cruel and unfeeling tyrant. She was not, and is not.
"Shall we walk?" he suggested, and she fell into step beside him. What had he meant by that? They did an excellent job. He did not know either her or Bertrand, but even a slight acquaintance was often enough to give one a firm impression, just as she had formed one of him. She did not really know him, though, did she? The dog loped along ahead of them. The summer house was built on a steepish slope above the greenhouses, and was largely hidden from them by a band of trees and bushes. It was slightly above the level of the house, too, and was angled to face away from it, toward the southeast. "Someone was using his head when it was built," the Earl said as they approached it. "My great-grandfather again, I suspect. The lower level has windows from ceiling to floor, as you will see in a moment. The upper level, too, has large windows. Most people would choose to have the building face full south to get all the sunlight, and then discover the heat of a summer day unbearable. This way, the house gets all the gentle morning light, but more slanted rays in the afternoon." It was an attractive building. The lower level was all one room, and furnished for relaxation with a number of comfortable-looking chairs and sofas, and low tables to hold refreshments and books and newspapers. There was even a long, low bookcase against the back wall, its shelves filled with books. Two of the windows that made up the front wall could be slid back to open the room to the outdoors. They could also be kept closed to hold the warm air inside on a cool or rainy day. The view was unexpected and lovely. The summer house did not look over any part of the formal gardens or flower beds, but rather over fields and meadows to the east, and the low hedgerows that divided them and gave them the appearance of a patchwork quilt. There were sheep grazing in one large field. The view stretched into the distance over a widening valley and low undulating hills. The river meandered through it.
"All your land?"
Estelle asked. "Yes," he said. It had indeed been an inspired idea to build the summer house to face this way. There was an impression of rural peace here. One could be happy here for days at a time, Estelle thought. She no longer wondered that the Earl chose to spend time here, despite the fact that he lived in that vast and magnificent mansion out of sight behind them. "I started to spend a lot of time here after my mother's death," he told her.
"How old were you?" she asked.
10, he said. 1 week shy of my 11th birthday, actually. She was a superb horsewoman, but she had a fall that day and hit her head. She lived for another 5 days, but she never regained consciousness. The light went out of my life with her." Estelle felt her stomach muscles clench, for that one sentence spoke volumes. She carried the pain of never having consciously known her own mother. He had the pain of having known his for more than 10 years. Which was worse? Or were there no degrees of pain in the loss of a mother? She wondered if the light had ever come back for him, and what it would say about him if it had not. She had worked out his age to be 34. His mother had died 24 years ago then, about the same time as her mother. Both by accident, the result of a fall. "Come and see the upstairs," he said, and his dog scrambled eagerly up ahead of them, though he had to wait on the top stair. There was a door, which the Earl had to unlock with a key he drew from his pocket. It was also one room. This one had 2 large windows, though not as large as the ones below. There was a big desk against the wall between them, and reaching halfway across each. It was strewn rather untidily with paper and pencils, and quill pens and an ink bottle. There were bookshelves here, too, all of them filled, and 2 easy chairs, and a bed pushed against the back wall, covered with a fawn-coloured quilt and bright cushions and books. There was a book on the seat of one of the chairs, too. Both sides of the ceiling sloped with the shape of the roof. It was not a tidy space, but there was something very cosy about it. It looked lived in. Estelle wondered if he had ever spent a night in that bed. As a boy, perhaps, mourning his mother, wondering if his life would ever be the same again, and knowing at heart that it would not be.
"This was always just a storage space," he told her. "I asked my father if I could clear it out, and he raised no objection. One of the grooms and a couple of gardeners helped me move the junk out and the furniture in, and it became my retreat. No one has ever been here but me, and Maria a few times when she was a child."
And now her, Estelle thought. What was she to make of that? She approached the desk, and all the papers spread across it. "Do you write?" she asked.
"I do," he said.
He was standing in the middle of the room, where the ceiling was high enough to accommodate his height, his hands behind him, looking at her with a slight frown between his brows. "What do you write?" she asked him. "Or is that an unpardonably intrusive question?"
"Hardly," he said, "or I would not have brought you up here. I'm trying my hand at a novel, if it can be called that. I am beginning to realize that a novel must have some shape, some point, some meaning, something to bind beginning, middle, and end together in a unified whole. I do not even know the word to describe what I mean, if there is such a word, but whatever it is, I suspect my book may lack it. It is the picaresque story of a young man's adventures as he travels about the country without any idea of where exactly he is going, or why he is going there, or what he will do when he gets there, or how he will survive when he has no money in his pockets or friends upon whom to lean." The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. "It is autobiographical, then?" she asked. She could feel her cheeks turn hot as his stillness seemed to intensify. She knew nothing about the years before his father's death, though the gossips had made much of them even as far away as Elm Court. But even if she had known anything, oh, her wretched mouth. "I suppose," he said, after an uncomfortable pause, "I can identify with my main character sufficiently to make him convincing, Lady Estelle. But he is not me. He is far more heroic. Accidentally heroic, I ought to add. He stumbles into adventures and challenges and dangers, and often makes matters worse with his clumsy attempts to deal with them, and help people who neither need nor wish for his help. Despite himself, and against all odds, however, he invariably wins the day and comes out on top before moving on."
She felt herself smiling. "He is a bit of a comic hero, then?" she asked. "A bit of a Don Quixote?" He was still frowning.
"Quite by accident," he said. "I wanted him to be a serious adventurer, someone who would vanquish all the demons at loose in the world and teach the reader a thing or two about courage and virtue and the truly important things in life. Someone epically heroic. But I have made a disturbing discovery about writing. My characters, especially my hero, are of course my creations. They have no existence outside my imagination, yet no one seems to have told them that. They will insist upon living their lives their way, no matter how often I tap them on the shoulder with a timid sort of, 'Excuse me.' They simply stare at me, before continuing to carry on as they please."
She smiled as she tipped her head to one side. Oh, this was a revelation. "Unlike Captain, who was obedient to your every command," she said. The dog, hearing his name as he lay in a very temporary shaft of sunlight from one of the windows, opened his eyes, thumped his tail twice on the floor, and returned to his somnolent state.
"Well," the Earl said, "Captain is not a figment of my imagination. I really believe the imagination is not even in the brain, you know.
but is something far larger and more powerful that the brain has access to when one quiets the mind sufficiently to relinquish control. And if you believe this is the rambling of a madman, I would not necessarily disagree with you." He went abruptly to look out through the other window.
"Why did you bring me here, Lord Brandon?"
Estelle asked. "To Everleigh." He turned his face toward her.
"Here,"
she said.
"to the summer house. You brought me to Everleigh to keep Maria company. I was in her company when I left the house this morning. We were going to the lake together. Why did you ask me to come here instead?"
"When I stepped outside myself," he said, "you looked like more of an observer of the lake party than a participant in it, and Maria had plenty of other company. It occurred to me that you might like the summer house."
"I do,"
she said, but she was feeling very uncomfortable. Why had he singled her out and asked no one else? And why here, to the upstairs, which he had admitted was very much his private domain? It even had a door that locked, though it was open now. And why, for that matter, had she agreed to come here with him when she had had a perfect excuse not to do so? No, it was not even an excuse. She had had a reason. She had been a part of that other group, and she had really wanted to see the lake and the bridge and waterfall. "You would have come here eventually, of course," the Earl said. "Everyone will. We will arrange to have tea out here a time or two, preferably when the weather is at its best. I will enjoy being here with all my guests. Downstairs. I thought you might like to see this quiet retreat, however." Her, and no one else.
"And to hear about your accidental hero?"
she said. "I did not intend for you to meet him," he said. "I ought to have hidden all evidence of his existence before I brought you here. But then I did not expect to be bringing you. Perhaps I have more in common with my hero than I realized."
"You write with a pencil rather than a pen?"
she said. It was not really a question. She could see that he did. He had bold, sloping handwriting. "When he embarrasses me too much, or gets himself into a scrape I cannot think him out of, or becomes tedious for more than one page in a row," he told her, "I can simply erase what he said, or did, and send him off in a different direction to do better."
"As you cannot do in your own life,"
she said. But that sounded insulting.
"As none of us can do."
"Being a writer does give one certain power," he agreed. "The power to play God. But only on paper, alas, and only with people who do not even exist. Perhaps that is one of the attractions of writing fiction. It is therapeutic." She wished he would look away. His eyes were very direct on hers, very dark, quite unreadable. His voice was deep. Oh, what did that have to do with anything? He was not a comfortable man to be alone with. Not that she felt she was in any sort of danger, just uncomfortable. He was giving her glimpses behind the stark exterior that had so repelled her. She preferred to be repelled. She did not want to know him, for there was something about him that disturbed her. She could not even put words to the unease she felt whenever she was in the same room as him.
"Why did you leave home?" she asked. "Before your father died, I mean. You did leave, did you not? Several years before."
She wished fervently then that she had not asked. She had just told herself she did not want to know anything more about him, especially about those years. Darkness lurked there, and it was none of her business. But her questions had not been written in pencil, alas. They could not be erased. His eyes continued to bore into hers for a few uncomfortable moments before he turned his head away to look through the window again. His hands, clasped behind him, beat a slow, rhythmic tattoo against his back. All the gossip and wild stories have not satisfied you, Lady Estelle? He asked her. I assume there have been plenty of both in the neighbourhood of Prospect Hall, since the late Countess and Maria went to live there after my father's death. Because he had sent them there, apparently, despite the fact that the house just behind here was vast, and he might have avoided them if he had so wished, without sending them away.
One cannot help hearing gossip when one is part of a community, she told him, though I try not to give it too much credence, unless I can confirm the facts for myself. But I do beg your pardon. I have no right to the facts in this case. They are not my business.
His clasped hands continued the tattoo. But you are my invited guest here, he said, and have a right to some knowledge of the man who persuaded you to come. I left here 6 years before my father's death. He sent me away. Banished me, if you prefer the more dramatic but very accurate word. I was banished on a moment's notice, with time only to gather the personal possessions I could carry with me. I was told not to return. Ever. Ever, of course, expired with my father's life, for he could not disinherit me, only disown me while he lived. I learned of his passing 4 months after it happened. When I checked at the place, letters were sent me occasionally by 2 persons I trusted. No one else knew where I was, or how to find me or communicate with me. So far, I dare say the facts match closely with the gossip. It is probable that none of the others do. I did not, for example, spend a couple of years, or even 1 day in chains, or walking a treadmill, or at hard labour in jail. One thing stood out in Estelle's mind. His father had been dead for 4 months before he even knew it. The late Earl would not have been able to rescind the sentence of banishment even if he had wished to do so. He could not have summoned his son home to his deathbed. Neither he nor anyone else, except 2 persons, had known how to contact him. No one had been able to find the new Earl of Brandon after the old Earl died. What on earth had happened to lead to such severe circumstances?
Did you always have an adversarial relationship with your father? She asked.
What sort of father? No matter how difficult his son, his only son, would banish him and tell him never to return, and cut off all lines of communication. On the contrary, we had an extraordinarily close relationship, he said. Until I was 22 years old, that is. He looked at her again, his face harsh and forbidding. Do not ask me what I did that was so heinous that he would cast me off forever. I dare say you have heard theories, each more hair-raising than the last. Perhaps one of them is Maria's. I will confirm or deny none of them. Only 2 living people, apart from me, know the truth, and they will never divulge it because I asked them not to, and they are honourable people. 2 people. His uncle and aunt came to mind, Mr. and Mrs. Sharp. They seemed extraordinarily fond of him, and he of them. Mrs. Sharp was his mother's only sister. Were they also the only people who had been able to write to him at a prearranged place?
That is fair enough, she said.
The dog had got to his feet and gone to stand by his side. He nudged the Earl's hand with his nose until he smoothed his palm over the dog's head, and the dog whined and pressed close against his leg. It was almost, Estelle thought, as though Captain had sensed distress in his master. Or perhaps it was more than just almost. The Earl of Brandon had been very close to his father, but he had lost him, on a moment's notice, 6 years before his actual death. Oh, she did not want to know these things about him. Yet she was not being quite honest with herself. She had asked the questions after all. He had not forced the information on her.
Perhaps we ought to return to the house, she said.
Something occurred to me last evening, he said, turning abruptly but ignoring her suggestion. He crossed to the bed, picked up one of the books there, and fitted it into an empty slot on a shelf of the bookcase. He stayed in front of it, his back to her. It occurred to me that I hate Everleigh. It was once my home, but ceased to be a dozen years ago. Even though it has been my property for 6 of those years, it has never again been my home. It just looks vaguely like it, as though someone had recreated it but omitted the soul.
But it is beautiful, she protested. I have lived in or stayed at a number of stately homes, Lord Brandon, and none have been lovelier than Everleigh, either inside or out. I have not seen more than a fraction of it all yet, it is true, but it strikes me that it comes close to being paradise on earth.
But omitted the soul. Perhaps she saw it her way because she had no emotional history with the house. He did, and that made all the difference. Whatever had happened, when he was 22, must have shattered his world. Perhaps he was bowed down with guilt now. His father had never seen him again. There had been no chance for forgiveness or absolution. Oh, what if her father had died before they could talk things through with him, she and Bertrand, and so forgive him and begin a new life of love and happiness with him and their stepmother? It was unthinkable. Their lives would be so very different, and impoverished, and lacking in wholeness. I have looked at my aunt, my mother's sister, and her family during the past couple of days, he said, and remembered all the visits I have made to their house, which is perhaps 1/10 the size of Everleigh, but is 10 times the home Everleigh is. This is not a home at all.
But it could be made into one again. It is people who make a home, she said.
But she stopped there. That was precisely the point, was it not? It was once my home, but ceased to be.
Everleigh once was home?
He reached out and half removed a book from a shelf before pushing it back. When my mother was alive, he said. When we were a family.
You have a sister, she reminded him, and you have just insisted that she return here, to a place you hate, to a house that is not a home.
That was the very thought that occurred to me last evening, he said, that I have held back from making Everleigh my own, that I have neglected to make the earldom fully my own. There are responsibilities that come with being who I am, not the least of which is caring for my sister, whom my father loved, whom I both loved and love. It is probably time I stopped resenting what I have inherited. Resenting? There was a whole world of meaning behind that one word, Estelle thought. How could anyone resent inheriting an earldom and a property like this, and probably wealth untold? But it was very clear there were heavy burdens from his past that he had shared with no one except 2 unnamed persons, possibly his aunt and uncle. And there was the fact that he had never had the chance to set things right with his father. There was the fact that he had sent his stepmother away to Prospect Hall before coming back here himself. There was the fact that Maria hated him and was seemingly unwilling to forgive him for whatever he had done to her and her mother. Had he sent them away just because they were not his blood relatives? But that would have been ridiculously petty, and Estelle could not believe it had been as simple as that. It was becoming a bit tedious to keep telling herself that she really did not want to know, that apart from a natural sort of curiosity, she had no wish to understand him better. But oh, she really did not want to like him. She really did not want to start finding him attractive. The very thought gave her the shivers. There was no warmth in him. Oh, but yes, there was. There was no light in him, though. He had admitted it himself. The light went out of my life. 24 years ago, when his mother died. Had he resented his father's second marriage, which, if Maria was to be believed last evening, had been a sudden one, and one in which there had been a great disparity in age. "What I need," the Earl of Brandon said abruptly, half drawing the same book out of the bookcase once more, before yet again pushing it back into place, "is a countess." A countess, not a wife. Even his chosen word was a bit chilling. "But even in that choice," he said, "there is little freedom, only more responsibility. To choose someone of suitable birth and breeding, someone who will know how to make a home of this place, and be a welcoming hostess for visitors both here and in London. Someone who will be kind to my sister, and help settle her into a meaningful life, either here or in a marriage. Someone who will bear the children I am duty-bound to beget, particularly a son, of course, preferably more than one." Estelle was feeling decidedly uncomfortable. "That can never be guaranteed," she said. "Some women bear only daughters. Some are barren. Sometimes the man is incapable." But she did not say that aloud. "Nothing is certain," he said. "Even an apparently settled life can change totally and without warning within an hour, within a moment. But when one has great responsibility, Lady Estelle, one really ought to make a serious attempt at organizing oneself, doing one's duty, planning a future, as well as one is able, for the security of one's dependents." "Yes," she agreed. "It is all very well, is it not, to consider the lilies of the field, which neither toil nor spin, as the Bible urges us to do, and conclude that we ought to model our lives upon their example, and do nothing but enjoy life, and allow fate to carry us along as it will. People are not lilies. People do need to plan." "I wish you would marry me," he said. For a moment she did not trust her ears. He had spoken rather softly, also quite distinctly. "What?" She stared, wide-eyed at his broad back, until he turned to look across the room at her, or rather, to frown across the room. "I wish you would marry me," he said again. "We are equal in birth. We are not very far apart in age. We are both unattached. At least, I assume you are, though it surprises me. You are past the first blush of youth, and must have received any number of eligible offers. Your beauty alone would make that inevitable. But you have far more than just beauty to recommend you. Perhaps you have waited for love. If so, it would seem to have eluded you, until you are past the age at which you can continue to expect it. I wish you would consider me, then." She had listened to a few proposals of marriage when she had not been able to avert them. She had never heard anything remotely like this one, and never before had a marriage proposal been so totally unexpected. She had always been able to prepare herself, plan something to say that would soften the blow of her refusal. This time, however— "Lord Brandon," she said, "I cannot think of anything whatsoever that would induce me even to consider marrying you." They gazed at each other for what seemed a long while, before the pencil Estelle did not realize she was holding snapped in two, and he nodded briskly. "Then it is time I returned you to the house," he said, striding toward her and taking the two pieces of pencil from her nerveless hands and tossing them onto the desk. He looked into her eyes, his own dark and hard, the frown lines still between his brows. He hesitated, while Captain pranced and panted at the head of the stairs. "Accept my apologies for insulting you," he said curtly, and kissed her hard right on the mouth. It was not just a brief peck of a kiss. It must have lasted for several seconds, while Estelle stood in shock, burned by the heat of him, smelling some combination of shaving soap and leather, and somehow feeling the kiss from her mouth to her toes, but inside her body rather than outside, with a hideous awareness that threatened to rob her of both breath and control of her knees. She was aware of her hands dangling uselessly by her sides, and of a ghastly temptation to set them on either side of his waist, or on his shoulders, or on either side of his face. Then his mouth was gone from hers, and he took half a step back, and indicated the staircase with one hand, his eyes still holding her own. "After you," he said, his voice still curt, just as though he had not recently stopped the world and set it spinning again in the opposite direction, and otherwise discomposing her, and outraging her, and why had it not occurred to her to use her hands to push him away, and maybe slap his face for good measure? She preceded him down the staircase, Captain panting at her side, and outside into a light, drizzling rain. Chapter 9. It was not far from the summer house to the main house. Right now, however, it seemed an endless distance to Justin, though they hurried along, heads down against the light rain. Too late, he remembered that there was an umbrella at the summer house. He doubted he would have brought it anyway, though. He would have had to offer her his arm and hold her close to his side so they could share it. As it was, there was a space of 3 or 4 feet between them. Captain was loping along in front of them. Could he have orchestrated a worse disaster if he had tried? He very much doubted it. The idea had come to him last evening. Ideas, rather, plural. First, that Maria was going to need a respectable and socially connected female to present her to society next spring. But he did not have a candidate in mind. His aunts on both his mother's side and his father's rarely went to London, and had their own families to occupy them anyway. Maria's aunts were not members of the ton. Her great-aunt was too elderly. His second idea had been that he could solve the problem, and a few others for good measure, by marrying and letting his wife sponsor Maria. The third idea was that he was looking at the perfect candidate, except that she was an impossibility, and he had realized that last evening. Lady Estelle Lamarr, that was. She was perfect. She was poised and charming, not to mention gorgeous. In company, she knew how to take the lead when it was necessary, retreat into the background when it was not. She could talk with ease to anyone, listen with interest, smile with what looked like genuine pleasure. She never drew attention to herself, yet somehow commanded it. She was elegant and graceful. She would be the perfect candidate for his countess in every imaginable way. Except one. She disliked him. She had never made any bones about it, though she had, of course, always been polite. Courtesy under all circumstances had been bred into her very soul, it would seem. But even if they could have got past their first unfortunate couple of encounters, she would still never recover from her hostility toward him, for she had been poisoned against him by local gossip long before she even met him, despite her assurance that she believed it only when it could be proved with facts. Maria had probably supplied some of those facts, or what she had believed to be facts, courtesy of her mother, and he had done nothing to help Lady Estelle change her perception of him. Even after 6 years back in society as the Earl of Brandon, he was still stiff and gauche, and uncomfortable, and inclined to hide behind the morose armour he had built around himself after he was banished. Last night he had struck Lady Estelle Lamarr from his mental list of prospective countesses. Not that there was anyone else on the list. And what had he done this morning? He had mistimed his departure from the house, and found that a few stragglers from the lake party were still up under the portico, including Lady Estelle. It had been perfectly clear that his cousin Sid was about to take her in pursuit of the others, but he had not yet done so. Justin had offered his escort instead. to the summer house. And she had accepted. He might have known there and then that disaster was looming. The summer house was his domain, especially the upper level. It was the only place on Everleigh land where he felt fully at home and relaxed, and private. He had wanted the privacy this morning in particular because he had a very personal letter to write. But, he had thought, as they made their way there, he would not need to take her to the upper level. He had had a door and a lock installed at the top of the stairs. He could sit downstairs with her, let her see the view, relax for half an hour. So, of course, he had taken her up. He had even been glad about it for a while. She had liked it. She had been interested in his writing. She had asked him about his reason for leaving here 12 years ago, and about his relationship with his father, and he had felt that she was genuinely interested in knowing the truth, even though he had not told her a great deal of it. And then, well, then he had made an ass of himself. "I wish you would marry me." And as though that idiocy were not enough to embarrass him for the rest of his natural life, even if he lived to be 90, he had proceeded to explain his reason for asking. "You are past the first blush of youth. Perhaps you have waited for love. If so, it would seem to have eluded you, until you are past the age at which you can continue to expect it. I wish you would consider me." The memory was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. The drizzling rain did not help. The lake party was hurrying back to the house from the other direction, he could see. Fortunately, he had an excuse not to encounter them, or have to mingle with them for a while. "Captain," he called, "the stables." And his dog, after turning to look at him as though to say, "What, again?" nevertheless obediently changed direction. Justin followed him without a word to his companion, who held her course for the house. "Lord Brandon, I cannot think of anything whatsoever that would induce me even to consider marrying you." Her rejection had been cutting in its brevity, and clear in its meaning beyond the shadow of any doubt. So he had kissed her, hard, on the mouth, with no finesse whatsoever. He owed her an apology, at the very least. He had made one, in fact, but that was just before he kissed her. He owed her another. The trouble was that he did not want to get close enough to her for the next eternity or two to say anything at all, and he did not doubt she felt exactly the same way. He settled Captain back at the stables, rubbing him down with a towel and cleaning his paws and underbelly. He fed him, though it was the wrong time to do so, and changed the water in his bowl, though what was already there had looked fresh. His letter remained unanswered. He was as far as ever from finding a countess. That list of his was quite blank. He did not know anyone. He wanted desperately to go home, which was laughable when he considered that the home for which he yearned was half of a poky, draughty loft in a small, dilapidated old cottage, with a dreary view over a stone quarry through its windows. Through one of its windows, the tiny square one under the eaves in the loft, Ricky was perhaps gazing at this very moment, watching for Justin, even though July had come and gone, and Justin had not come with it. Ricky understood simple facts. What he could not understand was changed facts, or the reasons for them. He could not understand the difference between cancellation and postponement. One always had to be very specific with what one told him, for as far as Ricky was concerned, the things one told him were then facts written in stone. If they changed, he was not only disappointed, he was also distraught and quite inconsolable. "It's something you need to keep in mind next time you say you were coming here, Juss," Wes Mort had dictated to Hilda, his woman, who had written the letter for him. Wes could both read and write. Justin had taught him by candlelight through one cold winter and beyond. but he was embarrassed by the slowness with which he read and the large, childish appearance of his handwriting.
"Don't tell Ricky you are coming back in July, after you have finished all your stuff in London, and then write to say you can't come then after all, but will come in the autumn instead after harvest. Ricky don't understand things like that, just. You said July, but you didn't come in July, and now he is mortal down in the dumps. He don't want to eat, or sleep, or even wash. He drags about, driving us mental, and he don't smile no more. Hildy is threatening to leave me."
"This is Hilda here, Justin. I am not threatening to go. How would my men do without me? And where would I go anyhow? But poor Ricky is in a bad way."
"In future, when you are leaving here, tell him goodbye, and you will see him sometime when you can. I'm ready to pop you a good one and put another bend in your nose. Perhaps it will improve your looks. Come when you can, but make it soon, or you may find Ricky looking after 2 lunatics here."
For 4 years, Justin had lived in half that loft above Wes's cottage. Ricky, Wes's brother, lived in the other half. He was 30 years old now, a few years younger than Wes, and a big man, but he still had the mind of a 4 or 5-year-old. He was sweetness itself, except when something frustrated him. Then he tended to mope and sulk and sigh, and sometimes throw a tantrum. He had taken a liking to Justin from the start, and considered himself Justin's protector from all ills, real and imagined. Leaving him after a visit was never an easy thing to do. Wes was a great bruiser of a man, all brawn and muscle and big heart, and sometimes big mouth. It was Wes who had broken Justin's nose in a tavern brawl that had been more of a massacre than a fight between equals. Wes had jeered at him when he lay on the floor, blood pouring from his nose, eyes unfocused. He had spit to one side of him and commented that if Mr. La-di-da wanted to toughen up a bit, so he could give a better account of himself in the future, he could come and work for him in a stone quarry. His mouth had fallen open in astonishment when Justin had turned up on his doorstep 2 days later to inform him that here he was reporting for work. Wes had grinned at him then.
"I did a good piece of work on that face, Mr. La-di-da," he had said. "There is not a single part of it that is not still swollen, except maybe your eyeballs. Even your ma wouldn't know you."
Justin had still been marvelling that he had all his teeth.
"If I can last out for a whole week of working for you," he had told Wes grimly, "you can drop the La-di-da label. It is the way I talk. It is not going to change. My name is Justin. Justin Wiley."
"Jus?" Ricky had been smiling sweetly from behind his brother's shoulder. "Did you fall down and hurt yourself? Come in the house. Hildy has made some soup. Hildy's soup is always the best. It will make you all better again." Wes was a foreman at the quarry. He had given Justin a job, and Justin had kept it for 4 years. For at least the first of those years he had been given all the hardest jobs, though that was merely a matter of degree. There was no easy job at the quarry. And that was the home and the life for which he still sometimes found himself yearning. He had proved himself worthy of that life. He had gritted his teeth and refused to accept defeat, and made himself fit in, until he no longer had to make the effort. And now he had to find a way of sending a message that would comfort Ricky, and reassure him that he had not been forgotten, that he was still loved, and that Justin was safe, even though Ricky was not here to protect him. All the way back to the house, Estelle had been desperately hoping she would not meet anyone before she reached her room. She needed time to get her teeming thoughts and her battered emotions in order before she could even think of putting on her social face. She had just been proposed to and kissed by a man who gave her the shivers, and it was entirely her own fault. A cool "no thank you" outside the house earlier, when he had asked if she would like to see the summer house, would have averted all of this. So why had she not said it? But she had not done so, and that was that. And she was not going to escape, it seemed. Even before the Earl of Brandon turned away toward the stables with his dog, she both heard and saw the approach of the lake party. They were hurrying back to the house, apparently in great high spirits, despite the lowering sky and the discomfort of the drizzle. So she had to don her social manner after all, and greet them with answering smiles and laughter as they all dashed up the marble steps to the shelter of the portico and on into the great hall.
"You are not half as wet as we are, Lady Estelle,"
Gillian Chandler observed, shaking droplets of water from her skirts.
"We had that horrid rain in our faces all the way back. It did not have the courtesy to go around us."
She found her own words funny. So did everyone else. "Those of us who wagered that there was rain in those clouds," Mr. Frederick Ormsbury, one of the Cornish cousins, said, "ought not to have allowed ourselves to be overruled by those who insisted there was not. How much did we wager? I believe that was nothing. The rain deniers were afraid to take us on," Bertrand said, to the loud amusement of all.
"Thank heaven for bonnets, I say,"
Rosie Sharp said,
"though I do wish I had not worn one of my favourites."
"What we ought to have done," her brother Mr. Ernest Sharp said, "was jumped in the lake and gone for a swim. We were going to get wet anyway."
"Ugh,"
Maria said, to more laughter. Estelle, smiling brightly as she shook out her skirt, met her brother's eyes. He held her look for a moment and raised his eyebrows. Was she in for a scold, for going off alone with the Earl instead of staying with the main group? But he was their host. They were all at his home. She was 25 years old.
"You were wise, Lady Estelle, to go only as far as the summer house,"
Angela Ormsbury said.
"And you were even wiser to remain at the house, Mrs. Sharp, though we were all enjoying the walk exceedingly before the drizzle came on. That waterfall is breathtaking, just as Mamma has always said it is."
Mrs. Sharp, the Earl's maternal aunt, had been waiting for them in the hall with her husband, and was clucking and fussing over them and urging them to run up to their rooms to change their clothes before they caught their deaths. She had taken the liberty, she told Maria, of asking for hot chocolate and hot cider to be sent to the drawing-room in half an hour's time.
"I am so glad you did, Mrs. Sharp,"
Maria said. "Fresh Chelsea buns straight out of the oven too," Mr. Sharp added. "Or so your housekeeper promised us, Maria."
"And Maria, dear," Mrs. Sharp said, "you must please call us Aunt Betty and Uncle Rowan. We are, after all, your step-aunt and uncle, if there is such a relationship. Now off you go, all of you."
Even then Estelle could not fully escape. Maria slipped an arm through hers, and they climbed the east staircase together while Bertrand came up behind them.
"I am sorry you felt obliged to go off to the summer house, Estelle, and missed the walk to the lake," Maria said. "It was a lovely outing, even if it did end prematurely with the rain. It was bad of Brandon to take you away."
"You are enjoying the company of your guests, then?" Estelle asked.
"I have little choice,"
Maria said.
"They are here at my home, and it would be shockingly bad-mannered of me to ignore them or treat them with disdain, and it is really not difficult to be civil. They are all very amiable. I do wonder, though, if I am being disloyal to Mamma. They treated her dreadfully, you know, disowning her merely because they were jealous of her. She was so alone after Papa died, and Brandon sent us away. None of them came to see her or even wrote to her."
Estelle wondered if the late Countess had written to them, but it was a subject best left alone.
"They have come now," she said, "and it is surely a good thing that you are giving them a chance to make your acquaintance. They are your family, after all." Even Lord Brandon's relatives on his mother's side want to draw you into their fold and show some affection to you. They have asked to be called uncle and aunt. Even Lady Maple turned against Mamma, Maria said, stopping outside her door while Bertrand went by with merely a smile for them and disappeared into his room. Maria, Estelle said, taking one of her friend's hands in both of her own. Is it perhaps time you talked with your relatives? Asked them about what happened? It was all a long time ago, was it not? More than 20 years. They have come now to see you, and they all seem delighted to be here. Why not take the opportunity to mend some bridges, if it is possible? They are not even your bridges, are they? Talk to them. A great deal can be accomplished through frank, honest conversation. I know from personal experience. Bertrand and I were virtually estranged from our own father from the time of our mother's death before we were 1 until we were 17. I will not burden you with details, but the whole thing got cleared up when we talked with one another eventually, honestly and from the heart.
Maria smiled at her.
Perhaps I will do it, she said. Otherwise I fear we will all have a wonderful time here for a couple of weeks, and then everyone will go home, and nothing more will ever happen. Nothing will have been resolved, and nothing will have been accomplished. It does seem a bit disloyal.
She shrugged and went into her room and closed the door. And finally, Estelle was able to shut herself inside her own room. She set her back against the door and closed her eyes. She had been kissed a number of times by a number of men. Some kisses had been pleasant, a few had not, but none of them, not one, had disturbed her as had that brief one in the summer house half an hour or so ago. None of them had shaken her to the core, and never before today had she realized that revulsion and attraction could be so similar that it was virtually impossible to distinguish the one from the other. The very look of him repulsed her. His touch made her shudder, but she was so powerfully attracted to him that she felt as though she might well be going out of her mind. He was not even handsome, or charming, or refined in manner, or— She shook her head and opened her eyes. She was damp and uncomfortable, and the thought of hot chocolate, and even of a Chelsea bun, close as it must be to luncheon, was very tempting, even though getting them would mean stepping into the drawing-room with her social face back on. But she was going to have to do that soon enough anyway. She could not hide out here for the next 2 weeks. Olga was in her dressing-room and helped her out of the wet clothes and into dry ones. She also brushed and coiled Estelle's hair, which had remained largely dry beneath her bonnet. Estelle was soon ready to leave her room, though she hoped fervently the Earl of Brandon would not be in the drawing-room. Why would he not, though, when he had been away from his guests all morning so far? Before she could leave, there was a tap on the door of her bedchamber, and Bertrand let himself in without waiting for a summons. Estelle joined him there and shut the dressing-room door. The scold was not to be avoided then, was it? He stood against the door, his arms crossed over his chest, and looked steadily at Estelle while she smiled brightly. "The lake and waterfall are lovely, are they?" she said. "I look forward to seeing them. The summer house is lovely too. There is a magnificent view to the southeast." He continued to gaze at her. "What is it?" she asked a bit crossly. "Just exactly what I was about to ask you," he said. "What is it, Stell?" "Oh, that wretched twin connection." "Nothing at all," she said. "This is all going very well, is it not? I believe Maria is going to be fine without too much help from us." "Stell," he said, "did he say something or do something to upset you?" "No, of course not," she said. But naturally she went on to confess. "Oh, Bert, he asked me to marry him, and he kissed me." She closed her eyes.
And a fine one I am for keeping my private business to myself. Why did there have to be two of us? Why not just one like everyone else? Just me or just you?
It would not feel right, would it? He said. There would be something missing, like half of oneself. Most people do not seem to feel it, of course. Only twins, and not even all of them. We are stuck with it. Tell me, do I need to slap a glove in his face?
No,
she said, and her voice came out on a bit of a wail. He is the Earl of Brandon, he said. He owns all this, and my guess is that there are pots of money with which to sustain it, and a lavish lifestyle to boot. He is probably, 30-ish? Not very much older than you. I saw him once at White's Club in London when I went there with Papa. He was dining alone with Avery, the Duke of Netherby, and they seemed to be on the best of terms. Avery does not strike me as the sort who would dine with a villain or a boor.
Are you telling me that I ought to have accepted his proposal? She asked.
I take it you did not, he said. He is not your perfect someone, Stell.
He had a whole litany of very sensible reasons why I should accept his proposal, she said. The equality of our birth, etc. Oh, and my advanced age, which suggests I have been holding back for love, but have not found it. Therefore, I ought to see the wisdom of forgetting about love and marrying for more sound reasons, or something to that effect.
No! His eyes laughed for a moment. He is not a romantic, then?
Poof.
She made a gesture of disgust. But he kissed you.
It was horrible, she said.
Was it?
He tipped his head to one side and looked closely at her again. She hated it when he did that. She felt as though all her insides were laid bare to him. She felt sometimes that he knew her better than she knew herself.
It was,
she assured him.
It was horrible.
She set the back of her hand over her mouth. Don't start crying, he said softly. We are going to have to go down pretty soon, or there will be no Chelsea buns left.
I am not going to cry,
she protested, and punched him in the chest. Good. He stood back to open the door and offer his arm. But I will say this for him, Stell. Even if you are my sister, he has good taste. She laughed a bit shakily. Chapter 10. By the time Justin returned to the house and changed into dry clothes, his guests were gathering in the drawing-room for hot drinks and light refreshments. Luncheon, his butler informed him, had been moved back half an hour at Lady Maria's direction. The refreshments Justin guessed were not very light at all. It seemed a merry enough gathering, he thought, as he stood on the threshold of the room. Although almost all the younger people had fallen victim to the drizzle, which had now turned to rain, their spirits did not appear to have been dampened. Chelsea buns, he saw as soon as he went to the sideboard to pour himself a cup of chocolate. Plump and fresh, and glistening with a liberal glazing of some sugary substance. Definitely not light refreshments. Irresistible nonetheless. He put one on a plate and looked around for a group to join. Lady Maple was up, he saw, despite the fact that she had announced quite firmly last evening that she never rose before noon. She was in the same armchair she had occupied last night. He crossed the room and seated himself close to her. He set his cup down on the table between them. "Good morning, ma'am," he said. "I hope you slept well."
"When you are my age, Brandon," she said, "you are happy if you can say you slept."
"Ah," he said, realizing that the bun was sticky and he had forgotten to pick up a napkin from the sideboard. He pulled his handkerchief from a pocket. "I hope you slept then, ma'am." She inclined her head regally. Everyone else seemed to be part of a group, though there were still a few people missing.
Lady Estelle Lamarr and her brother, for example. Justin wondered if she was pouring her complaints into her brother's ear. He wondered if he would be facing pistols at dawn tomorrow. Cousin Miriam Rogers Hall, Aunt Augusta's married daughter, had apparently skidded on the wet grass on the way back from the lake, and had been saved from falling by 2 of the men, neither of whom was her husband. She was telling the story rather loudly to her group.
"It is quite a while,"
she was saying,
"since I had 2 handsome men, Viscount Whatley and Mr. Ernest Sharp, with an arm about my waist and a hand clasping each of mine."
"My ears are still ringing from the shriek you let out, Mrs. Rogers Hall," Nigel Dixon said, slapping a hand against the side of his face as though to restore his hearing. Gillian and Megan Chandler, on either side of Maria, each had an arm linked through one of hers. They were strolling about the room with her, as she made sure everyone had had enough to eat and drink. It was a promising sight, the 3 young cousins together, apparently in perfect amity with one another. Maria was looking flushed and very pretty. "I suppose," Lady Maple said, setting down her unfinished mug of cider beside Justin's cup, "you want me to take your sister next spring and fire her off into the marriage mart, as I did her mother. She should take well. She has the looks and the refinement of manner, not to mention the eligibility, which is more than her mother had. It always helps to be Lady someone. Lady Maria Wiley in her case, daughter and sister of an Earl of Brandon." It had crossed Justin's mind, especially as he could think of no one else, but he certainly would not want Maria's great-aunt to take her. His sister would live with him at his townhouse, as would be both proper and appropriate. He had thought that perhaps Lady Maple would come to stay with them for a few months, or at least agree to chaperone Maria to the various social events that would fill her days once the season began in earnest. He would have to attend many of those events himself, too. Perish the thought. However, he had seen since her arrival here that Lady Maple was really quite elderly. While she was not infirm, it seemed unlikely she would be up to the demands of chaperoning a young lady through her first season. "I do plan to take her to London next spring," he said. "She will be 21. It is rather late for her to be making her come out, I suppose, but her mother's illness and passing have made the delay unavoidable. I do not believe it will matter, however. She is, as you have just remarked, the daughter of an earl. I would be happy if—" "With her mother it was more difficult, of course," Lady Maple said, cutting him off. "Even though she was younger and twice, even 3 times as beautiful and alluring as Maria is, I had to hire a voice coach to rid her of that appalling accent you can hear now from my nephew and niece and their families. I had to teach her manners and proper etiquette, and 1,001 other things, before I could even consider turning her loose upon society, the daughter of a mere cit. Before I took her to her first ton party, I had picked out 2 perfectly eligible young bucks for her to choose between. I had them each to a smallish party in my own home, and both fell head over heels for her, but they were not good enough for her. I suppose she was the cause of your quarrel with your father." Justin was dumbfounded for a moment at the abrupt change of subject. "I do not ever talk of that, ma'am. It is old history." "Oh, pshaw!" She made a dismissive gesture with one heavily ringed hand. "I knew it as soon as I heard about the rift. She would have denied it if she had still been on speaking terms with me, of course, just as she always did. It was absolutely not her fault. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Just as it was not her fault she and your father got locked accidentally together inside that little anteroom in the middle of her first ball when they were total strangers and were discovered an hour later, after I had raised a hue and cry and everyone was searching for her. Just as it was not
her fault that she had become so overwrought at being stuck there alone with a strange gentleman that she had torn the bosom of her gown and pulled half the ringlets out of her hair. Justin was very thankful for many years' practice at confining his feelings to a place deep within and presenting an impassive face to the world. Even so, he wished he could reach out a hand to clamp over her mouth, or even just urge her to keep her voice down. Fortunately, there was enough buzz of conversation going on around them that it was unlikely anyone had overheard. Viscount Whately and Lady Estelle Lamarr had just come into the room together and turned toward the sideboard. "She quarrelled with me just after her wedding," Lady Maple continued. "Told me I was a cruel, heartless woman, or words to that effect, for suggesting that she would descend to paltry trickery to satisfy her ambitions, which is something I never did myself, for all the fact that I landed Maple. I came here for the wedding, and I had a good look at your father, and took a good look at you. You were just a boy at the time, and at those relatives of yours, and I knew Lilian had done a wicked thing. Never in a million years would your father have married her under normal circumstances. I was not sorry when she told me she never wanted to see me again. I never wanted to see her again. I blamed myself, though, and I was sorry when she quarrelled with her brother, and sisters too. None of us ever got to see Maria. Until now." Justin felt a little as he might if he were trying to chase down a runaway horse on foot. And what was all this? It was appalling. Could any of it be true? "Until I went to Prospect Hall a couple of weeks ago to fetch her home, I had not seen her either since she was a child," he said. He kept his voice low, willing Lady Maple to lower her own too, or to speak of something else. "I am very pleased that she is back home and that—" Where was Maria? He had lost sight of her, and of her 2 cousins. Perhaps they had left the room. "It always consoled me that child had her father," Lady Maple said, cutting him off again, and she had not taken the hint to lower her voice. "He was a good and honourable man, and that she had you. You were just a lad when I came here, but you were a polite boy and good-natured, which was more important, and I thought you would probably be kind to a little sister." "I adored her from the day she was born, ma'am," Justin told her. "She almost fit in the palm of my hand." Whately and his sister were drawing nearer. One glance at their faces was enough to convince Justin that they had heard every word. And was it his imagination, or had most conversations around him ceased? "I knew, as soon as I heard about the rift between you and your father, that my niece must be behind it somehow," Lady Maple continued, leaning forward in her chair to tap Justin's hand with her lorgnette. "It was no ordinary quarrel, was it? It did not blow over with the cooling of tempers as most quarrels do. Your father was very proud of you when you were a lad, and you clearly adored him just at a time in your life when many boys begin to rebel. I remember the way you scarcely removed your eyes from him during the marriage ceremony. I thought it was good of him to have you as his best man. No, it could have been no ordinary quarrel, Brandon. Nothing, no one could have come between you and your father but my niece. I have never doubted it for a moment. If I have one regret in life, it is that I agreed to bring her to London to introduce to the ton." "I prefer not to talk about—" Justin began. He was interrupted by Maria herself, who had stepped up behind his chair without his noticing. Her cousins were still with her, though she had freed her arms from theirs. What had she heard? But how could she not have heard everything? "Oh," she said, her voice soft and tight, "it is not true. You are a wicked, evil woman. It is not true that Mamma trapped Papa into marrying her in such a despicable way. It is a lie. He saw her dancing at her very first ball, and he fell in love with her even before they were introduced. He asked her that very evening to marry him, and when she protested that she was not even a lady by birth, while he was an earl, he told her that when a man fell in love,
Nothing else mattered. He would have married her if she had been a scullery maid, he told her. Theirs was a great love story.
Oh, my dear child. Lady Maple reached out with her lorgnette, but Maria pulled her arm out of its reach. Justin closed his eyes briefly and inhaled slowly.
You quarrelled with Mamma,
Maria said,
because you were jealous that she had married an earl while you had been able to snare only a baronet.
She was still speaking softly, but there was no doubt now that everyone in the room was listening. This is neither the time nor the place, Justin said, far too late, getting to his feet.
And Mamma had nothing to do with your quarrel with Papa,
Maria said, rounding on him, her eyes blazing.
It is despicable even to suggest such a thing. You know why he sent you away and told you never to return. Those jewels you stole were Mamma's, gifts from Papa, costly in themselves, but many times more precious to her because they were tokens of his love. You took them and broke both their hearts. I hope you lived well on what you got for them during the years you were away.
What the devil? Well, Aunt Bertha, Leonard Dixon said, in his hearty, booming voice, you have opened a Pandora's box right enough. Margaret and I need to go and change for luncheon. We probably all do. Those who will be able to eat anything so soon after those delicious Chelsea buns I do not know. Your cook is doing us proud, Brandon. I dare say my aunt has misremembered the events of that evening, when my sister met your papa. It was many years ago, and whose memories can bear up for that long? I know I would rather believe the romantic version Maria heard. And whatever happened between you and your father, Brandon, was your business, and is none of mine or anyone else's. Tempers sometimes flare, as I know all too well from the mill, and people say things they wish afterward they had not said. It's always best to pretend that indeed they were not said aloud. I'm looking forward to seeing the state apartments this afternoon. I am sure they are grand, just as the rest of the house is. Everyone began to disperse. Lady Estelle was approaching with a smile.
Come, Maria, she said. Let us go up to that sitting-room between our two bedchambers, shall we, and relax until luncheon. I always love looking out upon rain, though it is not as pleasant to be caught out in it.
Maria allowed her arm to be taken. Within a minute or two, Justin was alone in the room with Lady Maple.
What was your purpose in gathering us all here, Brandon? She asked.
All are family to either you or Maria, or both of you, except for those handsome Lamarr twins. Did you intend that we all merely smile at one another and talk nicely, and let old quarrels caused by a dead woman fester below the surface, as though they had not caused lasting damage? I am sorry Maria overheard me. The feelings of the very young are tender things, and it is only just over a year since she lost her mother. I am sorry other people seem to have overheard me too. I suppose I was speaking too loudly. But if this family gathering is to have any real meaning, and if you ever hope to have a real relationship with your sister, there needs to be some plain speaking, and it might as well be done by me. Did you take those jewels? No. Justin spoke curtly and frowned down at her. I would have been surprised if you had, she said. I think your father would have been surprised too. It would have been a silly thing to do, and pointless, since I dare say your father kept you in funds, and I never heard of your being an expensive young man. There needs to be some plain speaking in this family, Brandon. Justin felt rather as though he were in the throes of a nightmare. Disaster had struck, for the second time in one morning, and he had no idea how he was going to face his guests in just an hour or so to eat luncheon. It was altogether possible they did not know how they were going to face him either. Maria would quite possibly refuse to face any of them, or even talk with anyone except her particular friend. And thank goodness for Lady Estelle, who had persuaded her to leave the room before she could become quite hysterical. Beneath all his distress, one revelation thrummed in his head like a heavy drumbeat.
his father had been tricked into marrying Mariah's mother. He had not, after all, been just a foolish middle-aged widower of close to 50 who had been dazzled by the looks and charms of a girl only 4 years older than his son. Where, Justin wondered, had she hidden the key of that anteroom after locking the door? How had she lured his father there? He did not for one moment doubt that Lady Maple's version of that story was the true one, though he had heard Mariah's version numerous times from his stepmother, while his father had listened and smiled, but neither corroborated her story nor contradicted it. "Give me a hand and help me to my feet, Brandon," Lady Maple said. "I was up early today. It must be the country air, though it is reputed to make a person sleep longer. I will go to my room and summon my maid, if I can find my way to the west wing and the right room, that is." "I shall give myself the pleasure of escorting you there myself," Justin said, offering his arm after he had helped her up. "This house can be confusing until one gets to know it." Estelle settled Mariah in a comfortable chair in the sitting-room and chafed her hands. "I believe I missed the first part of what Lady Maple was saying," she said. "I did understand, though, that she had upset you dreadfully by telling a different story than the one you have always been told of how Lady Brandon, your mother, met your father." Estelle had not missed much of it. She and Bertrand had been the last to arrive in the drawing-room. After pouring 2 cups of hot chocolate, she had given her brother his, taken his arm, avoided his look of surprise — they usually went their separate ways after they entered a crowded room — and drawn him in the direction of Lady Maple. The Earl of Brandon was sitting with her, and it had seemed to Estelle that the very best thing she could do was go right up to them and make conversation. It would be far better than tiptoeing around him for the rest of the 2 weeks here, but she had needed her twin to give her the necessary courage. Poor Bertrand had not even had a chance to take a Chelsea bun. Hence they had both heard almost everything. So had everyone else. Estelle's personal discomfort over the Earl of Brandon had been forgotten in the greater disaster that had been unfolding before her.
"She is a wicked, evil woman, and I told her so," Mariah said, as Estelle sat down beside her. "She told Brandon that Papa was forced to marry Mamma after she trapped him inside a small locked room with her during a ton ball until they were discovered some time later. By then, her dress was torn and her hair was dishevelled. It is not true. Papa fell in love with Mamma when he saw her dancing with someone else." "I dare say," Estelle said, "Lady Maple misremembers the details of what happened that evening. She is rather an elderly lady." She did not for a moment believe Lady Maple had misremembered. It was a very distinct story, not the sort of thing one would get confused about in one's memory, and she had not detected any sign of senility in Mariah's great-aunt. "She does misremember," Mariah said, "but she is a guest here. I behaved badly, did I not? Melanie would scold me if she were here now. A lady owes unfailing courtesy to her guests, even when she has not personally invited them and they have been ill-mannered. I can almost hear her say the words. I owe Lady Maple an apology."
Estelle patted her hand.
"She also said it was Mamma who quarrelled with her,"
Mariah said, frowning as she gazed through the window at the rain.
"But it was the other way around. She said it was Mamma who quarrelled with her brother and sisters, but again she got it backward. She said it was Mamma who caused the rift between Papa and Brandon. The present Brandon."
She never used her half-brother's given name, Estelle had noticed.
"That last was mean and cruel and absolutely untrue," Mariah continued. "She knows nothing about that rift. She had been estranged from Mamma for years before it happened. It was Mamma who was the greatest victim. She suffered the most, and she suffered dreadfully. She had loved him as a son, and had trusted him utterly, just as I had. Yet he stole from her all her most costly jewels, all her personal ones, the jewels Papa had given her. She always said it was not so much their monetary worth that grieved her as their emotional value. To her they were irreplaceable, and he took them. Then he showed not a glimmering of remorse, though he had broken her heart and Papa's. It was why Papa banished him. It is downright cruel to say it was all Mamma's fault when none of it was. She even pleaded with Papa not to be so harsh with him.
Estelle patted Mariah's hand again, while the words echoed inside her head. And he took them. Then he showed not a glimmering of remorse. She remembered his cold unconcern when his dog had frightened her half to death by the river-bank, and his stiff, reticent manner when she and Bertrand had called at Prospect Hall soon after his arrival there. She thought of his strange, abrupt, passionless proposal of marriage earlier this morning, and his brief, hard kiss. Was it all of a piece? Then he showed not a glimmering of remorse. It was not so much their monetary worth that grieved her as their emotional value. No, no, somehow it did not ring quite true. She had no idea why not. It was not as though she felt kindly disposed toward the man. She would gladly believe the worst of him, if only the worst were credible. Somehow it was not.
"Your brother seems to be trying to make amends, Mariah," she said. "He has brought you home and invited Bertrand and me to come too, so that you will have familiar people with you for a while. He has arranged this house party to give you and your relatives a chance to get to know one another, to turn a page in your family history, perhaps, so that they may be a part of your life in the future." "Do you believe, then, that I owe him an apology too?"
Mariah asked.
"Oh, I will not tell you what you ought to do,"
Estelle said. Mariah sighed.
"Melanie would not hold back," she said. "She would instruct me to remember that a lady always thinks first before she speaks, especially when she has a potential audience of more than one person. I condemned him very publicly. Melanie would say it is no excuse that I was severely provoked."
Estelle smiled at her.
"But perhaps it is a good thing everyone now knows him for the thief he is,"
Mariah said.
"I can never forgive him. Not only was he not sorry he had taken Mamma's precious treasures, she always called her lost jewels, he also banished her as soon as he was able. He did it while she was still almost prostrate with grief over the loss of Papa, even while I was. For a time after Papa died, I wanted to die too."
She ran her hands over her face before clasping them in her lap.
"You have never spoken much about your Papa, Mariah,"
Estelle said.
"I would like to know more sometime. One's father is very precious. One's mother, too. I always regret that I was too young when my mother died to have any memory of her. But I love my father dearly. Losing him would seem unbearable. I am so sorry for having behaved badly in the drawing-room,"
Mariah said, looking up after a while.
"For making you listen to all my bad temper now. Being so self-absorbed. I am going to have to face everyone soon. At luncheon. I am going to have to think of something to say, since it will be impossible to behave as though nothing has happened, despite what Uncle Leonard said. Thank you for being my friend, for listening and not lecturing me. How did you enjoy your morning? What did you think of the summer house?" "I love it,"
Estelle said.
"I can quite understand why Lord Brandon spends so much time there. It is peaceful. He used to take me there when I was a child,"
Mariah said.
"But never just to sit downstairs. He used to take me upstairs, where all his things were, pictures and books, and his private hoard of sweetmeats and biscuits the cook used to slip to him. He used to cuddle me next to him on an old armchair if it was a chilly day, a blanket from the bed around me like a cocoon, and tell me stories. His own stories, not anything from any of his books. They were always thrilling adventures, and he always used to leave them off abruptly at an exciting point and make me wait until next time before he continued. All my wheedling and pleading would not shift him. Those were such good days.
Her face had lit up at the memories, and now he wrote a continuing story of the adventures of a young man turned out upon the world without a penny or a friend or an ounce of life experience, an accidental hero who vanquished all the demons that threatened destruction. But had the author also been turned loose upon the world without a penny? Or had he had a considerable fortune amassed from the sale of a treasure trove of precious jewels belonging to his stepmother? Maria was frowning with her eyes closed.
"How can I possibly go down for luncheon?" she said, "or join in the tour of the state apartments this afternoon, or leave my room until after everyone has left Everleigh?"
"When something that needs to be done is impossible to do," Estelle said, "I have always found that the only possible course of action is to do it anyway." Maria looked at her and pulled a face.
"Boldly, and without delay,"
Estelle added.
"I called Lady Maple evil and wicked,"
Maria said.
"I called Brandon a thief in front of all his family and mine, in front of you and Viscount Whatley."
"You did indeed," Estelle said, and smiled.
"All of which was true,"
Maria added.
"I think I am going to be sick."
"If that is so," Estelle said, "you had better hurry over to your dressing room, Maria. If it is not literally true, you had better go there anyway. It is almost time for luncheon, and your hair needs combing." Estelle let herself into her own room after Maria had rung for her maid. What an unbelievably eventful morning it had been, and there was no knowing what lay ahead. This gathering of family to welcome Maria home had seemed very successful until an hour or so ago. But now, perhaps, she thought, this upset was very necessary if there was to be any lasting reconciliation. Yet all the trouble, she suspected, had been caused by a dead woman, a woman who had been too beautiful, too conceited, and too immature and morally bankrupt for her own good. She could be wrong, but she did not believe she was. Yet Maria had had a deep attachment to her mother, and still did. But really, it was not her concern how it would all play out, was it? She was not a member of the family. She might have been. A couple of hours ago, the Earl of Brandon had asked her to marry him, and kissed her. Chapter 11. Justin made his way down to the dining room for luncheon, wondering as he went if he would be presiding over an empty table. It had been a disaster of a morning, and that was a bit of an understatement. It would not be at all surprising if even now every last one of his guests was busy packing bags and summoning carriages, intent upon putting as much distance between themselves and him as they could before the day was out. Everyone turned up for luncheon, without exception. It was a somewhat subdued gathering, it was true, with bursts of conversation that were halting and self-conscious at best, over-hearty at worst. The soup, a simple beef broth, was lavishly praised, as though there had never been a soup to match it for taste and substance. Then Maria spoke up, and silence fell upon the table, just as if someone had hit a gong with a mallet.
"I owe everyone an apology," she said.
There was a half-hearted murmur of dissent, but it lasted only a moment.
"I have observed, before today," she said, "that people often remember events differently. If you were to ask 10 people to give an account of something they had all witnessed, you would surely get 10 different stories, some of them varying only in small details, others quite different from one another. Yet all 10 people would believe quite sincerely that the event happened just as they remembered it. My mother had vivid and very fond memories of her first meeting with my father, and he always smiled at her when she told the story in his hearing. He never once contradicted her. Lady Maple remembers that evening differently. I was startled in the drawing-room earlier when I heard her tell the story as she recalls it, and I reacted without consideration. It was very ill-mannered of me, It was worse than that. It was offensive. I did not intend my words to be heard by anyone except Lady Maple herself, but they were in fact overheard by most, if not all of you. I insulted her, and I embarrassed everyone else, myself included. Inadequate as an apology is, I do apologize. Especially to you, Ma'am.
She looked directly at Lady Maple, who was seated to Justin's left at the head of the table. There were 2 spots of colour high on Mariah's cheekbones. Otherwise, her face was as pale as parchment.
"Handsomely said, Lady Maria," Sidney Sharp observed.
"It was my fault, child," Lady Maple said, picking up her lorgnette from beside her plate before changing her mind and putting it back.
"I ought not to have said what I did without first making sure you were nowhere near being within earshot, and that no one else was for that matter. And I believe that sometimes I speak more loudly than I intend."
"It is not a normal day with any family," Leonard Dixon said in his booming voice, as he beamed genially about the table.
"If there is not at least one crisis to set everyone on their heads. You and Aunt Bertha must kiss and make up after we have eaten, Maria. This is excellent soup, by the way, Brandon. Your cook is to be commended."
That had taken great courage on Mariah's part, Justin thought, looking at her appreciatively. Not just a private apology to her great-aunt, but a public one to everyone. She was certainly not the timid little thing he had taken her for when he arrived at Prospect Hall, and he was glad of it.
"That is not all,"
Mariah said, and the footman, who had been about to remove the soup bowls, glided back to stand beside the warming dishes with the butler.
"I also heard my mother being accused of causing the unfortunate rift between my father and my half-brother. I spoke out in anger, and said things I ought never to have said. I am deeply ashamed, and beg everyone's pardon. I beg Brandon's pardon for the public nature of my accusations."
Not for the accusations themselves, Justin noticed, but for making them publicly.
"We all speak out in anger sometimes, Maria, and regret it almost before the words are out,"
Uncle Rowan Sharp said in his usual kindly way.
"Not all of us, though, have the strength of character to say we are sorry."
"Thank you, Maria," Justin said. "I hope the air has now been cleared, and we can move on to enjoy the rest of our luncheon. Good though the soup was, there is, I believe, more substantial food to come." He signalled Phelps with a raising of his eyebrows as several people laughed.
"How can any of us be hungry,"
Cousin Ernest said as a footman removed his bowl,
"when we ate those excellent Chelsea buns no longer ago than a couple of hours? Speak for yourself, young man,"
Uncle Harold Ormsbury said.
"You are always hungry anyway, Ernie,"
young Rosie said.
"You ought to be the size of a house. There is no justice in this world that you are not." "I only have to look at food," Mrs. Chandler said, "and my stays grow tighter." "Mamma!"
15-year-old Megan said on a gasp.
"You said stays aloud, in company."
"What was that you said, Miss Chandler?" Watley asked, cupping one hand about his ear. "I had fallen into a dream for a moment. I do beg your pardon. Did I miss something?" He grinned at young Megan, who blushed and giggled.
"Suffice it to say," Mrs. Chandler said, "that I have to watch what I eat."
It seemed, Justin thought, as he proceeded to make conversation with Aunt Betty on his right and Lady Maple on his left, that his house party had been saved, though everyone doubtless now believed, probably rightly, that his father had been trapped into marrying the ambitious Miss Lillian Dixon more than 20 years ago, and that he, Justin, had stolen her jewels several years after that, and been banished as a result. Lady Crowther and her sister Lady Felicity Ormsbury had grown up at Everleigh Park as daughters of a former earl. They did not wish to traipse through the state apartments, but chose rather to spend the afternoon with their husbands in the library. Lady Maple announced that she would rest in her room and join the party for tea later.
Everyone else gathered in the entrance hall half an hour after luncheon for the promised tour. The rain had more or less stopped outside, but the clouds had still not moved off. An indoor option was the perfect choice for the afternoon. Estelle was looking forward to it. It would perhaps take her mind off other matters, even if the tour guide was, unfortunately, the Earl of Brandon. She wanted to put the memory of his marriage proposal and kiss out of her head, and she wanted to forget what Maria had said about his stealing her mother's jewellery. She wanted just to enjoy herself. The Earl had joined them in the hall, and they were about to move off. Mr. Ernest Sharp, who had informed Estelle just before luncheon, one hand over his heart, that he had been devastated at being cut out of escorting her to the lake this morning by his own cousin, made sure of her this afternoon by offering his arm as soon as the Earl appeared. Bertrand, she could see, was between Maria on one side and Angela Ormsbury on the other. He could be relied upon to see Maria through any residual embarrassment she felt after this morning. He had her arm drawn through his now and was smiling, his head bent toward hers as he said something. The state apartments were rarely used, but were opened to visitors on public days or by private appointment, the Earl explained. They extended the full length of the north wing, and were all connected to one another, with the result, Estelle soon saw, that anyone sleeping in the state bedchamber could have little expectation of privacy. But then the grand bed looked more like a throne than a sleeping place. It stood on a platform that required 3 steps to reach it. Intricately carved spiral posts supported an ornate canopy decorated with gilded cherubs and gold and scarlet velvet curtains. "No doubt when a king sleeps here," Mr. Martin Haig, Doris's husband, said, "he hangs his crown on the bedpost and exchanges it for a scarlet nightcap." "With a gold tassel," Mr. Chandler added. "And his courtiers gather around him in the morning for the levee," Mr. Bevan Ormsbury said. "But not too early," Ernest Sharp said, looking down at Estelle and winking. "Never before noon. One can only hope that none of them have arthritic knees when it comes to climbing those steps." "One must hope the present king never sleeps here," Mr. Dixon added. "He has arthritic everything, does he not?"
"Oh, do hush, Leonard," his wife told him, laughing. "You will end up in a dungeon deep beneath the Tower of London, and I will carry forever the shame of having had a brother beheaded for treason," Mrs. Chandler added. There was a great deal of such quipping and laughter. Oh, she did like silliness, Estelle thought, when it drew a group together and caused general amusement without any suggestion of malice. "If King George ever does decide to honour my humble abode with his presence," the Earl said, "I dare say I will have to have a sling lift installed to convey him to bed at night and out of it the following afternoon." He had a sense of humour too, Estelle admitted grudgingly. But of course he did. He had invented that accidental hero, had he not? "It is all really quite magnificent, Justin," Mrs. Sharp, his aunt, assured him. "I never tire of seeing these rooms." They all looked avidly about them as they moved from room to room, oohing and eyeing at the splendour of it all. There were 3 connected rooms in the centre of the wing, a grand, square, high-ceilinged reception room in the middle, with half-square sitting rooms on either side. The latter were mirror images of each other, in both decoration and furnishings. Young Rosie Sharp and Nigel Dixon and Paulette Ormsbury ran several times across the central room to peer into each smaller room in turn to confirm that, yes, they really were mirror images, down to the finest detail, even the arrangement of the furniture. All 3 rooms had coved gilded ceilings, with painted scenes from mythology, and crystal chandeliers. The ones in the sitting rooms exactly half the size of the one in the reception room in the middle. The floors were covered with Persian carpets, rimmed with highly polished wood. All 3 rooms were furnished in the slightly faded elegance of the previous century. The Earl of Brandon was a good tour guide. He gave enough information to draw everyone's attention to features of each apartment
they might not otherwise have noticed, and to set it all in historical context. He pointed out to them, for example, that 2 of the cherubs in the mythological scene on the ceiling of the large square reception room had the faces of the young sons of the Earl who had built the house, and 1 of the cherubs in each of the twin rooms on either side had the face of a daughter of his. The guests all acquired stiff necks from gazing up at the likenesses, yet the Earl did not drone on about every little detail, as some guides did, until their listeners were ready to scream with boredom. Even so, Estelle's mind was feeling close to bursting by the time the group moved on to the state dining room, all chatting merrily. She slid her hand unobtrusively from Ernest's arm and let him go ahead with everyone else, while she wandered to the window of one of the smaller sitting rooms, though smaller was a relative term, in a wing of the house that was designed to convey the impression of size and grandeur. A grand house's kitchen gardens were usually behind it. That was not so here. The hill, against which the house had been built, sloped gradually upward. It was largely covered with trees, though near the house was mostly low bushes, azaleas, rhododendrons, others she could not immediately identify, and there were flowers planted among them to give the appearance of their being wild, though they were not. It was a clever piece of gardening, contrasting pleasingly with the cultivated formality of the parterres and lawns and walking paths at the front, and the fields and meadows to the east of the summer-house. She had still seen only a fraction of the whole park during the 24 hours she had been here. She had not even seen the lake yet, except off in the distance while she and Bertrand were descending the hill opposite. She might have been mistress of all this, she realized suddenly. Ah, but at what a cost! "This hill looks at its absolute best," the Earl of Brandon said from behind her shoulder, making her almost jump with alarm. "When the bluebells are blooming among the trees, they form a carpet of blue, just when the leaves on the trees are at their freshest spring green." Estelle hunched her shoulders for a moment. She did not turn. He had a deep voice, a bit gravelly. A rather attractive voice, she conceded, if one had never seen the man, or had any dealings with him, or if one did not know that he had done something so villainous as a younger man that his father had banished him from his home. This home, and never reprieved him. Jewel theft, perhaps? She really did not know if she believed that story. But even if it was not that, it was something. She had already conceded, though, had she not, that she might be attracted to him. Whatever did that say about her? "I love bluebells," she said. "Sometimes," he said, "one could wish to grasp time within one's 2 hands and hold it there for a good long while before releasing it. The bluebells bloom all too fleetingly." "But there are the snowdrops and primroses before them," she said, "and the roses, and so much else after. Everything is precious in its season. Perhaps we would be less appreciative if we had the bluebells with us all year long." "The voice of good sense," he said. "But you are right. If we could find a way to manipulate time or weather to suit our preferences, can you imagine the wars that would have to be fought against people with different preferences? Farmers with their pitchforks, wanting rain for their crops, against the idle rich with their dress swords wanting sunshine for their spas and seaside promenades," she said. They both laughed. It was a horrible moment. She had no wish to enjoy any moment of shared amusement with this man. "I owe you an apology, Lady Estelle," he said. 2 robins had landed on a frail branch of one of the trees near the house. It swayed beneath them, like a swing. They did not fly away to a steadier perch, though, and it occurred to Estelle that perhaps they were enjoying themselves. Could birds enjoy themselves? But why not? Had there not already been apologies enough for one day? This was at least to be a private one. "I do not believe it is necessary," she said. "If you refer to your offer of marriage, that is. You asked.
I said no.
For kissing you, he said, without permission. After you had refused my offer, and it was unlikely you would welcome a kiss.
She drew a breath and released it without saying anything.
I was fortunate, he said, not to have my face slapped.
How did you get your broken nose? She asked, and was appalled as she heard the words come out of her mouth. She had not even been thinking them.
You are imagining that perhaps someone else did slap me, he asked her, and very hard.
Please ignore the question, she said. It was impertinent. The vegetable garden was not at the back of the house, but she could see now over to her left what looked like a knot garden close to the house. An herb garden, perhaps.
I was unwise enough, he said, to suggest to a loud-mouthed yokel in a village tavern that perhaps the barmaid did not enjoy being fondled as she delivered his ale. Another patron, altogether larger and more formidable than the loudmouth, took exception, not so much to what I said, but to how I said it. Mr. La-di-da, he called me, among other less complimentary things. I made the mistake of inviting him to stay out of my business. I would like to say that I gave a good account of myself in the ensuing fight, or that at least it lasted an hour while we slugged it out. Alas, it was not so. I went down within moments to ignominious defeat, and a face swollen beyond recognition, and a broken nose. She turned to look at him.
You were not an accidental hero in that particular incident, then? She said.
Neither accidental nor heroic, alas, he said.
Did you at least have the man arrested for assault? She asked him.
Something happened to his very dark eyes.
They laughed, just for a moment, but she was sure she had not been mistaken.
I realized some time afterward, he said, that he quite purposely avoided damaging my teeth. It had to have been deliberate. Nothing else above my neck was spared. I do not believe I would have been so fortunate had I provoked a second fight. At that point in my history, at least. Perhaps not even later. No, there was no official complaint, and no arrest. He became my best friend.
Oh, Lord Brandon, she said, I have the feeling that if you were to write your own story, it might be 12 volumes long, perhaps longer.
Ah, he said, but would you wish to read it, Lady Estelle?
His eyes were no longer laughing or even smiling. They were fathoms deep. It would be awfully easy to lose herself in them, Estelle thought, a little horrified. Whatever that meant. It would have to be written first, she said.
By which time you would be an old lady seated by your fireside, your grandchildren gathered about your knee, he said. But perhaps it would not be suitable reading for them.
She drew a breath. Did you steal the Countess's jewellery? She asked him.
Ah, he said, and his eyes narrowed somewhat. You are picturing me living a life of luxury for 6 years, at the very best inns on their proceeds, are you? Perhaps simply buying the inns so that I would not have to share them with lesser mortals?
His hands were clasped behind his back. He stood with his booted feet apart and leaned slightly toward her, and she could not tell whether his dark eyes were now intense with anger or laughter. Certainly there was no smile on his face. Did you? She asked him. He moved back to stand straight.
None of those things, he said.
She nodded and was aware of voices and laughter coming from the adjoining room. They seemed very alone together here in contrast.
But do you believe me? He asked.
Yes, she said. She somehow could not see him as a thief. She did not like him. At least, no, she did not like him. He had done something terrible, though it was long ago and was really no concern of hers.
But whatever it was, it had turned him into a hard man who found it difficult to smile or to relate to others with any degree of amiability. He would be a difficult man with whom to live, and that was true, despite the frisson of attraction and sexual awareness she felt suddenly, standing here looking at him. She had never looked at any other man and wondered what it would be like to go to bed with him. She had thought of kisses and romance, but not of that, except in vague terms associated with wedding nights. It was a bit horrifying that she was thinking of precisely that now.
"It is not my business what you did, or how you spent those years, or what you lived on," she said.
"It would be your business," he said, "if you had agreed to be my countess."
"Yes," she said, "but I did not."
Those large, powerful-looking hands, that broad-shouldered, broad-chested body, those powerful thighs, that harsh-featured, almost craggy face, and those intense dark eyes. No, it would be impossible. Too intense, too far beyond her control.
"The state apartments are all on the lower level of the north wing, are they not? What is on the floor above?"
He accepted the abrupt change of subject without comment. "The portrait gallery," he said.
"It must be a very large collection," she said, "if it stretches the whole length of the wing."
"The room was designed as a long promenade for the family during inclement weather," he told her, "and as a place to take guests, too fearsome of slopes and steps, and what the outdoors might do to their hair or their complexions, as a play area for children to roar along, as a retreat for anyone wishing for some quiet exercise and solitude, and incidentally as a family portrait gallery. I will not show it today. People who visit the state apartments have their heads stuffed with what they have seen and heard by the time they reach the last room. I believe all my guests are very ready for tea in the grand reception hall. I will show you the gallery another day."
"You, as in her Estelle, or a collective you, as in all his guests?"
He did not say, and she did not ask. "Shall we?" He gestured with one hand toward the dining room, and she walked there beside him. He did not offer his arm. It was a long room, quite breathtaking in its size and splendour, as were all the apartments. The sound of voices now came from the room beyond it. There was no one else left here. They walked slowly, but did not stop, and he did not point out any features of the room. Estelle was sure she had never seen such a large table. It looked as if it would accommodate at least 50 diners without any clashing of elbows. The rest of the party was in the ladies' withdrawing room beyond the dining room, some sitting, some standing. They looked expectantly at the Earl when he appeared in the doorway.
"What does it feel like to be the owner of all this, Lord Brandon?"
Gillian Chandler asked.
"I cannot even imagine it."
"Oh, I can, Jill," her brother Wallace said. "I would feel like a prince. When one inherits something like this," the Earl said, "one realizes that one has done nothing to earn it, that one owes it all to an accident of birth. It is an enormous privilege, and a weighty responsibility. Is anyone ready for tea?" Everyone was, it seemed. Energy was instantly restored, and they were all on their feet in moments. The Earl crossed the room to a closed door and spoke to the footman who was standing beside it, waiting to open it. The young man hurried away, back through the state apartments, and the Earl opened the door himself and stood back to let them through. And so they entered the room with the dome, which Estelle had been longing to see since her arrival yesterday. It was a vast round hall with a tiled mosaic floor and a high balcony that ran all about the circumference, and that was held up by marble pillars and made safe by a marble balustrade which must be at least waist-high. The great glass dome above it filled the room with light. Even as Estelle looked up, clouds must have moved off the sun, and a shaft of sunlight beamed downward, to be fractured into all the colours of the rainbow as it caught walls and balcony and pillars and floor. "Now that," the Earl said to the whole group, "was perfect timing. This is sometimes a grand reception hall, occasionally a ballroom. Today it will be a tea-room."
"A ballroom,"
Estelle said, looking up and about her at the fractured light. She spread her arms wide and turned once about.
"It would surely be the most wonderful place in the whole world in which to dance."
Maria laughed.
"Oh,"
she said, her voice filled with delight.
"I had a birthday party here once. It was my 8th birthday. How could I have forgotten until now?"
Perhaps, Estelle thought, because not long after there had been a great upset in the house, and her brother had vanished. She wondered what it had been like here then, after he had gone. How upset by it all had Maria's father been, and her mother, and Maria herself. It must have been a life-changing event for all of them. "I remember it well," the Earl said, looking at his sister with what was surely fondness. "The room was filled with squealing little girls, and I had been put in charge of organising games and entertainment for you all."
"I can just picture it,"
Mrs. Sharp said, clapping her hands once before clasping them to her bosom and beaming at her nephew.
"I suppose you performed your magician's act, Justin. You were always so good at it. I never knew how you could produce an endless stream of ribbons from an empty hat or gold coins from behind people's ears."
"It was pure magic, of course," the Earl told her. "Maria, this is your tea, I believe. You are the hostess." The centre of the room had been set up with several square tables, covered with crisp white cloths and laid with gleaming china and crystal and silverware. Maria moved toward them. "Ah, and here comes Lady Maple," the Earl said. She was being ushered into the room from the entrance hall by the young footman the Earl had sent upon an errand a short while ago. The Ormsbury uncles and aunts came in behind them. "A private showing of the summer house this morning, complete with a marriage proposal," Bertrand murmured, coming up behind Estelle and setting his hands upon her shoulders. "A private moment in one of the sitting-rooms this afternoon, while everyone else moved on. Do I smell a romance after all, Stell?"
"If you do," she said, "there is something drastically wrong with your nose. But, Bert, have you ever in your life seen anything more splendid than all this?"
"Yes," he said, grinning at her. "Elm Court." She laughed.
"Splendid!"
"It is a sizable manor house," he said. "More important, it is home. This is a magnificent showpiece, though. I was particularly impressed with the half-square rooms with their perfect mirror imaging. Twin rooms."
"We are an imperfect example of the type, alas," she said. "We are not quite mirror images of each other."
"Sometimes," he said, squeezing her shoulders, "imperfection can be more interesting than perfection, Stell. It is something you may wish to keep in mind, actually, when you continue your search for your Mr. Perfect."
"Continue," she said. "Have I started?"
Maria was approaching them. She had already seated most of the other guests.
"Lord Whatley," she said, "would you care to sit beside my Aunt Margaret at that table?"
She indicated it.
"And Estelle, will you sit with my cousin Megan? She admires you greatly, but is also a bit in awe of the fact that you are the daughter of a marquis."
Servants were bringing in plates of sandwiches and scones and various dainties. Others were carrying in teapots and hot water jugs. They took their places, and Estelle spread her linen napkin across her lap. She turned to make conversation with the very young, blushing daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Chandler. The Earl of Brandon's best friend had been, and still was, a man from a tavern somewhere, who had taken exception to his cultured accent, got into a brawl with him for no other reason than that, and broken his nose. Really? Estelle would be willing to bet the Earl had not been so large and well-muscled at that period of his life. So what had happened during those years? Where had he gone? What had he done? What had he lived on? What had he been like before? He had told stories to his young sister out in the summer house. He had entertained her and other little girls with a magic act at a birthday party. He had told a man at a tavern not to molest the barmaid. Who exactly was the Earl of Brandon? "Which was your favourite room?" she asked Megan, and determinedly gave the girl the whole of her attention. Chapter 12. The weather remained fine for the next few days, and Justin found that his guests did not need to be entertained at every moment. There was much to explore and much to do, both indoors and out, and most of them were content to do it all in small, unstructured groups. The disaster that had happened in the drawing-room on the first full morning of their stay seemed to have had no serious consequences. Mariah's apology at luncheon afterward had undoubtedly helped, and everyone's determination to put the embarrassment out of their minds made it possible to carry on as though none of it had happened. But almost everyone now probably believed he was a thief, Justin thought, and a cruel one at that. There was nothing he could do about it, though, since he was certainly not going to tell the truth. All he could do was continue regardless. As for what Lady Maple had said about his father having been trapped into marrying her niece, well, that also must be set aside for now and pondered at some later date. If her story was true, though, it would change a great deal. Everything, in fact. Meanwhile, the house party continued. The children's early morning ride and playtime with Captain became a daily event, and sometimes included more than just the original two. There were also Alwyn and David Ormsbury, aged 5 and 3, children of Justin's cousin Bevan and Esme, his wife. All of them enjoyed the usual activities, as well as trudging out to the sheep pens to watch the sheep and lambs being released and led out to their pastures. They all enjoyed being taken to the smithy out behind the stables to watch the blacksmith at work at his anvil. And at other times of the day, the children never tired of running through the maze and getting hopelessly lost. Even when by sheer accident they arrived at the centre, it was still difficult to find their way back out. Some of the young people tried it too, and fared no better. Even Watley got lost, when Gillian Chandler and Rosie Sharp persuaded him to go in with them because they were scared to go alone. They had giggled and clung to his arms and looked anything but scared. Justin took a party of youngsters up over the wilderness walk behind the house one morning. Some of them had pulled faces at the initial suggestion, and he had agreed with them that they might indeed be wise not to come. It involved the climbing of a few steep slopes that might tire them needlessly after all, and even a bit of a scramble up a rocky series of steps that were not for the faint of heart. Also, there was a tall lookout tower near the top, with dark stone stairs spiralling about the inside of it that might be too scary for some. And there was a hollow dragon amid some dark, dense trees that one could climb right inside if one could get up the courage. Then one could roar to create deep, hollow echoes that would scare birds and wildlife and unwary passers-by for miles around. There was one lookout point that offered a view of a church spire all of 12 miles away down the valley. If one could imagine being able to see such a distance, he would take a telescope for anyone who wished to verify that it was indeed a spire with what looked like a miniature church below it. At the end of the walk, he told them, there was an easy way down a gently sloping path, and there was a dangerous, scary way down a sheerer, grassy slope. They would doubtless consider rolling down it beneath their dignity, of course. They were undoubtedly right to turn up their noses and go find some safer, more sedate amusement elsewhere. Everyone below the age of 30 joined the walk, as did Justin's cousins Ernest and Sidney, who remembered persuading Doris to climb those steps inside the tower when they were all children, though they had had to half carry her down again. She might otherwise have stayed up there for the rest of her life. Captain went too, and the children enjoyed making him bark and bare his teeth at the roaring dragon. They all gazed wistfully at the long, steep slope down one side of the hill, which provided a superb sledding run when it snowed. Almost everyone went to church on Sunday morning, and during the following days Maria received several neighbours who came to pay their respects to her and the guests. A few of the older ones remembered Aunt Augusta and Aunt Felicity and were happy to reminisce with them while their children listened and laughed. One of those visitors, Lady Jemima Hodgkins, had been a particular friend of Justin's aunt's when they were all girls. They both called her Jim, while they were Gussie and Fliss. Her call had to be returned, and the aunts went off to visit her one afternoon, taking Maria and Paulette Ormsbury with them. It pleased Justin to think that his sister would not be entirely alone after all the guests had returned home, but would be a part of the community as mistress of Everleigh, and could be a social leader in the neighbourhood if she chose to be. They all occupied themselves in the evenings with conversation and cards. Once they engaged in a spirited game of charades. Often there was music, though none of them pretended to any extraordinary talent. And just occasionally it was possible for Justin to steal an hour or so to be alone out at the summer house without feeling that he was neglecting anyone. He varied his destination one afternoon, however, after he had spent the morning leading a group through the portrait gallery in the north wing, and then taking those who had a head for heights up to the balcony that surrounded the base of the dome. After luncheon, he collected Captain from the stables and took him for a walk to the lake. He had written a letter to Ricky a few days before and sent it by special messenger. Hilda would read it to him. Justin had explained that he had not come during July because he had needed to go in search of his sister to bring her home. "But it hurts my heart that I will be unable to see you in person for a while," he had written. "I will come as soon as I possibly can, Ricky, but I cannot say exactly when. I think of you every day and miss you every hour." He had sent his love and asked Ricky to tell Wes and Hilda that he sent love to them too. It was not a fully satisfactory explanation. Ricky had a very literal mind. When one told him one would come in July, he expected that one would make an appearance on one of those 31 days, and somehow he always knew what month it was and what day of that month. He could not think in abstractions. For a while, and as soon as I possibly can, would very likely mean to him that Justin was not coming for a long time, that therefore Justin did not really love him. Perhaps the mention of a sister would wound him more than it would console, suggesting, as it might, that Justin's sister meant more to him than Ricky did. Justin did not know quite why Ricky had grown so attached to him during those years. Perhaps it was because he had always believed he was the protector and Justin the one in need of protection. It had been a novel role for him. He was the one who had first invited Justin inside Wes's house. It was he who had offered, with a huge, anxious eagerness, lest Wes and Hilda forbid it, that Justin share the loft with him, with a curtain between the two halves to mark their territory. Ricky had loved the fact that they could talk after they went to bed at night, and that Justin would actually listen to him and respond. He had loved settling in his bed and telling Justin about the new ducklings on the village pond, or how Hildy could not believe he had chopped so much wood all in one morning, or how the village baker had given him a currant cake all for himself, after he had swept off the step of the bakery without being asked, but how he had brought half the cake home for Hildy, because she was always giving him food, and it was nice to give back. He had assured Justin very kindly that he did not look very ugly with his broken nose, even though Wes had said he did that very evening. Ricky told Justin he would love him for ever and ever, even if he did have a bust nose. When he had left Wes's house and his job at the quarry to return to Everleigh, he ought perhaps to have said a firm and final goodbye to them all, Justin thought, as he picked up a broad stick Captain had brought and deposited at his feet, and hurled it as far as he could. His dog tore after it. It would have been ultimately easier on Ricky, easier on him. But an idea had been forming in his head ever since he read Wes's letter. He did not know how workable it would be, or how desirable to his elderly blacksmith, whom it would involve. It was not always wise to try playing God with other people's lives after all. Sometimes it was necessary, as with his forcing Maria to leave Prospect Hall to return here. At other times it was not, and it was never wise to act impulsively. Just consider his marriage proposal as a case in point. He stood on the bank of the lake, gazing out across it, occasionally stooping to pick up the stick, wrestle with a playfully snarling captain for possession of it, and then hurl it into the distance. He needed to ponder his idea carefully before acting on it, and perhaps regretting it for the rest of his life. It was a large natural lake, fed by the waterfall, which cascaded down the steep hillside to his right. Its waters emptied into the river that flowed through the valley below the house. His grandfather had had a wooden mock Chinese bridge constructed over the narrow part of the lake just below the falls. It had steps leading up to it and down at the other side. It had a bend in the middle, taking it across the other half at a different angle. There was a roof over the central part, pointed like a cone, but with 4 corners that were curled upward. It was fanciful and brightly painted, and probably did not resemble any bridge that had ever been constructed in China. On the far side was a boathouse. Justin went to stand on the bridge. He gazed at the waterfall, and let the sound of rushing water fill his ears and shut out the rest of the world. Captain, minus his stick, trotted across the bridge behind him and sniffed about the boathouse. Justin looked up at the grotto, the cave in the hillside to one side of the waterfall. Someone had once called it a grotto because the word was more evocative than cave, he supposed, and the name had stuck. It was far larger inside than it looked to be from here, and used to be a favourite boyhood haunt of his. He had been a bandit of the Robin Hood variety, and a marooned sea captain, and a spy hiding out from his enemies there, and 1,000 other heroic characters. A boy's imagination was limitless after all. He wondered if blankets and cushions were still stored in the boathouse, and if they were, when they had last been laundered. They were still there. They also looked and smelled clean and free of mildew. He took a few with him and climbed to the grotto. It was not far up the hill, or difficult to reach, but one definitely felt cut off from the world when one was inside it. He spread a blanket on the stone floor, sat close to the entrance, a cushion at his back, and made room for Captain, who had scrambled up after him. The dog sniffed every inch of the cave, panted in Justin's face, as if to ask if they were really going to stop here for a while, turned in a few circles when he guessed the answer to be yes, and then plopped down on the blanket to gaze out at the lake. There was surely nothing quite as blissful as solitude, Justin thought. Of course, one did tend to bring one's teeming thoughts along with one, but a few minutes of stillness, during which one concentrated upon one's breath and nothing else, usually helped quell them. Maria. How was he going to secure a proper come-out season and a happy future for her? His father. Had he really been trapped into marrying Lillian Dixon? Ricky. How could he atone for letting him down? Lady Estelle Lamarr. How could he have been so gauche as to rush into proposing to her? The season in London next year. How was he going to find a countess soon enough to help with Maria? Could the Duke of Netherby help, or the Duchess? Lady Estelle Lamarr. Why did she have to be so dashed beautiful, and so dashed vibrant, and... ugh! Finally, his thoughts stilled enough that he could close his eyes and be lulled by the sound of the waterfall. After luncheon, Estelle went with several of the other guests to look inside the greenhouses. Maria was with them. She had explained ahead of time that she was not at all knowledgeable about the plants within them, though she did intend to learn. Fortunately, it did not matter. One of the gardeners was there, and he cheerfully agreed to walk about with them and identify all the plants and answer all their questions. They spent a very agreeable hour there.
"You will not mind, Maria, if Leonard and I go and sit in the summer house for a while with Patricia and Erwin?"
her aunt, Margaret Dixon, asked when they came outside at last into the relatively cool air of an English summer afternoon.
"We feel too lazy to do anything else, even remotely strenuous, but it would be a pity to return to the house so soon." "Of course I do not mind,"
Maria assured all four of them. She stood and watched them go while everyone else was dispersing, a few to the house, others to different outdoor activities. Mr. and Mrs. Sharp were making their way toward the fountain at the centre of the formal gardens, where the Ormsbury aunts and uncles were gathered. Bertrand was going to go riding with a group of the cousins. Another group was going to walk along the path on the other side of the river. Estelle decided she would walk to the lake, since she still had not been there. She turned to see if Maria wished to go with her, but Maria spoke first. She was still watching her aunts and uncles make their way toward the summer house.
"Estelle,"
she said,
"I am going to go and speak with them. Will you come with me?"
She did not mean just social chit-chat. Estelle could tell that from the pinched, determined look on her face and the tone of her voice.
"Of course,"
Estelle said. That embarrassing scene in the drawing-room a few days ago had not ruined the house party, as it might very well have done. Maria's apology had gone a great way toward clearing the air, and they had all been enjoying themselves since. The three distinct family groups were mingling well, despite the social differences between them, and Maria appeared to be increasingly comfortable in her role as hostess. The Earl of Brandon did his part as host. That scene had had a lingering effect, however, and Estelle guessed that it haunted Maria. If the Earl's aim, in inviting them all here, had been to restore his sister to her family and make her feel comfortable even with his own, then Estelle was not sure he had succeeded. What would happen after they all returned home? Would that be the end of that? Would there be any future such visits here? Would Maria make any future visits to any of them? And now it seemed that Maria herself was ready to confront the issue. Estelle could not help but admire her, if that indeed was her intention. "Ah, there you are, Maria," Mr. Leonard Dixon said in his usual hearty manner when they all arrived at the summer house at the same time. "You decided to come too, did you? And you as well, Lady Estelle? This is grand." Estelle was not sure Maria's aunts and uncles were truly happy to see them. Perhaps they had been looking forward to relaxing for a while, just the four of them, but they all smiled and made a fuss. They were pleasant people. Estelle liked them. They left the long windows wide open and sat gazing out at the view for a while, exclaiming a little self-consciously about the beauty of it all. But Estelle had been right about Maria's intention.
"Tell me about Mamma,"
she said at last, and caused a sudden, uncomfortable silence.
"Well,"
Mrs. Chandler said,
"she was the third of the four of us, younger than both Leonard and me, older than Sarah. She was by far the loveliest. Aunt Bertha, Lady Maple, took her to London when she was 17, and she met and fell in love with your father and married him, all within a month. It was a happy love story, Maria."
"It was grand," Mr. Dixon agreed, rubbing his hands together and beaming at his niece.
"Why just Mamma and no one else?"
Maria asked.
"Why did you not go to London, Aunt Patricia? And why not Aunt Sarah?" I already had my eye on Erwin, Mrs. Chandler said, laughing, and Sarah was only 15 at the time.
You have it the wrong way around, lass, Mr. Chandler said to his wife. I had my eye on you.
I believe, Mrs. Dixon said, it was mutual. We were all wondering why it was taking the two of you so long to recognise the truth and announce your betrothal.
Maria was looking at the palms of her hands.
I want to know, she said. I need to know. All I know of Mamma I learned from her. She never spoke of any of you, except to say that you had all quarrelled with her after she married Papa because you were jealous of her. She never spoke of her childhood or girlhood, and she did not say any more about Lady Maple than that she introduced Mamma to the ton, and Papa saw her and fell in love with her at her first ball, and that Lady Maple quarrelled with her afterward because she was jealous that Mamma had done so much better than she had herself. Lady Maple married a baronet, while Mamma married an earl. I loved Mamma. I adored her. But...
Her voice trailed away, and Mr. Chandler shifted in his chair, causing it to creak alarmingly, and cleared his throat.
Why was Mamma the only one to go to London? Maria asked. And please do not spare my feelings. It is only recently that it has seemed a bit odd to me that everyone was so jealous and everyone quarrelled with her. I expected mean, nasty, evil people, but I cannot see any of those things in you, or in any of my cousins, or even in Lady Maple, despite what she said a few days ago. Tell me about my mother.
Hey, lass, Mr. Dixon said, sitting back in his chair. You loved her, and that is as it ought to be. And you loved your papa, I dare say. The last thing we want to do—
Leonard, his sister said. She needs to know some things from our point of view. It is only a point of view, Maria. People can have vastly different views of the same set of facts. So I will tell you this. Lillian was indeed very beautiful. She was also restless, and she was obsessed by the story of Aunt Bertha, who met Sir Cuthbert Maple at an assembly in Harrogate when she was a girl, and so took his fancy that he offered her carte blanche then and there. He intended to make her his mistress, in other words. She was not a lady, after all, and no one could have expected him to marry her. But Aunt Bertha held out for marriage anyway, and got it. This is the story, as the family knows it at least. It may not be true in all its details. She turned herself into a lady, and distanced herself from her family in Yorkshire. She did not cut herself off entirely, however. She used to descend upon us once in a while. Her visits were legendary. She always brought us gifts. Do you remember, Leonard? During one of those visits, when Lillian was barely 17, she begged to be taken to London and made into a lady. Our father tried to forbid it, but he was a bit intimidated by his sister and gave in without much of a fight. My grandfather, Maria said.
He was not a well man, Mr. Dixon told her. He did not come here for your mother's wedding. He died just before you were born. Your grandmother died 6 years before him.
I did not know that.
Maria was still examining her hands.
Whose version of the meeting of my mamma